The story begins with a news report from Babylon, where we see the huge Tower of Babel. The reporter tells us that the Black Dragon Guild had taken over the 40th floor of the tower, planning to show off their top-level skills, but something went wrong. The Black Dragon Guild was defeated again, and everyone was upset that they came back empty-handed, repeating their first failure in the world. A group of reporters surround a young man trying to interview him, taking pictures with various devices. A reporter wearing glasses says into a microphone that this time, the Black Dragon Guild has been defeated. All attention is focused on the main character, a first-ranked hunter. We see a young man in a red jacket with a pleasant appearance, whose name is Summer Spirit. He is famous for having defeated a powerful boss on his own. An enthusiastic reporter approaches the guy, trying to interview him. He can't contain his admiration, noting that the boy has once again set a divine record without any obstacles. The guy in the red jacket was the only one in the world who single-handedly destroyed the bosses in the manifesting tower. He didn't want to be interviewed, but the reporter kept pressing with the microphone. The reporter insisted that he share his impressions. This angered him, and the guy in the red jacket grabbed the microphone. Taking the microphone, he expressed his dissatisfaction with being called the Summer Spirit and said he wanted to change his nickname. Recalling his story, the boy realizes that the nickname Summer Spirit was given to him by some scoundrel. Now, the whole world calls him that, which is very annoying. In his opinion, calling him the Summer Spirit is not serious. It is better to be Rotten Spirit. At this point, there was another guy in the room watching the interview. He envied the guy in the red jacket. His room was featureless, and his bed was right in the kitchen. In the background, he could see the laptop with the interview where the guy swore to catch the scoundrel who gave him the shameful nickname. The guy was sitting on the bed and reading a well-known forum where people shared their impressions of the event. He closely followed every comment. Some were impressed by the bravery of the Summer Spirit. Others considered him a scoundrel because the whole world was watching. But everyone wanted to be like him. Watching these arguments and opinions, the boy felt uncomfortable. The elderly spirit was a very famous personality. Whole TV studios were chasing him, and the younger generation was imitating him. There were gossips on the forum that Sviataya was dating him, but they were just rumors. Some wondered why she put up with his temper. Someone posted on the forum that they knew Sviataya, and she said it wasn't true. Others spammed that they wanted to become like the Summer Spirit. The constant posts on the forum resembled spam, and members began to wonder who this guy was who kept writing the same comments. Despite the fact that it looked like spam, the guy kept posting on the forum that he wanted to be just like the Summer Spirit. The messages were repeated over and over again. It was to no avail, and no one paid attention to his simple words. There were rumors that the Summer Spirit was very rich, and the boy, sitting in the room, continued to envy him. The only thing that bothered the Summer Spirit was his nickname. In the boy's imagination, the Summer Spirit was the main character. He imagined this world as a big novel, where the main character holds a weapon and stands on a bunch of monsters. Thoughts of his hopeless existence did not leave the boy. He realized that he was not even equal to the Summer Spirit. The interview continued, and the boy watched it closely from his room. The reporter asked the Summer Spirit to say a few words to the audience in conclusion. In their world, there is a dream that inspires great achievements in the hunting craft. The Summer Spirit demonstrated true skill when he entered the tower in his early 20s. It took him less than a month to defeat monsters that no one had been able to defeat for 10 years. His personality is legendary. The reporter put the microphone to the elderly spirit and asked what he could say to the dreamers sitting in front of the screens. He asked to share the secret of success, and the Summer Spirit hesitated. Finally, the Summer Spirit decided to share his secret, which interested the guy on the other side of the screen. He asked everyone listening to pay attention to his words. Answering the reporter's question, the elderly spirit said that if a man or woman succeeds, it will happen anyway. His second phrase was so insightful that the guy who was his fan's eyes sparkled, and a smile appeared on his face. The Summer Spirit warned that if anyone succeeds, do not interfere with the warrior named Summer Spirit, otherwise you will die. After these words, the Summer Spirit turned his back on the reporters. Despite hundreds of questions, he ignored them and went about his business. The guy who was listening to his words from the other side of the screen thought about what he had heard. The reporter ended the broadcast by saying that it was breaking news. The guy slams his laptop shut without listening to the reporter's words. Disappointment fills his heart. He sits on his bed, holding the laptop in his lap, and tilts his head, losing hope and faith in himself. The young man is upset, tears streaming down his cheeks. The words of his idol have hurt him deeply, killing his hope. The walls of his room are covered with posters of the summer spirit. After hearing the words, he wonders how people can be disregarded, even if it was directed at a reporter. The guy dreams that if he had the same talents as the summer spirit, he would not be huddled in this one-room hovel, living a parasitic lifestyle. He wouldn't have to live in such conditions, avoid F-level hunters, and depend on meaningless objects. Most importantly, he would not be bothered by insignificant hunters. Suddenly, the boy starts tearing posters and newspapers off the walls, shouting that he wants to become like his idol. Anger and envy overwhelm him. His jealousy and anger at his own helplessness make him cry and shout into the void that he wants to become as successful as him with his talents, or at least have the same skills as the summer spirit. He wants to be just like him, to imitate his idol, bowing down before him. Suddenly the sun begins to break through into the dark room, illuminating it and bringing a ray of hope to this dark room. This unusual phenomenon attracted the attention of the boy, who did not stop crying, surprising him and making him hold his breath. Suddenly something in front of his face began to materialize, forming from pieces into an unfamiliar object. He was puzzled and intrigued. This young man had seen this scene 1,000 times before, but only on YouTube videos, never in real life. The skill map appeared in front of him. He could not fully believe what was happening. As soon as the map appeared, the system informed him that he had unbridled envy and was second to none in such cases. Looking at this information, the guy was shocked. The system assured him that the tower was amazed by his envy and gave him a new skill. Looking back at the events, he remembered that the tower had previously given a skill card to a girl for her great willpower and rewarded the boy for his hard work. Now the boy received a skill card for his envy. He realized that he had never seen anything like it in the video. Rising from his knees, he realizes that his physical form is not in the best condition for serious action. When he saw this magical opportunity, he remembered that he had been looking forward to this moment his whole life, ever since he got here. He sees not a simple card in front of him, but a golden one that illuminates the entire room. He reaches out to it, mesmerized by its radiance. Grasping it like a bar of gold, he begins to squeeze it in his hand, gaining a higher level skill. A few minutes later, a skill card is created in front of his eyes, informing him that he has gained rank C for his envy, and the words, "I want to be like you." When he dies at the hands of an enemy, he can copy one of the enemy's skills. The skill is copied randomly, and it is impossible to copy the one he already has. To activate it, you just need to die. The tears in his eyes stop flowing. He looks at the map and tries to comprehend what the system is trying to tell him. If he is killed, he will get the enemy's skill. Emotions overwhelm him as he holds the materialized card. The main issue that stops him is that he needs to die to activate the skill. The system asks him to simply die to activate the skill. This realization shocks him. Stunned by this gift of fate, he cannot find peace. The realization that such a skill exists at all haunts him, and he screams at the top of his lungs. But first, let's figure out where the Tower of Babel came from in our world. Its appearance was unexpected and mysterious. It appeared suddenly and was visible beyond the horizon line from anywhere on Earth. When people saw this huge tower, they wondered what could be inside. Some brave people who had nothing to lose were the first to enter its spaces, trying to reveal its secrets. As they climbed the floors of this tower, they encountered numerous monsters that came from different worlds, located on different levels of the building. Only a few chosen ones were granted superpowers called skills by the tower, making them stronger. People gifted with skills gathered in the tower and started hunting monsters. These heroes were filled with the power and energy that the tower gave them. Now let's get back to our familiar summer spirit. Has anyone ever seen him hunting monsters? Some reporters investigated and told the TV channel that his weapon is a glowing spear. He uses it as if he were dancing, not fighting. He looks like an incarnation of the god Shiva. A tired worker who watches TV every day realizes that he is bored with this program about the summer spirit. People around him ask him to change the channel, wanting to watch something else. A man behind the bar in an orange bathrobe says it's even interesting. The exhausted guy, lying with his head on the table, says it's not that it's not interesting. The point is that the guy hated his life to the core, because there were only heroes and strong people around him. And his life seemed like a complete failure with no prospects. Lying on the bar and having drunk more than 1 glass of alcohol, the guy was muttering under his breath. The bartender standing next to him waved his hand and said that he was sick of this situation. As the bartender was about to leave, the guy stopped him. The guy said that he had gotten the highest level S skill yesterday, but it was useless. He could only die with it. Because of this skill, He didn't even apply to the hunting association because he was ashamed. Because of his shame, he hit the wooden table with all his might. The bartender saw that the guy was starting to get delirious and decided that he should stop drinking. He advised him to go outside and vomit to make him feel better. As the guy left the bar, he felt that his body was not listening to him at all due to his intoxication. He walked, swaying from side to side, feeling that his head was so hot that it was about to explode. Suddenly, he heard a loud "kya-ya-ya" sound that caught his attention. Walking to the corner where the sound was coming from, he looked out and saw the following scene. A man in a red jacket was approaching a beautiful woman, as if surrounding her. The girl, trying to stop him, called him Mr. Summer Spirit and asked what had come over him. The Summer Spirit made excuses, saying that the game was not easy. Looking at this beautiful girl, anyone would have mistaken her for defenseless. The girl looked at him with her big, beautiful eyes, and a minute later the boy heard the Summer Spirit address the girl. "Dear Saint, there was poison in that glass of alcohol." The man pulled out a bottle of an unknown substance from his jacket and showed it to the saint. She suddenly turned pale and felt cold, but the man continued. Basilisk gastric juice was the name of the poison she was planning to use to poison the boy. The elderly spirit threw the bottle on the ground and came closer to the girl. He said that if it wasn't for his skill, which allowed him to sense the danger, there would have been a disaster. The misunderstanding between the boy and the girl was not in the saint's favor, because she claimed that she did not want anything like that, and only wanted to capture the tower with him. The famous hero leaned closer to the girl's body, looking into her eyes. He no longer believed her because of her deceitful actions. He also thought that the girl had only good intentions, but something went wrong. The guy who was eavesdropping around the corner on the whole spectacle heard their dialogue and learned more information than he should have. He realized that he had witnessed the internal interactions in a team that was world famous. The Summer Spirit pressed further and further on the girl named Saint. Although she claimed that everything could be settled peacefully, the guy did not want this option. Being polite was always good, but only he would set the rules by which they spoke now. As a spy, the guy watched all this and heard this dialogue, which was not like a conversation between a person who was going to kill and a person who did not want to die. He covered his mouth with both hands so as not to give himself away. The elderly spirit held the girl by the throat and kept asking her questions. All she could do in this position was to nod her head either up or down, and that was enough to continue the dialogue. He had the skill of recognizing lies, and looking her straight in the eye, he told her not to hope to deceive him. If she was honest, he might even give her an antidote. The boy eavesdropped more and more on this very important dialogue, because it was even strategic information between the teams. The elderly spirit kept asking the girl, who ordered him to be killed. The elderly spirit suspected it was the Black Dragon Witch, and asked if it was true. She was the first in the rank and fully answered him. He felt calmer in his heart, realizing that there was not an ounce of mean-spiritedness in him. After this question, the girl bowed her head, thus confirming that she was the very wretch he had just named. Seeing the girl's face, the legendary hero realized everything and ruthlessly used his power against her. His body was enveloped in fire, which spread to the girl. He wished her a safe journey. The flames scorched everything around the corner, and the girl disappeared like dust into one of the city's neighborhoods. An ordinary guy was watching all this. The guy who had worshipped the power of the hero all his life and wanted to become like him, now saw no hero in front of him. And he had doubts. He saw a psychopathic murderer who had just committed an irreparable act, setting an entire neighborhood on fire. The guy had no options. He had to run away from this horrible place where he had witnessed the crime of his favorite hero. But as he ran, he accidentally stepped on a bottle that cracked under his weight, making a sound that could have attracted the villain's attention. From this rash step, the boy felt himself overcome with fear, his heart pounding in his chest, stopping his breathing. Suddenly, the same psychopath appeared from around the corner and looked at the frightened boy with joy. The elderly spirit looked at the boy and said that he thought he had already dealt with all the rats in the neighborhood. The boy, frozen in the moment, realized that this was the look of a cold-blooded killer. The cult hero was watching a miserable man run away from him, and he wasn't even going to run after him. He had a fire in his hands, which he could use to hit the spy at any moment. The guy ran as fast as he could, wondering how many people this scoundrel had already killed on his way. Dozens, hundreds, maybe even more. Running away from the killer, he accidentally stumbled and failed again. It was all because of his cursed shoelaces, which had come untied, and he stepped on them. Looking back, he realized that things were not going well for him. The blow fell on his foot, and the sneakers were lying in a completely different place. At that moment, the summer spirit approached him with his fire staff, holding one hand in his pocket, showing that he was not serious. For the summer spirit, the boy was just another toy that posed no threat to him. As he got closer, he kicked the sneaker, throwing it aside. The boy, lying on the ground, begged the summer spirit for mercy, and the latter asked him where he was going in such a hurry. Realizing that the boy was not a threat, the hero asked if he had seen what had just happened. Choking on fear and tears, the boy swore that he hadn't seen anything, trying to justify himself. The elderly spirit knelt down beside him, getting close enough to look him in the eye, and asked him what he hadn't seen. Grabbing the boy by the neck, the summer spirit was furious that the boy called him that and claimed that he hadn't seen anything, even though the hero hadn't even asked for specific details. This made him distrustful. The boy tried to retract his words, promising that he would never say anything to anyone. But the summer spirit warned him that if he did not want to follow the fate of the saint, he had to answer his questions. The first was, who sent him to kill him? Was he also from the Black Dragon? The boy looked into his eyes, remembering that this man was his role model. He had admired him, watching interviews and programs with him. In a trembling voice, the boy said that the summer spirit could test anything, and this caught his attention. The boy reminded him that the summer spirit had previously talked about his lie detection skill, so he really hadn't seen anything and it could be verified. But the summer spirit showed with his facial expression that he did not have such a skill and was just playing on people's emotions. After realizing this, the guy realized that the summer spirit had deceived him, and thus he killed his colleague without any evidence, all because he thought she was doing something wrong to him. He said it out loud, although he thought he was talking about himself. The summer spirit threw him aside and told him not to slander other people, please. Because of his strong ambition, the summer spirit decided that the girl was really going to kill him, and if he didn't kill her first, she would poison him the next day. The boy, curled up in a ball after being thrown, asked where he got that idea. The summer spirit, throwing his fire staff over his shoulder, confidently replied that he knew everything and had his own method. The hero took the boy by the head, smiled into his eyes, and assured him that if he wanted to take any lie detector test, he was really not in the business. The guy started to rejoice that he would be left alive and believed, but suddenly the hand on the guy's head began to heat up to maximum temperatures, and the summer spirit said that he had seen too much anyway. Activating his power, he smiled into the boy's eyes and told him to just die. At that moment, the boy's life cycle came to an end. A memory arose in his mind. He was standing by the sandbox, with the principal holding his shoulder and telling him that his name was Kim Khan, and he was going to become a great man. In response to these words, the young gentleman promised the principal at a young age that this would happen. Now he realizes that he does not want to die. Suddenly the system informs him that he has died. Thus he finds himself in some strange place lying down. There is only one question in his mind. Why did he die and why was his life so hard? The system window informs him that he has reached the conditions for using his skill, but he does not notice this and wants to live a little longer. At this point, the system informs him again that he can copy the random skill of the hunter who killed him. The system generates a skill card, which gives rise to something new. The guy, crying in tears, lies in a familiar place, looks at the card generation and sees that a golden card is dropped. All he has to do is choose a skill card. He doesn't fully realize that he has another chance as he reaches forward. He takes the golden-looking card and squeezes it. A bright light, like energy, fills everything around him. This is how his choice ended, and he successfully copied the skill. At this point, he wakes up. He lies in his bed and realizes that he has gone back in time. Around him is a familiar mess, and he sees the breaking news story from Babylon again. Surrounded by his old stuff, he realizes that he is alive. But more importantly, he has gone back in time. Shocked, he gets out of bed, looks at his body, and doesn't understand how it is that he is here again. But when he looks at the screen of his laptop, it dawns on him. The same story about the elderly spirit defeating the boss on his own is repeated in the same place. What was really going on? Finding himself back in the same place he was at the same time and date, the guy was really surprised. Time was passing at the same pace as before. He returned home at the moment when an emotional upheaval occurred in his life. It was the moment when he envied the hero on TV, who in his life turned out to be his own killer. Looking at his laptop monitor, he saw the summer spirit speaking to a reporter, where he was again complaining about his nickname. Kim Khan, fascinated by what he saw, looks at his phone and doesn't fully understand why everyone is saying the same thing as yesterday, gathering in his memory all the fragments of what happened, how he was killed by his hero, whom he loved so much, and the moment he received the card that gave him superpowers. Step by step, everything began to fall into place, and as he reached out his hand forward, he felt a new strength. The guy opens the system's skill map, which was highlighted in completely different colors. Instead of one skill, there were already two on the system screen. One of these skills was called, I Want to Be Like You. It was the first S-level Navaku granted, and the second skill was the power he copied when he died. Looking at it, he could not believe his eyes. The skill description said, Clockwork Time of Birth. Effect, automatically manifests itself at death. Turns back 24 hours, while the memory and skill are not erased. If the hunter is of a higher rank, the greater the penalty. He copied this skill from the Summer Spirit Hunter. After reading this, he was surprised that the skill automatically brings him back a day. The main feature of this skill was that the memory and skills remained with him. This was the secret of the legendary hunter, known all over the world. This explains some events, including the death of the saint, because the Summer Spirit knew everything in advance thanks to this skill, which he had kept silent about. In fact, the day before, the saint had poisoned him, but he went back a day and killed her to take revenge and secure his future. However, it so happened that he also killed an innocent boy who just happened to be on hand. Kim Khan stood still in thought, but at that moment, he heard sounds from his laptop. The reporter asked the elderly spirit to share the secret of his success. A famous hunter said that if a person succeeds, it will happen. But if he has already succeeded, do not put a spoke in his wheel. After hearing these words, Kim Khan became wary. The final phrase of his favorite hunter was, die. And having been reborn with this skill, Kim Khan gained an incredible ability. Now he was not afraid of death, and he wondered which of them would die the next time they met side by side. Out of anger, he clutches the system fragment in his hand, determined to face the future. But the calmness did not last long, and soon he noticed a scream coming from the window. There's a fire! Someone was shouting incessantly. Looking out of his apartment window, he noticed a bright flame rising above the buildings. He did not understand what was happening and was worried because he had never seen such an event in his life. But he could not stand idly by, so he looked outside. People began to group up, taking buckets of water and fire extinguishers with them, and were actively rushing to put out the fire. He took a knife with him when he went outside, because he lived in a place different from the outside world. A city where people who wanted to become hunters gathered. The fire rose high above the houses, making it clear that this was the first floor of the Tower of Babel. Everyone was running to the scene, not paying attention to anyone, taking pictures of this spectacle, in a hurry not to miss the moment. Could this be the same moment when the guy was in a bar drinking alcohol? Putting it all together, Kim Khan realized that the fire was set by the same hero who had killed the saint to hide the evidence and draw public attention. At the moment when the fire had to be extinguished immediately, people acted chaotically, without teamwork, and the fire was actively spreading. One girl from the Black Dragon Guild took charge of the operation and said that her orders had to be followed. It was not just any girl, but the head of the Black Dragon Guild, the Black Witch, who was second in the rankings. A green-haired woman who was ranked 5th and had the ability to heal ran up to her. She was a master of alchemy and said that the isolation of the district was complete and all the troubles would befall those who remained inside. It was necessary to send a rescue team. The captain, who was the 10th in the rank of the city's friends, the Holy Knight, was standing nearby. He said that nothing needed to be fixed because the city had been empty for 5 years, and based on this, it was a blessing that there were no people there. This city had many names. Some called it Babylon, some called it the City of the First Floor, and some called it the City of the Return. In fact, it has always been the same. Once you enter this world, you can never leave. Returning to the firefighting mission, the fire was spreading, and the hunters with water abilities were running out. There was no panic or regret on the faces of the people, as they were used to such situations. As Kim Khan walked among the people, he noticed that people were talking about the Holy One, who would have come anyway if she had known about the situation. She is not the kind of person who would be late for such an event. People were talking to each other, saying that she had said she had things to do today, and maybe even a date. Recently, she and the elderly spirit had become very close. Quite famous people in the neighborhood were talking to each other. The chemistry master, a green-haired girl, said that the summer spirit, in her opinion, was a rather bad person, and she did not like him. Just thinking about him made her anxious. As the crowd gathered and watched everything burn, someone in a red jacket approached the crowd and shouted, "Hey, go to the sides!" The elderly spirit approached the crowd and asked who started this mess without his permission. He acted casually, making it clear that he had nothing to do with it. Kim Khan didn't realize that the summer spirit was the culprit, but he came to the scene anyway. Before people could greet him, he suddenly began to behave arrogantly, saying that everyone was indebted to him and that no one could do anything without him. The knight turned to the elderly spirit, pointing out that a huge fire had broken out in the old men's slums, and asked if he could help. The elderly spirit, having mercenary thoughts, asked for something in return. Hearing this, Kim Khan, holding a dagger, or rather a kitchen knife, in his hand, became enraged, and his illusions were shattered. His favorite hero has become a sick bastard who wants to become an upstart and profit from the fire he started. Even public gratitude, which could have been an option for reward, no longer satisfied him. The elderly spirit was completely indifferent to the character and status of a legendary high-level hunter. He didn't care either, and he said goodbye to the people, telling them to look for other volunteers. Accompanied by phones and cameras filming him, he made a show of leaving the place and demonstrating his value. Only one person knew the true face of this scoundrel. He was a real maniac, and everyone thought he was a hero with a bad character. But he was a dual personality who hid his secrets. Looking at him, Kim Khan felt that he had to deal with him. Without thinking twice, he stopped controlling his body and went where his heart told him to go. People tried to stop him. They warned him that it was very dangerous, but he ignored their warnings and continued to move forward, risking getting hurt. But for the sake of humanity, for the sake of the hunter's honor, he had to do it. Walking with a knife in his hand, he approached the elderly spirit from the side, firmly resolved that a hunter is only human. Kim Khan gradually rushes into the battle with the monsters, approaching step by step, intoxicated by the thought of his conviction. He comes closer to the summer spirit, who has been watching him all along, sensing danger. Kim Khan rushes at the legendary hero with a kitchen knife. He realizes that he must destroy this sinister monster. Despite the fact that he is heading straight into an area engulfed in flames, where everything is smoky and burning, the boy goes through the fire, although he is extremely hot and his body is on fire. Screaming in pain, he moves in an unclear direction, holding a knife in his hands, and eventually burns in the fire. The summer spirit looks at this guy and does not understand his actions, but knows that the guy can only kill him in this way. Again, he receives a message from the system that he is dead, and soon he returns to 24 hours ago. Waking up conscious, he opens his eyes, and everything is as it was at that moment. He is no longer shocked by what is happening and feels as calm as possible. The first thing he wanted to do was to check the automaticity of the skill and whether it was well practiced. Since his level was F, the penalty for using this skill was not even given, because it is so small that it simply does not exist. Realizing all the consequences and analyzing his skills, the guy realizes that at this moment, with his skills, it is absolutely impossible for him to kill the summer spirit. And if he does, the summer spirit will simply return back in time, as he has the same skill. So, as a low-ranked hunter, the only thing left for him to do is to improve his skills. Looking at the poster of his former hero, he recalled the moment when the summer spirit was asked at what age he awakened his first skill. Back then, summer spirit said it was in the summer when he was 21 years old. Based on this, he has already had the skill for 11 years. The reporter, sitting across from the hero, realized that he remembered all this perfectly. But the summer spirit, while drinking tea, told her that it was not that simple, and he remembered that date because it was his birthday. More precisely, it was June 7th, 11 years ago. The boy, Kim Khan, realizes that if he counts backwards from that date, it will be 40-50 days. If he goes back 40-50 days, he can do the unthinkable. He decides to go back at the moment of the summer spirit's awakening and stabs himself deep in the chest with a dagger. At the moment he dies, he also wakes up a day later. But this time the system informs him that he has been fined. Despite going back 24 hours after this terrible event, he still has 49 days left. Clenching his fist, Kim Khan gathers up the courage to do the same thing again, harming himself in the hope of getting back. And it happens again. Suddenly he wakes up a day back, returning to the past. Although the penalty for using the skill increases, he continues to do this over and over again, harming himself. Ending his life cycle and returning back to the past, he passes day after day, second after second. The penalty has stopped gaining momentum. He had done irreparable damage to himself that had been going on for 2,000 days. Holding the dagger in his hands, looking into it, He sees his reflection and goes step by step to his goal. After a large number of completions of his life cycle, he moves to the moment when he is 543 days away from awakening. What he is doing no longer seems scary to him. On the contrary, he feels excited about his actions. And again, he transforms himself back 24 hours, joyfully realizing that this is the last time before he awakens. All that remains after that is to act. Kim Khan went back 4,000 days to when he was at the beginning of his journey. It was 2 o'clock on the clock. He was lying on an old mattress in an empty room, realizing that he had succeeded. But after a large number of suicides, he needed to check if the reality in his world had changed. The guy got up from the bed on the floor and looked at the time. Using his power, he managed to return to the moment when the legendary summer spirit had not yet begun his journey. Picking up the knife, he realized that he could prevent him in this way. Leaning his head over the wall, Kim Khan was very tired because, having originally planned to die 40-50 times, he died about 30 more times. He needed this time to cover the time he spent committing suicide. In addition, he needed to rest during the breaks. And all this torment was to prevent the world from hearing the tower of this demon he was going to stop. There was no time to waste. He got to his feet and decided to act. As he headed for the exit, the light shone on his face, and he felt like a real hunter, ready to find his prey. Looking at his watch, he realized that it was May 6th, 11 years ago, and it was 11 o'clock in the morning. As he approached one of the houses he knew, he realized that his prey might be there. In the window, he noticed the silhouette of a man who resembled his victim. He approached, holding his breath. The summer spirit was listening to music on his phone, looking pretty wrecked after last night's party. His hangover was kicking in, his head hurt like hell, and he was trying to recover from a rough evening. Watching him, Kim Khan realized that the summer spirit had clearly had too much to drink last night. To gather all the information he needed, Kim Khan lived this life 10 times, gathering intelligence each time. He knew that this guy woke up at 9 a.m. sharp in the office of the Frank Hunters. His life during this period was quite miserable. He was going to work again, feeling like a nobody. At 3 p.m., the summer spirit sets off on his mission, and Kim Khan decides to use this moment for his plan. Summer spirit catches a slime on the 2nd floor of the tower. Feeling irritated by this gelatinous creature, he kills the gelatinous thing and says, "This is real bullshit. I've been catching the same slides for 100 days. How disgusting." Kim Khan has been watching the summer spirit all along and hears him shouting, "I'm the Knight of Summer! When will I start living large like the Holy Sword?" This made Kim Khan realize that at 21 years old, the summer spirit was an extremely avid hunter who was just waiting for a dramatic turn in his life. All this time, summer spirit had been hoping to find a winning lottery ticket or some S-level skill. After analyzing his life, Kim Khan realized that if everything remained the same, everything in his opponent's life would have happened the way he wanted. It's time to change the course of events, and Kim Khan flies into a red gelatinous slug. He cuts the slug with his dagger, and it splashes him completely with its jelly-like liquid. All this is to change the course of events that would lead this hunter to success 11 years later. After being impressed by the jelly slug, the guy shakes off the slime. The clock reads 5:31, and this makes him realize that he needs to move on. The summer spirit moves to the 6th floor of the tower, realizing that the slime hunt has no prospects. He decides to get determined and calls himself Suha, moving to a high-level area that is not frequented by newcomers. When he gets to the 6th floor, he realizes that he has 36 minutes to prepare, since no one else will be here. Suddenly, a guy comes around the corner, apologizing to the summer spirit. He addresses him as Master Hunter, which is something the summer spirit did not expect to see on this floor. Disfigured and stained with red slime, Kim Khan asks for help, explaining that he was attacked by wolves and needs a potion. The summer spirit, seeing this boy, realizes that he has already set all the monsters on edge and now the hunt will be useless. With this in mind, he decides that it will not be possible to hunt here anymore. But the boy does not stop asking for the potion, to which the summer spirit replies that he will not give him the potion, as it will interfere with his daily earnings. But, being quite mercantile, the summer spirit asks Kim Kung how much he will pay for the potion. The boy does not answer, so the summer spirit points his stick at him to ask him again how much he will pay for the potion. The summer spirit explains that his hunt has been dragging on, and he won't give away expensive potions for free, especially to a person he sees for the first time in his life, emphasizing that nothing happens for free. Holding up a vial of red substance, the summer spirit says that it costs 20 gold pieces on the market. The boy tries to take the potion, promising to pay 20 gold, but the summer spirit is not going to sell it at cost, as he believes that the newcomer does not understand the true value. Picking up his stick, The summer spirit pushes the boy aside, telling him that he won't survive for 20 gold, and asks him how much his life is really worth. Kim Khan offers 40 gold, but the summer spirit, smiling, feeling his strategic advantage, tells him to go on. He takes the boy by the clothes, lifts him up, and says that he needs everything he has. Seeing the wallet in the boy's pocket, the summer spirit decides to take it, using the boy's hopeless condition to his advantage. Of course, Kim Khan saw this coming and always knew that the summer spirit was really that mercenary. Summer spirit pushes the boy aside and takes his wallet to see what's inside. Brazenly opening the wallet, the summer spirit begins to shake out the coins. He realizes that there are about 60 coins in there, and he is disappointed. He advises the boy to carry more money next time. After he has shaken out all the money, the summer spirit puts his hand on Kim Kung's head, saying that this is all his money. Just like in his previous life, his hand is right on Kim Kung's head, and he's seen something like this before. The old spirit smiles and promises that he will find a good use for his money. At this point, Kim Kung has a déjà vu, and he remembers how this scoundrel burned him in his previous life. Pushing the summer spirit away from him, Kim Khan demands a potion from him. The summer spirit takes the arrow, which is sharpened and endowed with his own power, and promises that he will think about it. Although Kim Kung did not expect to receive the potion, the summer spirit had other plans. He decides that if he saves Kim, he can take revenge and move on. The summer spirit explains that he wants to live in peace and quiet, and after taking a good look at Kim, he decides to kill him right there so that he never comes into his sight again. Seeing the hypocritical face of the summer spirit, Kim Khan didn't hesitate for long. He crouches down and activates his energy. With all his strength, he punches the summer spirit in the stomach, wanting peace and quiet. The summer spirit did not expect such a confrontation, but Kim Khan is not going to back down. Picking up his dagger, he swings. He stabs the summer spirit's pitiful body with a bloody stroke. The summer spirit's pupils constrict, and he realizes that this is revenge for everything he has done. Kim Khan looks at the bloody scene after stabbing his opponent with a dagger. Kim Khan's anger goes off the charts as he realizes that he is facing a villain who has taken more than 100 lives to awaken his power. With hatred in his eyes, he stabs his dagger into his opponent's body, saying that he will definitely send him to the next world. All this in order to never see this scoundrel again, and to prevent new irreparable actions. Addressing his opponent, who was lying there bleeding, he calls him not by his nickname, but by his first name, Suka. Kim Khan stands over the unarmed and inactive body of his opponent, recalling that before the summer spirit wanted to kill him, he did something strange. At that moment, the summer spirit called out his name, introducing himself as Suha and saying, "Good luck." Kim Khan, standing in front of this scoundrel, realizes that for 450 days, the summer spirit has been a real scoundrel. All this time, he had been pretending to be a knight of honor, engaging in sacred duels, but in reality he was just a murderer. When he stood on the pedestal, destroying his enemies ruthlessly and in cold blood, he had no right to do so. By killing innocent people, he created the image of a noble hero. But he was the most despicable guy in the whole world. All of this haunted Kim Khan, and he went through endless suffering for this. Suddenly, he heard heavy breathing behind him. Turning around, he saw the silhouettes of red wolves. There were not 2 of them, but a whole pack, hungry and ready to hunt. Instead of fighting them, the guy decided to let his opponent be torn apart, because he no longer needed him. The wolves could have him. He didn't even turn around when a pack of wolves pounced on the summer spirit, who was already unconscious. Kim Khan continued walking on the 6th floor of the Tower of Babel and saw a strange hump on the ground ahead. Coming closer, he began to dig in the place, uncovering it. In the overgrown hump, he found a backpack and several bottles of water that he had hidden there beforehand. He took off his bloody sweatshirt so as not to leave any traces and hid it in the stash, closing it on the same floor. After completing this action, Kim Khan felt relieved as he prepared for the next steps in his plan. After dressing like a normal person, Kim Khan realized that he needed to go back. After preparing himself, he decided to move to the 1st floor of the tower. The system of the Tower of Babel moved him to the city on the ground floor, where he could get out without hindrance. As he was passing through the city, he saw a soldier in chainmail. Feeling that the soldier could stop him, the boy walked cautiously, fearing this. But the vigilante soldier paid no attention to him and yawned, tired from lack of sleep. There was not a single person on the streets, and it was just beginning to dawn. Kim Khan did not realize that it was really the end. After he put an end to his opponent, no one even knew it had happened. The news reports said that the mop-up operation on the 10th floor of the Tower of Babel had failed. Kim Khan was sitting in one of the bars drinking beer, and the main channel reported that he was ranked 1st in the rankings. The Holy Sword was criticizing this achievement louder and louder. The guy drank happily, realizing that the terrible legend of the summer spirit had completely disappeared from this world. All he wanted was to drink to his victory. The bartender, noticing that Kim Khan was drinking a lot, assumed that his hunt was at the highest level. The guy didn't hide his emotions, because everything was going very well. Having a good time at the bar, he completely forgot about his skills. At this point, he decided to open the hunter skill window by waving his hand and drinking another beer. He looks at his status, his skills, and his wounds. He realizes that he doesn't even need an appetizer, because one look at these skills satiates him to the core. But when he looks closer, he realizes that he has no fighting skills. Realizing that this is where human insatiability lies. He settles on the idea that if he wants more, he will become a thief. But his thoughts light up when he imagines what he can achieve with the skills he already has. He could, for example, win the lottery held by the Merchants Association Guild and become rich in this world. Or he can sell for money the plans for future high floors that have never been explored. Sitting in the bar, the guy is happy that his life has blossomed with completely different colors, and wonders what he can do in the future. As Kim Khan was thinking, someone suddenly walked into the bar. It was a man in a suit who looked quite confident. He asked the bartender to add vodka and some sugar to the milk. If they had honey, it would be better to add honey instead of sugar. Without hesitation, the man made this request to the first person he saw in the bar, and promised to pay as much as it would be enough. Kim Khan was drinking beer at the time, and noticed the man. Even though he was not interested in him, Kim Khan noticed that rumors were starting to circulate around. When this man came in, everyone in the bar started talking about him. He was a famous person, and everyone asked why he was here. The man put his staff next to him, sat down at the table, and took off his hat, waiting for his order. It was rumored that he had come to this establishment to raise the morale of the hunters in such a difficult time. This man appeared on the TV screen in the bar, giving an interview. Kim Khan realized that this was no ordinary person, but a legendary hero. He was the Holy Sword, the man of legend. But why is he here, and what is he doing in this bar? The real name of the Holy Sword is Marcus Cullenberry, and in the future he will disappear for a very long time. In 11 years, all the news will forget about him. He was the only #1 in the tower until the summer spirit of Suha became famous. In this paradigm, Marcus became the best of the Tower of Babel warriors. While drinking beer, Kim Khan wondered if this old man had S-level skills, and if he had the same skills as Kim. Suddenly, he remembered the description of his skill. For a moment, he almost choked on his beer, because his skill can copy any skill of any hunter who kills him. Even the current #1 might have super skills that no one knows about. In any case, now he won't die for nothing, because he will always return to 24 hours ago. Kim Khan looks at his phone and asks himself if he should take the risk. On a forum, he sees a discussion about this man. Some people wrote that Marcus was a descendant of a respected and wealthy family from Northern Europe. There were rumors about his skills, because no one knew what kind of abilities he had. But one way or another, many heard that he had no regrets, gave up everything for wealth and moved to the tower. His strangest habit was to talk to himself, and everyone was talking about it. After analyzing all the information, Kim Khan realizes that this man is a real mystery about whom there is no accurate information at all. It would be much easier if he were a nobleman, at least half as much of an attention seeker as the summer spirit. And suddenly this man starts muttering to himself, shouting, "Shut up! Don't mutter so loud!" The man noticed that the rumors about him talking to himself were true, and suddenly he was even afraid of it. Holy Sword continued to talk to himself as if someone was sitting in front of him. Looking at the phone again, Kim Khan was convinced that the rumors about the Holy Sword talking to itself were true. All the first places in the ranking must have some kind of strangeness. While searching for information, he came across a very important piece of advice. There are topics that should never be touched upon when talking to the Holy Sword. It was a 100% real story that happened in front of eyewitnesses. If you want not to die, you should never say it in front of the Holy Sword. The story goes that when the hunters approached the Holy Sword, they emphasized that he needed to follow the rules and not cross the line of their agreements because they controlled these lands. A scandal broke out between several high-ranking players on the 9th floor and the Holy Sword, who ignored these rules, considering them to be complete nonsense. Then one of the hunters started laughing at him, deciding that the old man needed to change his hearing aid because the rules hadn't reached him because he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. At that moment, the hunter touched on a painful topic for the old man, saying that perhaps he had treated his grandchildren the same way, and they all died because of him. The holy sword could not resist, became enraged and killed the hunter with his sword. This happened unexpectedly, and everyone in the guild was seriously frightened. The author of this post was from a large guild, and asked people to decide for themselves whether to believe him or not, but he felt it necessary to let people know. Emphasizing his words on the forum, he said that in any case, if you don't want to die, don't mention your grandchildren to the holy sword. After analyzing the information at the forum once again, Kim Khan said to himself, "Under no circumstances should we talk about this." Of course, the guy decided to test the old jerk, even though he was the first rank in the Tower of Babel. The old man got angry while talking to his imaginary friend, saying that he had ruined his appetite. He threw a few gold coins on the table, telling his host that everything was quite tasty, and he was satisfied. Putting on his funny hat, the old man started to leave the bar, and the waiters kindly said goodbye to him. Everyone in the bar breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he was finally gone, because no one knew what to expect from the old man. He was quite full of nonsense, and mumbled to himself for a long time. Considering the alcohol he was drinking, it seemed that his brain was long drunk, and he could have done anything in the bar, even killed everyone. The guy, in order not to lose the moment, quickly paid for the drink and left the money, for which the waiter kindly thanked him. When he went outside, the bell on the door rang loudly. The guy was facing a night city in which he had to find number 1, who had gone somewhere. He didn't think long, but where could this old man have disappeared to so quickly? Following him, Kim Khan did not understand how the old man could have gone so far. As he continued his search, he finally came across the silhouette of the old man. In Babylon, Marcus was the only one who dressed in a stylish manner, which was very striking. He wondered what kind of skill he had, and his curiosity knew no bounds. He was getting closer and closer to him, since his summer spirit opponent had an S-level rebirth skill. What did the most successful Saint Sword Hunter from the last generation have? Perhaps it was a cool martial skill better than rebirth. Feeling the excitement in his blood, he realized that these skills could soon be his, if he was lucky this time. The boy had been following the old man all along. When the old man stepped away from the noisy streets, he stopped, realizing that he must be somewhere here. Surprised by this turn of events, Kim Khan, who had been following him, was delighted. The old man went into the bushes and said, "Young man, come out." For Kim Khan, these words were quite strange, because the old man stood in the bushes and immediately spotted him, knowing that there would be no witnesses in that place. The old man waited in silence for this young man who had been following him to come out of the shadows. When the boy came out from behind a tree, he addressed him with a request, because the old man was an example to him. But the old maniac's false smile frightened him. The old man said, "What kind of request can a person who has been following me all this time and wanted me to notice him have? What kind of a request could you have for a simple old man to follow me so terribly?" A chill ran through Kim Kung's body, because he realized that the old man had misunderstood him, and thought that he had deliberately made his presence known. Besides, the boy had no weapons except his fists, which he could only use to defend himself. The old man, without thinking twice, pulled his holy sword out of his pocket and stared at it as if he were about to attack. Although Kim Khan was just watching him, he didn't expect the old man to have incredible acting, as befits a true assassin. Everything was going well. But why? When the guy saw the old man's mood, he was seriously scared. He began to run away from him, encouraging himself that he didn't even have to mention his grandchildren to make the old man angry. Kim Khan said that he didn't really understand what the old man was saying, but the old man felt that he was a vile player, and was even now starting to pretend. However, the old wolf could not be fooled. Kim Kong plucks up the courage to ask the old man. He is sincerely curious to know how he is similar to a special class of assassin. After all, he is an ordinary guy who just walks down the street and does not attract much attention. The holy sword was seriously angry at his words. He struck his sword on the ground, the energy began to spread throughout the city, and he told the guy to shut up. The old man has various skills, and among them is a skill that allows you to find out how many murders your opponent has committed. Kim Khan, running this through his head, realized that no matter how many murders he committed, even according to justice, it still counts as murder. He knows what kind of monster the person he killed will grow up to be. For the people of this time, his excuses are groundless, and most likely, in the eyes of the Holy Sword, the number 1 hangs over his head. The young man tried to agree with the old man's words, confirming that the Holy Sword had misunderstood him, because there was a good reason for the murder he had committed. But the old man, taking off his hat in front of the moonlight, said that if the boy had not sworn before the heavens, the fact that he was making excuses for his actions would have been really disgusting. A demon like this guy, who decided the lives of a huge number of people, decided to swear on the Holy One. Even though the old man admits, drawing his sword, which glistened in the moonlight, that he has not lived a sinless life, he would never have committed such a massacre against the boy. Waving his hands away, Kim Khan did not understand what kind of massacre he was talking about. He had only killed one person in his entire life. But, pointing his holy sword in the boy's direction, the old man did not believe him, because it was simply impossible to lie without a drop of shame and regret in his position. Above his head, in the eyes of the old man, hung the number of 4,091 people who had been miserably killed, and he could see it clearly. Fear gripped the boy, and he was amazed at what the old man told him, because he had killed only once in his life. The number in which he killed himself to get to the past was exactly 4,090 times, and all these deaths were counted as karma. The old man took off his hat and came closer and asked if the Black Dragon Witch had sent him. But the boy didn't answer him, because he realized that in the old man's eyes he looked like a rare maniac who had brutally killed an infinite number of people. The problem now is not copying the skill. Once he has a similar skill, the old man will not hesitate to destroy the young maniac. Even if he tries to escape, it still doesn't matter. The old man doesn't need any information from him at all. The old man will still try to kill him every time he comes across him. And when the boy started to run away from him, the old man rushed at him with a shiny sword, promising that he would do everything to kill this maniac every time, calling him a demon. The old man swung his sword and the blow almost hit Kim in. Miraculously, the boy managed to dodge the blow of the holy sword. Even though it was an accident, the old man was only convinced that the boy was a particularly dangerous high-level assassin. However, Kim In-yi realized that the reason for his dodging was a stone that he had accidentally hit while falling. He fell to the ground and managed to survive the powerful old man's attack. Lying on the ground, he did not raise his head. Even if he was lucky once, he was unlikely to be lucky again. The old man raised his blade, which gleamed in the moonlight, as the boy prepared for death and closed his eyes, waiting for the stroke. The second personality of the old man, with whom he constantly talks, ordered to capture and interrogate the demon, leaving him alive, which made the old man stop. Holding his sword, the old man stopped and began to think aloud, saying that each time he was prevented from completing the task. The boy noticed that the old man's dialogue is quite complex for a mental disorder. Perhaps it is some kind of super skill. The guy wonders if the old man has telepathy by chance. In his previous life, he had heard a lot about the existence of this type of skill, and if the old man really has this skill, he can share information with other people. If he tells them about a killer who has killed a huge number of people, the hunting department will put the guy on the wanted list. He will become a target of high-level guilds, who will be drawn to him from all sides like wolves for meat. This will end in disaster for him, and he will be publicly executed on the ground floor square. Realizing this, the guy does not want to let this happen. He realizes that he must die immediately and go back 24 hours. The boy gets up while the old man is talking to himself. With an indifferent look, the boy looks directly into the old man's eyes and says the forbidden phrase, "Could you say hello to my grandchildren?" The boy bowed his head and continued to hit the old man's sore spot. You come from a noble family in Northern Europe, and the higher the family's position, the more it attracts bandits. And there is so much chaotic bad news in the news. And since they are your blood relatives, blood and flesh of the Holy Sword, your grandchildren are certainly wonderful. The old man's thoughts focused on only one thing. Without even thinking, he swung his blade toward the boy. Kim Kung's head suddenly maneuvered in midair, and he didn't even realize how it happened so quickly. He was already looking at the moon upside down. A second later, he sees his body standing without his head. Everything has fallen into place. He realizes what has happened. He didn't even notice the beautiful blow. In this second realization, he realizes that this is really a strong skill that has no equal. The guy also wants to reach this level, and in that moment he realizes that he envies this master. When his back is turned to him, Kim Khan looks at his figure and also wants to have such a strong punch. A second later, his life cycle ends, and the system informs him that he has died. Looking at the skill map, the guy notices that it is starting to be created. The excitement of having the #1 skill from the 2 eras available in his body, and the anticipation of seeing the golden card appear in front of him, are overwhelming. He hopes that this time he will be as lucky as he was with the rotten spirit. But the wait was long enough, and the guy does not see the golden card in front of him. Looking at the chaotic vortex in front of him, he sees only ordinary cards. He is frustrated by the fact that the system seems to be laughing at him, and there is no golden card. The system wants to tell him that his opponent, Karls Kellenberg, who according to legend was the best hunter before the arrival of the summer spirit, reached the top on his own without a single S-class skill. He cannot believe in such a miracle, and he falls to his knees in despair. After analyzing everything, he realizes that among the silver cards, there must be a martial skill. One way or another, he notices 3 meaningless cards. A closer look reveals 4 more silver-level cards. He decides to go up and, without choosing the color of shit in any case, choose the best silver card. The probability is 1 in 4 that he will get a good skill. Among these silver skills is one that shows the number of kills. He doesn't really need this information, and he doesn't really want to get this skill, but a choice is a choice. He reaches forward to select this card. After grabbing one of these cards, he asks for only one thing: to get at least 1 holy sword combat skill. The system soon informs him that the skill has been selected and successfully copied. Soon after, he is sent back 24 hours. When he wakes up in his physical body, he feels confused. Not yet accustomed to it, he already has his hand, remembering the skill he chose. Immediately, he opens the hunter skill window to see what is actually available in his skills. Looking at the materialized window, he reassures himself that it is a level A skill. And as he thought, it is definitely not a kill-counting skill. Relieved, he falls back onto his bed, realizing that even though it is a passive skill, it is not stupid. He hopes that in the future he will get at least 1 active skill, such as a rare martial art or awakening. In any case, he consoles himself that A level isn't that bad, and he's obviously gotten his fill of S level skills. When he looked up the skill in more detail, he saw the name Sword Constellation. From the name, it was difficult to understand what it was. As he lay there, he smiled at the skill, but wondered why the room was so noisy. When he looked around, he noticed something that shook him to the core. There was a poltergeist in front of him, telling him that if he was going to practice, he should be quiet. The poltergeist said that he had asked him so many times not to disturb his sleep. Kim Khan was shocked by the appearance of the intruder in his bed. The red-haired, pumped-up spirit began to talk to him. Kim In, seeing the unknown guest on his bed, asks who he is. In turn, this ghost asks a counter-question: why this boy sees him. He is most impressed by the fact that he can hear him. Kim In assures him that it is not clear from their conversation. Suddenly, the ghost crouched over the boy, and it seemed to him that this was quite strange and could not be possible. The ghost begins to complain about why it is so cramped in this doghouse, and mentions Marcus. Kim In understands and asks if he means Marcus Cullenberry, the Holy Sword. The ghost, leaning against the window of the boy's room, says that calling him the Holy Sword is too much for an amateur. The boy realizes that if he is talking about the old master, it is definitely Marcus. He was worried that the Holy Sword had disappeared somewhere, and the ghost wanted to get to him as soon as possible. But there was only darkness outside, and the ghost could not see anything further than his own palm. Kim In opens his properties and sees the effect description. His A+ skill, Constellation of Sword, comes from another world. This man cleared the tower of another world up to the 99th floor, but was defeated on the 100th floor. He became a rear guard, never fulfilling his wish. Physically, he cannot enter this world, but he can appear in the owner's creation and call upon his experience and unique skills. The main property is that no one but the owner can perceive the spirit. This skill was copied from Marcus. The guy was surprised that this ghost came from another world. He asks the spirit if it was the spirit of the Holy Sword's rear, and it answers in the affirmative. Realizing this, the boy apologizes to the spirit, saying that he copied it from Marcus. At this point, the spirit opens its mouth wide, shocked by this information. The spirit realized that he would never be able to return to his grandfather again. He began to cry and whine, making excuses that if the boy can copy this skill, then what is he supposed to do in this world? And how can it be undone? Kim In shouts back that he can't undo it because he has no control over it. The spirit bursts into tears of bitterness, realizing that even though Marcus was a bad student, the boy was not skilled at all, and tells the spirit to stop crying or his heart will burst. The spirit's complaints knew no bounds. He repeated that it was a disaster, and it was Marcus's fault because he did not appreciate his teacher. He had told him many times that teachers should be appreciated. After listening to this boring story, Kim In suggested that the spirit live quietly and peacefully. The spirit responded that he was already dead, and why should he live? Kim In replied that he should die quietly and peacefully. The spirit pointed a finger at the guy, calling him a son of a bitch for cursing the unfortunate ghost and driving him to the other side for the second time. At this point, the boy starts to remember the old Marcus, who used to talk to this ghost all the time. At these moments, he tried to shut up this ghost and let it solve everything on its own. After analyzing this, the boy realizes that the spirit interfered in the old man's fights and conversations every time. The guy suddenly begins to whine in response to the spirit's whining, saying that in his position, he should have spent his life hiding with a holy sword, and of all his skills, this was the one he had to use. But the spirit, hearing this, asks why he has to hide from his grandfather, because there are no better hunters in the world than this nobleman. Wagging his finger, the spirit says that this is true only if it is not about grandchildren. The young gentleman immediately understood. Among the skills of the holy sword is a skill that shows the number of kills. The spirit knows this and says that this skill is useless because it only tells you whether your opponent has killed or not. At this point, the guy points to himself with his finger above his head and says, 4091. The spirit was confused by this information, wondering how this young man could have reached such a number in his statistics. At first, the spirit did not believe the young man, asking if he was crazy, since he was a newcomer. After examining him, the spirit says that apparently he doesn't even feel aura. How can such a cadre achieve such a kill rate? After revealing all his cards to the spirit, the guy says that he hasn't killed that many people. In fact, he killed only one person who will become a thief in the future. And this number is the number of times he killed himself and was reborn to kill a person from the future in 11 years. Holding out his hand, he continues to explain to the spirit that he has the ability to copy one of the skills by killing his opponent. When he killed him, he copied his rebirth skill. That's why, even if he dies, he comes back a day later. Thus, his body became immortal, and all that drove the guy when he returned to the future was the desire to take revenge on this villain, who was number 1 in the rank of his world. In addition, he had the skill of rebirth, and he couldn't kill him because he went to a time when he hadn't yet acquired this skill. This information sounded interesting enough for the spirit. To find out if it was true, he asks the boy if he really went back in time to take revenge on one person. Looking at the boy, the spirit repeats, "Did you yourself die so many times to go back 11 years? There was an incomprehensible pause between them. The spirit looked at the boy with curiosity. He asked him his name, and the boy replied that his name was Kim In. Pointing his finger at him, the spirit asked why he chose that particular old man, because he only had to take revenge on one guy he didn't like. And the first thing he did was to copy his grandfather's skill. The boy said that he was the best hunter of his generation, and it was best to collect the skills of strong people to become stronger much faster. The spirit noticed that the boy had answered his question honestly, and everything fell into place. Realizing that if you look at the skill map, it says that no one but him and the boy will be able to notice it, so no one else will know about this information. It's completely safe, the spirit tells the boy. Is it? The boy, scratching his neck, confirms this information. The spirit sits down in a lotus position, flies up to the boy, and gestures with his hand for him to get up. He begins to analyze the boy and says that he is straightforward, and his physical condition is not so bad. He also has a desire for self-improvement. The spirit analyzed the information and thought about the capabilities of this specialist. Abruptly turning, the spirit looked Kim In the eye and, addressing him by name, told him to show him how to catch monsters. They went to a dark forest where different kinds of monsters were found. Kim In asked the spirit if catching a few monsters would be enough to determine his level. To demonstrate his skills, he pulled out his dagger and attacked one of the slimes. After breaking it into pieces, he thought he had defeated the monster, but the red liquid rose up and spun in a vortex. It attacked Kim In with its entire mass, filling the space around him with red liquid. He was bubbling and swimming in it like in a big pool, but it didn't last long. He took his knife and cut the liquid. Splashes of red substance flew in all directions, and the boy confidently repelled the slime's attack. The spirit was watching closely to assess his abilities as he expected. And as he had predicted, everything was exactly as it should be. Kim In asked him what exactly he meant. The spirit began by telling him that in the past he was called the King of the Sword, and he came from another world. There, like in this place, a tower appeared, and he climbed the floors faster than any of his countrymen. There was a legend that the summer spirit broke through to the 40th floor, and the map said the 99th floor, and it was really incredible. Realizing this, Kim In never stopped marveling at this spirit. The spirit went on to say that things like this immediately catch the eye of experienced people like him. He potentially saw Kim In's great prospects as a hunter, and because of this, he said he wanted to see how he hunted. The boy smiled and realized that it was not all in vain. He told the spirit that he had no potential, but the spirit completely disagreed, saying that this was nonsense and that Kim In did have potential. The spirit continued that the boy has such potential that cannot be compared to others. Kim In reacted to these words as a joke, because he did not believe that he had any potential. The spirit explained that he had no talent for martial arts. His movements were clumsy. His body was not adapted for combat, and he could only dream of awakening his aura. But the guy has another talent that only he has: a complete lack of fear of death. Usually, people in combat dodge at least a little bit. Kim In, surprisingly, went straight to the end. The spirit believes that if he died so many times, he completely lost his fear of death. He was surprised that this was also a talent. The spirit told him that not all talents have to be innate. Any talent can be found in the course of life. But the greatest fear in this world is the fear of death, and it is very difficult to overcome it. After pointing his finger at the boy again, the spirit said that it was simply incredible, and he had never seen such a person in his entire life. Kim In felt that these words were very important to him, because he had never believed in himself. He was so offended that the summer spirit had treated him like an ant. He was hurt because he had not thought about the past or the future, and he had died more than 4,000 times. Looking at his superpowers, Kim In realizes that dying is now his talent. The spirit continued, asking him one more question. He said that he was killed by his grandfather Marcus, but what was he thinking at the time? Kim In recalled the moment of his death, and replied that he saw only beauty in that moment. Hearing this, the spirit began to laugh out loud. It laughed throughout the forest, just not stopping. This was extremely interesting for the spirit, and it became very interested in this guy. The spirit noticed that Kim In had said that his main ability was copying skills, not stealing. If that's the case, then his grandfather has another skill in the form of a rear guard. The spirit was very curious about who would be more successful in hunting, him or his grandfather. Since he is a home front spirit, he promised to help Kim In, and the first thing he would do is train him so that he would be as good as the Holy Sword, and maybe even become stronger than his grandfather. The first suggestion from the spirit that raised the boy's morale was, "Let's capture the tower together." The next morning, our heroes wake up to the spirit's loud scream, which wakes Kim In up from his bed. Kim In tries to refuse and asks for 5 more minutes, but the spirit does not pay attention. The spirit argues that Marcus may already be conquering the 10th floor, and Kim In still wants 5 minutes of rest. Undeterred, the spirit decides to sing a song from his homeland that was so powerful that it once made 33 soldiers explode in a row. Kim In was confused, realizing that the spirit was completely out of touch with the times. The spirit did not care about time. It just wanted to act. Kim In angrily picked up his phone and showed it was 4 in the morning. The spirit stopped, but said that even insects wake up at 4 in the morning, so Kim In should get up even earlier. Kim In realized that the spirit was waking him up because he was bored. He also realized why the Holy Sword always woke up at 4 in the morning to train, because of the noisy spirit. The spirit angrily confirmed that he was indeed waking Kim Il up because he was bored, and insisted that getting up early was beneficial, forcing Kim Il to worship him, which made the boy very angry. The spirit reminds him that there is no point in worrying about death because he has already died more than once, so he doesn't care. The spirit sarcastically adds that Kim In cannot die, calling him Kim Zombie. The guy turned pale at these words. With no other choice, Kim In gathers his strength and goes out in the morning to start training. The spirit continues to call him Kim Zombie, and emphasizes that the boy has no strengths, so he will teach him from the bottom, at the level of the bottom. 3 days have passed since Kim In copied the new skill from the Holy Sword, and during this time he tried to avoid meeting him. Kim In constantly practiced with the spirit, who woke him up at 4 in the morning and called his talent abyssal, even envying him. After some time, the spirit created a training schedule for the boy that he personally made. The spirit also told Kim In about the knowledge he was supposed to acquire, but it required money, which he did not have. The spirit suggested that the boy win a game of chance, calling him a zombie again. In the world, there is a guild called the Merchants Association, headed by a 3rd-ranked hunter known as the Countess. The Countess has a skill that allows her to exchange items from the tower with the outside world, monopolizing the economy inside the tower. When Kim In came to this guild, he was greeted by a waiter who offered his help. This was the only place in Babylon where lotteries were held, and it was the responsibility of the Merchants Association. The guy was walking with the idea that he was about to receive a prize for his lottery ticket. The waiter who took the lucky tickets greeted him. Kim In wondered what was on the ticket, and the spirit started whispering in his ear, wondering why the guy was wearing a hat with cat ears. The spirit was surprised that the head of the Merchants Association worshipped cats, but it was strange to put such a hat on a man. He thought the governor was an eccentric. The waiter checked Kim In's ticket and asked if he had checked the number. because if 2 years had passed since the ticket was purchased, it was impossible to win. Kim In knew that he bought the ticket right after the spirit appeared, and everything was fine. He explained to the spirit that it was forcing him to play the lottery endlessly to earn some capital. The waiter checked the ticket and said he would proceed to verify the personal data. When the waiter opened the ticket and looked at the number, his eyes filled with shock. The waiter informs Kim In that his ticket won first place. It was a real lucky ticket from the Merchants Association, and the winning amount was so large that it could impress anyone. The guy stood still, believing in his abilities, and people around him began to envy him. The spirit joked with him, saying that it is so easy to win money, isn't it? The waiter was so impressed by the big win that he didn't want to take on such responsibility. He asked Kim In to wait until he invited a specialist to check it out. The guy felt confident and agreed to wait, but the spirit warned him that at this rate, he might get robbed in a dark alley. Kim In recalls that in the future, the elderly spirit also won the lottery thanks to this skill, and by his example, the boy realized that if you hide something, you definitely won't win. At that moment, a special person approaches Kim In to explain the process of winning. The guy decided that he shouldn't be afraid, because if the winner is killed, the reputation of the Merchants Association will suffer. A man in a funny hat enters the room and thanks Kim In for waiting. He introduces himself as Arthur Taylor, the man in charge of gold. Arthur Taylor asks the boy to call him the Gold Watcher. The boy also introduces himself, but he already knows his name well. Arthur smiles and invites the boy to come up to the top floor. The boy catches himself thinking that hunters of his rank are usually not allowed to go to the top floor. Today is a special case, because he is a client for 50,000 gold. The spirit notices how happy the boy is to be treated with respect, and notes that his life has been pretty bad up until now. Kim In asks his intrusive spirit friend to shut up, but the spirit doesn't stop, saying that he shouldn't be so simple, and suggests that he should follow his example. The spirit believes that they exist so that the people of the world will respect them. But Kim In notices that the elderly spirit and the sword lord are all great psychopaths, and he will never follow their example. Taylor, climbing the stairs, notices Kim In's serious face and asks if he is okay. Kim In regains consciousness and says that he hadn't even thought about it. Taylor's pale face confuses him, and he thinks that he may have accidentally offended him with something. At this point, Kim In almost burst into tears from being so attentive to him, and the spirit looked at him indifferently, realizing how easy it is to hurt him. The man leads him into the hall. The doors have not yet opened, but he informs him that the cash prize for first place will belong to Kim In. The light from the gold begins to blind Kim In's eyes. When the door is fully opened, he sees 53,000 gold coins, which Taylor solemnly demonstrates. If we convert this amount into the currency of Kim Jong-un's home country, it is 6 million won. Seeing this money, the young man realized that with this amount, he could achieve a lot. He wondered whether to take it all at once, or leave it in the safe of the Merchants Association. He could live on this money for the rest of his life without worrying about anything, and if that was his goal, it could be realized now. But there was one but. The guy decided to conquer the tower and reach the top as a hunter, and money was just a means to an end. He had already recognized a more fascinating luster than gold coins. It was the luster of his skill level. The guy decides to leave the money in the safe. The man responds that this is indeed a wise choice, and he always recommends it to winners. To encourage the guy, Taylor warns that there are many bad people in the world. Of course, there is a thrill to take all the money, but it is a huge risk. The boy reaches out to Taylor, taking the coin, and says that he wants to buy a place as an honorary member of the Guild of the Merchants Association. Since the purchase of an honorary position of the second level costs 10,000 gold, he will pay immediately. Taylor was surprised that the guy was not a member of the guild. The guy confirmed this information to him, explaining that he was not a member. The spirit smiled when he heard this offer and appreciated the boy's intelligence better than he expected. The guild is not just a friendly gathering of hunters, but the main reason why hunters become members. It's a projection on behalf of the guild, and it's a really good solution. The guy understood it well. The guy realizes that he can't cope in this place on his own. If he wants to go further, he needs to improve his reputation, even though there is a department of guards and vigilantes in the city. But otherwise, this city is lawless, and it's very easy to understand, given how easily he was killed by the Summer Spirit and the Holy Sword. The Summer Spirit had never been a member of any guild and enjoyed his own superiority. He won the lottery twice, but never paid taxes for protection. Such an influential man became a great threat to all the guilds, which caused envy. The guilds tried to poison him. The guy is not going to repeat the mistakes that were made. The guy had one more request to the representative of the Merchants Guild. Now he lives in a cheap one-room apartment, and he will give the money to the guild. He would like to be recommended a place in the Traders Association where he could stay temporarily. And if journalists come to ask about the winner, Kimin asked not to name him, but to say that he is an honorary member of the Merchants Association. Taylor, analyzing this information, realizes that everything is quite confusing. Taylor had no chance of refusing the guy because he would fulfill his every whim because he was paying. At that moment, the spirit noticed Taylor's nose wrinkling. The guy was smiling happily as he saw Taylor's reaction to his words. Even though his task was obvious and simple, which Taylor did not like, the boy said that their time was very hectic and he needed to prepare. Taylor completely agreed with his opinion, and the spirit that had previously called the boy a simpleton was now taking back his words. Putting a hand on the boy's shoulder with his invisible hand, the spirit supported him and joked that he had done a good job, and now he didn't have to change diapers. Looking at the boy, the spirit realized that if he could not speak, he would not be such a worldly bastard. It was obvious that he was in a good mood after everything that had happened. This was understandable, since now everything was starting from scratch, and for this he had to die 4,000 times and go back 4,000 days. The special privileges of rebirth that he cannot enjoy, and so much of his revenge on the elderly spirit, and there was no time to use it. Kimin walks down the street feeling rich. The spirit had been calling him a zombie all along, emphasizing that the main thing was additional knowledge, which had to be paid for. The spirit emphasized that now that Kimin had secured the tuition fees, he could not stop. The boy replied that maybe he needed to find a good teacher for additional classes. The spirit said that the teacher was right in front of Kimin's nose, himself. The spirit needs a miraculous potion from the boy that will enhance his physical abilities, or something like scrolls that contain the basics of martial arts. However, at the boy's current level, even simplified scrolls will not help. He simply will not understand anything. The only thing left was a miracle potion of very high quality. The boy asked how high quality the potion should be. The spirit thought for a minute before answering. He remembered that the Castle of Alchemy is located in the Guild of Doctors and Pharmacists, and there is sure to be a miraculous potion from the best master. He had one place in mind. The spirit waved his finger for Kimin to come closer and whispered an approximate price in his ear. When Kimin heard the number, he was so shocked that he opened his mouth. The spirit decided to make Kimin go to the store, but the boy tried to stop him with all his might. He argued that if he gave that amount of money, he would only have enough money for 4 bottles of potion. The spirit said that if Kimin got a discount for buying in bulk, he could buy 5 bottles. He told Kimin to close his mouth and follow him. Kimin could not keep up with the spirit and asked him to walk more slowly. He was afraid that he might get into trouble because of his haste, but suddenly the spirit stopped abruptly. Kimin crashed into a wooden structure. He asked the spirit why it stopped so abruptly. The spirit replied that Kimin had to hide. The spirit remembered that he had not told Kimin that Grandpa Marcus, the Holy Sword, was a regular customer at the store. If Grandpa Marcus finds Kimin here, he will be in trouble because Marcus often visits the store. Today he goes to the store again, and the boy is seriously scared. Kimin asked the spirit how he could have forgotten such an important detail. The spirit apologized, but the guy was very angry, asking him to always warn him about Marcus in advance. The spirit assured Kimin that they would find a way around Marcus if he showed up. The Holy Sword was walking down the street and suddenly stopped. He felt Kimin's presence and turned in the direction where the boy was hiding. Kimin tried not to breathe so as not to attract the attention of the Holy Sword. He realized that if he was found, he would be in a lot of trouble. But the Holy Sword did not pay attention to the place and went on about his business. Kimin was relieved that he was not caught. He found it ironic that he was hiding behind a trash can. But the spirit had bad news for him. If Marcus was here today, it meant that Marcus had also come to buy the miracle potion. The spirit saw the danger and decided to warn Kimin, making him run as fast as he could. The spirit looked around the corner and saw an unpleasant scene. Old man Marcus was just entering the guild, and Kimin and the spirit were a second late. Marcus had gone to the best shop in the neighborhood, and it was too risky for Kimin to go there with the Holy Sword. Kimin had another plan. He logged onto a search engine and decided to Google the current rank of hunters. While searching for the right person, he found one guy who fit his plan. The spirit was even worried about Kimin, seeing how maniacally he was looking at his phone. Kimin decided that it would work and took action. With his hands in his pockets, he decided that maybe the miracle potion would be free for him today. He could buy the best potions for a small amount of money. He got information about one of the incredibly good pharmacists and went to the brothel in the middle of nowhere. The spirit followed him and warned him that they were going the wrong way because there were some pretty strange types in the backwoods who looked like homeless people. and could do a lot of damage. Looking around, the spirit doubted that a talented pharmacist was definitely living here. Kimin was sure that they were going to see a real genius. The spirit asked if the boy was late, because this place was not suitable for real geniuses. But Kimin believed in his path and said that the spirit could believe or not. Some people were following Kimin, hoping to make a profit. They planned to rob him because they thought he was crazy or a runaway. As they passed by, they had no idea how much money was in Kimin's pockets. The guy walked so confidently down the road that they were amazed at his confidence. Soon they arrived at the address and saw the following picture. A man was yelling at the girl, demanding money, even though only 6 months had passed. A bunch of inhumane people wanted to take all the inventory from this green-haired girl, who begged for at least a week. She tried to stop the cart that the drugged man, who looked like a gangster, wanted to take away, calling her a sick alchemist and forcing her to get out of the way. The girl could not hold on to the cart and fell to the ground. The bandit rudely tells the girl to stop making potions because she looks miserable. The girl watches as her equipment, which would help her make potions, is taken away. People in the dense community were constantly talking about her shop, thinking that her potions were too expensive, and this offended the girl because they underestimated her efforts. She could not accept that people underestimated her, emphasizing that there were no such potions at that price in all of Babylon, and they should thank her for selling in such a terrible neighborhood. But people thought she was crazy. People started to leave, considering the girl hopeless, and not buying even 1 bottle of the potion. She begged them to buy at least 1 bottle, but they all refused. A spirit who was with Kimin and watched this scene asked him if this was the genius he was talking about. In his opinion, the girl looked like a loser, but Kimin was confidently walking towards her. The girl was crying incessantly. She was in pain because of what had happened, but Kimin went to her. Sitting down next to her, he quietly addressed her, calling her boss. Kimin asks the girl if she is still selling. The girl looks at him in surprise, not expecting anyone to address her, and asks if he wants to place an order for an expensive potion. It turns out that she was not some kind of crazy person or a failure. In the future, she will become a master of alchemy, a pharmacist who will rise to the 5th place in the rank and become the head of the Alchemists Guild. The girl responds positively to his order and promises to fulfill it quickly. She wonders how expensive the potion is if he's asking for just that. Kimin says that he needs a potion worth 20,000 gold pieces. The girl is shocked by this huge amount, which she has never even heard before. This was Kimin's strategic plan. He wanted to establish connections with influential people who would become untouchable figures in the future and reach a higher rank. The amount of money makes the girl stutter. Kimin asks if she is okay and if she will accept his order, planning to become her favorite client. After the conversation, the girl invited Kim to her house. Although her place was not clean, she decided to let him in. She was a little ashamed of the mess, and the door fell off in front of the guy because it was held open with her word of honor. Walking through the ruins, the girl pointed to the box with her hand. Her lab was in a real mess. The boy was amazed by this chaos, and the spirit kept joking with him, wondering where he had ended up. The unsanitary conditions caused the spirit to make sarcastic remarks. He asked if the guy really wanted to drink this girl's tincture, while Kim tried to move forward through the rubble. When the girl finally reached her workplace, she sat down at her desk, lit a candle, and asked if he was really willing to pay her 20,000 gold. Putting his hand on her desk, Kim confidently said that he could pay up front if she didn't believe him. The girl was surprised by this offer. She trusted him completely and asked if he could pay her in advance right away. The guy, looking at her deplorable condition, realized that she was forced to go against her principles. He decided to allow her to use the money from the isolated safe for as long as she needed, alerting the Merchants Guild. The shocked girl promised that she would try to manage 20,000 as she realized that the guy's money was not unlimited. The girl's mood improved. She took her notebook, waiting for the boy's answer to the question of what kind of potion he needed. Because of her principles, she warned the boy that if he wanted to order drugs, she would refuse him. She explained that this was the only thing she would never do, even if the guy offered such a huge amount of money. Despite the fact that the shop had just closed and the girl looked like a commoner, she was a specialist who would become a master of alchemy. The guy assured her that it was in no way drugs, and she was relieved. Thank God. What exactly are you interested in? The spirit, observing the boy, thought that she did not look like an expert, but shared the recipe anyway. The boy was an intermediary between the spirit and the girl. The spirit told him to listen carefully because it would speak only once. The boy began to repeat after the spirit. The potion required the liver of a rabbit or pig, the eyes of a cat, a balloon, the scales of a giant sandworm, the tail of a dirty lizard, and 23 other ingredients. All these ingredients were necessary to make the potion. The process relied entirely on the alchemist. After the boy said the recipe, the girl thought about it. She understood the recipe and said that it would maximize the speed of the reactions. It requires an incredibly high level of skill to prepare. All the ingredients need to be infused together, without purifying them separately. The spirits were amazed by what the girl was saying because everything was correct. They watched her actions in amazement. The girl was glad that they recognized her skill, and she knew that she could prove her professionalism. She explained that each piece of giant worm has a little poison in it, which can be neutralized in several ways. This requires rabbit or pig liver, depending on the method. The effect is very different if refining is used in the process. The guy was impressed with her knowledge, recognizing her as a true expert. Impressed, he asked how many days it would take to prepare the potion. The girl confidently replied that it would take 4 days. If she had enough money, she could give him the potion within 3 days, or maybe even faster if she bought new equipment. She began to count on her fingers what she needed. The guy realized that finding such a valuable specialist was a rarity. There is a huge queue at the Pharmacists' Guild, and people stand in it for 6 months, not even letting people go in front of them. And here, in 4 days, they would make him such a priceless potion. He was happy, because for him 4 days is nothing. On the way home, the spirit assured him that he did not trust the girl to the end. It's easy to talk, but in practice it's more difficult, and she might turn out to be a charlatan, throwing money away. But the guy told the spirit to shut up and asked how he knew the recipe. The spirit made it clear that it was his own combination that he had created. He had experimented with various toxic substances and mixed them himself. The guy smiled and told the spirit that the girl had complimented him by calling the recipe high level. She immediately recognized the true value of the recipe. As luck would have it, in 10 years, she would become the chief chemistry specialist in the castle. The spirit was amazed to hear this. He crossed his arms, turned away from the boy, and said that we'll see, that she would just clean up the money and run away. Soon the girl appeared with boxes in her hands, saying that she had prepared the potion faster than expected. She was able to do it in 4 days, although she had to go through many combinations, spending more time than she had planned. The guy was sitting in the Guild of Traitors and was amazed to see the girl, happy to see her, because everything went according to plan. 4 days. The girl gave the order to the guy. 30 bottles placed in 3 boxes. This volume should be enough for at least 30 days. These potions would be 15 times more effective than the ones from the store that the spirit had recommended. The boy wanted to demonstrate this to the spirit, but the spirit still did not recognize his rightness, even though the girl could not see the spirit, and the boy could communicate with it mentally. The girl, standing in front of the boy, hesitated a bit and, although she felt uncomfortable asking, she had no choice. She asked why he had given her such an expensive order when she was a nameless pharmacist, even if she was confident in her skills. She didn't know how to respond. With one glance at the prescription, she realized it was something only a few people in Babylon could do. But everyone still thought she was weird. The guy didn't want to tell her the truth, but he knew that this pharmacist in front of him was a rare genius, and that was the only reason. He recalls the moment when he was still alive and saw this girl in his work. She was the first to rush to the scene when a fire broke out in the city. She was actively involved in the life of the city and took an active public position in her position. When she saw an old spirit, she analyzed it through and through, showing extraordinary talent. Most importantly, she was very kind and insightful in her dealings with other people. He could not miss the opportunity to get closer to such a person at the very beginning of her career. All he answered to her question was that she seemed very kind. He helped her because she seemed like a very good person. He was sure that she would have achieved great success without his help. But since it happened, he extended his hand to her and offered to cooperate to achieve great success together. The guy was sorry that only complete psychopaths get to the top. He hoped that they would have a bright future together. These words made the girl stand still. He was so sincere at that moment that he was not sure he could say anything more honest. The girl immediately felt it and agreed. Realizing all the prospects, she shook his hand and said that first they would succeed, and then they would change the world. And so, they started their journey together, aiming not only at success, but also at making big changes in this world. If the guy needs anything, he can call her any time. She will always respond to his order with priority. The guy helped her with his hand as she was leaving and was very grateful to her. As he left, he smiled at her, letting her know that she could trust him. But soon the spirit began to laugh at him for saying the phrase, "good hunters like us." The guy almost fell through the ground with shame. The next day, we moved to the hunting unit on the 3rd floor, where the boys were actively training. Our hero was facing several orcs, who, in his opinion, would be somewhat problematic. What was the plan of action? The spirit trainer said that first he needed to drink a potion. He opened the thermos of potion and steam came out. Soon the boy greedily drank the potion to the very bottom. It tasted nothing special, like an energy drink with a hint of lemon and a little honey. But soon the effect was apparent. He began to feel an incredible sensation in his heart, as if a spark was igniting in it. What an incredible effect! His body seemed to be split and he felt boundless power. His gaze resembled a wolf's, and his body seemed to split, gaining maximum strength. The energy in his body was simply off scale, and his aura sparkled with new colors. The spirit, seeing the boy's reaction to the potion, asked him if he liked the effect, and if it was true that the alchemist was really a master of his craft. Since it was the first time the potion had worked, the spirit could not enjoy the way the boy looked. It was clear that he had not hurt him completely, feeling as if his head was going to explode and every hair could be counted. He could feel a drop of sweat running down his skin. All of this was the effect of the miraculous potion that enhanced his perception of reality. All this was manifested in his eyes, and he felt himself and the space around him in a new way. But what was it? He felt that the world he had seen before had changed. He felt like an energy entity, as if something was crawling through his heart. It was beating in a new rhythm, with new strength, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. And what about the aura at this moment? It seems to expand, to bifurcate, to manifest in the body of every hunter, as if the energy is vibrating around. But the hunter usually does not even feel it and lives as usual. Only the ease of controlling the aura determines the winner or the loser. The guy, hearing all this, grabs his head, because this feeling is completely new to him. He is amazed at the manifestation of such power, and this is an incredible power that can only be gained through meditation. It takes a lot of time for people to get this feeling, as the spirit notes. And suddenly the guy has no talent for this, he can only torment his body, and a huge orc approaches him from behind. The orc swings his cold weapon at the boy, and the spirit just shouts at him, "Run, zombie, run if you don't want to be made into a chop!" Kamin turned back to see what was happening. There was an evil orc behind him, running at him at high speed. The spirit told him to activate his aura if he wanted to survive. He needed to train in real combat. The guy turned pale from the danger before his eyes. He was a little angry with the spirit for putting him in this situation. The spirit heard what the boy said and decided to call him a loser, who couldn't even use his aura. He mocked the boy, calling him a loser who was only afraid and could only kill himself, which would increase the number of his deaths, and the spirit would chase him endlessly, right? The effect of the miraculous potion did not let us forget about it. Even during big action scenes, the orc in the boy's eyes moved as slowly as possible, so that the boy could control and dodge its blows. The spirit was constantly talking and controlling the boy in the use of potions. The first manifestation was that he saw the attack, but could not listen to his body. Since he was in his body, he could avoid the attack without giving up. With low-level mobs, attacks are predictable if he realizes it. Then all he had to do was concentrate his aura in his feet. But it sounded easy. But in reality, it was very difficult. It was hard for him to move, and he forced himself with all his might, at least to move a step to avoid being hit. Suddenly, the energy in his heart began to fill his body brightly. He felt a lightning charge from his heart to his feet, and finally started to move. He dodged the orc's powerful punch and escaped death. It was more difficult than he could ever have imagined. The spirit kept explaining that it was because his body did not have a normal channel through which the aura could move. Figuratively speaking, the body is now like a path in a wild forest. But if you make a normal road there, you can use the aura as you want. But you feel it now only because of a miraculous potion. Normally, this is impossible. And although the alchemist girl works in complete unsanitary conditions, her skills are excellent, and the potion turned out to be of extremely high quality. The spirit understands. After successfully dodging the orc's blows, this monster began to get as angry as possible and scream so that saliva flew out of his mouth. But the boy needed to understand how to control the power in his body. So he asked the spirit if he could turn the path into a road. Would he be able to control his strength? Holding his hand over his heart, he felt a hard aura. As unfortunate as it was, the spirit was right, and he tried to let the aura pass through him. The boy decided to confront the huge orc he was so afraid of, making a promise to himself. The overgrown path, which had not yet been trodden by man, was the perfect description of his situation. If he could overcome this, it's hard to imagine what the future holds. Seeing the boy trying to master the aura, the spirit began to smile. He reminded the boy of how Marcus had cut off his head, and he could not even move a finger. This was the level of the alley of the perfect master. The master showed the boy such a perfect stroke, although in the spirit's opinion, it was just a trifle. The old man had a long way to go, and the boy named Zombie had to work harder. These words embarrassed the boy to no end. But he didn't have time to think for long, because he had to dodge the orc's blows. Although his body was moving with difficulty, he managed to straighten his back. Standing in a stance, like a drop in water and the water scattering, his aura flew around. The spirit, seeing that the boy felt the aura a little bit, was even surprised. Getting down on one knee, the boy felt the power of energy, and the aura passed through his leg, which was quite creative. After getting used to the movements, the guy even forgot that he had drunk the potion. He abruptly pulled out his dagger. Using the aura in his legs, he leaps towards the orc with lightning speed. He swings the knife, and we see its reflection in the beast's eyes. With a swift movement, he stabs directly into the beast's chest, killing it. But at this moment, the spirit reminds him not to let his guard down, because the orc has very thick skin. To make the blow hard and pierce its skin, he needs to concentrate his aura on the tips of the blade, which will be very difficult. Under the supervision of the spirit, the boy began to do as he was told, directing all his aura to the tip of the blade. The orc was clearly uncomfortable with this. Although the strike did not last long enough, the strength of the aura increased with each passing second, and the knife began to cut into the orc's skin. The guy pushed with all his might, and the aura worked its magic. A few seconds later, he sent such a strong blow to the tip of the sword that it pierced the orc's green flesh, and green blood spurted out. Stained with green liquid, the boy saw that he had struck a successful blow against the monster. He did not stop poking the orc with his dagger to win the fight. After the orc was defeated, the boy stood there out of breath, and the spirit asked him if he was hurt. The boy was lying over the orc's body, which he had made immovable, and he could not move because he was in great pain. The spirit understood that the boy was in pain because he had used his aura recklessly, and his channel was not properly laid. His weakened body was on the verge of death. The boy had brought himself to such a state that he could kill one unfortunate orc. Looking at the spirit's mockery, he couldn't even speak, thinking to himself that he was a complete bastard. The spirit didn't stop analyzing the fight, because it liked the fact that at the end the guy concentrated his aura like a spring. He could have praised him as a hunter, because a hunter should always fight with his mind. But at that moment, the guy felt like he was in the fucking Matrix. He didn't want to hear anything else, lying on top of his opponent. The spirit was laughing gloatingly all this time, because it realized that the guy was in incredible pain. It was obvious that he was suffering as much as possible. The spirit always mocked him, saying that he would feel better if he died. The spirit never insisted on such training because Grandpa Marcus also drank a miracle potion, but he meditated and did not break his body. At these words, the boy rose from the orc's body in a frightening way. The spirit explained his harsh training methods by saying that if the boy died, he would still be resurrected. It's cool, he'll be fine. Despite the cruelty of the method, the boy would be able to do anything, and the spirit even envied him. But if he thought about it and committed suicide, the number of his deaths would still increase. The spirit suggested using a method that would not change the number of deaths. At this point, another orc approaches him from behind. The spirit assures him that since he has already felt how to use the aura once, 100 deaths will be enough at this rate. Smiling, he jokes that a journey of 1,000 li begins with the first step, and 100 deaths also begin with the first. At this point, the orc swings his huge mace over the guy, and the guy realizes that the first death begins. The system informs him that he is dead, and he finds himself in another space, feeling his head cracking. He sees a spirit that has also entered this space, and the guy is amazed that the spirit is also there. This is extremely exciting for him, because the spirit will now be reborn with him. The guy tells the spirit that he always goes to this space when he dies and calls it nothingness. He always hears that he has returned 24 hours ago with the holy sword. He also hears the system message that he is gaining skills, but this time he was surprised because the system offered him to choose the conditions of the skill. Currently, the system suggests choosing a random orc monster skill. This information is shocking to both Spirit and Kim, as it comes as a huge shock to them. Monsters also have skills. What is this skill? The system offers to choose a skill card, and the spirit shouts, "I want to have this power too." The spirit, seeing the guy's abilities in oblivion, asks the system who runs this tower and why it takes away incredible skills from hunters and gives divine skills to such an amateur. This picture just didn't fit in the spirit's head, and he held his head because it was destroying the culture of hunters. Meanwhile, the guy was waiting for the monster's skills to be shown. Since he didn't have a special purpose to choose or expect a super skill from a normal orc, he chooses any card, but the spirit stops him, and the card flies past his hand. His partner asks him why this particular card, but the guy doesn't care what he takes. However, the rear partner emphasizes that this is a great chance to choose something useful. But the guy doesn't know which skills are better or worse because he can't see them right away. All the cards are of the same dirty color, so luck plays an important role in choosing skills. The spirit asks, "How do you not know which skill is better?" But the guy grabs his head, because this amateur doesn't understand him at all. The color of the card is always the same, only one side is visible. How can he know which skill is better? At this point, the spirit notices that it can see these skills and knows which one is better. The boy freezes for a moment and holds his head, not believing that the spirit can see the other side. Standing next to him, the spirit emphasizes that he can see the other side of the card. Skill cards always move so that only the back is visible. If the boy moves his head, nothing changes, and he sees only the back. But the spirit can see what is written on these skills. The spirit of the rear can fly as he pleases, so he can see the opposite side of the cards. The guy can believe him or not, but it's really true. The guy realizes that it's a real jackpot to have such a rear partner with eagle eyesight, and he feels hopeful for success. The guy shouted so loudly that he embarrassed the spirit. The spirit decided to ask him why he was so upset, if he had gone crazy. The guy, in turn, asked him to quickly tell him about the skill. The spirit agreed and said that he would read it out only once, so he had to listen carefully. The guy held his breath. Card number 1. It says that nature gives only blood, but at the same time it gives hardships. In this cruel world, we maximize the fertility of orcs and defeated nature. 1 orc was caught and eaten. Don't worry, 9 more will take the place of 1 orc. The skill is called Patronage of Fertility, level F. But the consequences of this skill are that you will suffer from periods all year round. Card number 2. At the end of every sentence, you will say "chwick chwick," and you will be forever in the orc party. Level F, just the chick chick skill. The guy couldn't even believe his ears. This choice left him speechless. He stood there, unable to decide what to do next. If the spirit hadn't stopped him, he would have chosen the skill on his own, not knowing its consequences. The spirit explains that since Kinyin was born a man, he should follow the example of the orcs. Both of these skills suck, but if he has to choose, he'd rather go with chick chick. The guy is shocked by these skills and tries to comprehend what he has heard. And he realizes that in any case, the decision has been made, and no matter how you look at it, chick chick is better than fertility patronage. And as soon as the boy wanted to choose a skill, the spirit stopped him and suggested that he think again. But the boy had already solved this problem and asked the spirit if he agreed with him. But the spirit did not understand the meaning of agreement. Not listening to the spirit's arguments, the guy simply selected a card, and the system safely reported that the selection was complete, and the skill was copied. No matter how the spirit tried to stop him, the guy did not listen to it, and was completely absorbed in this skill, and it was impossible to stop him. After 24 hours, the guy started to return to the bed he was in, and the system reported his return. He was not penalized for the rebirth, and it was wonderful. Lying in the soft bed, the guy felt comfortable, just like the Merchants Association. The spirit materialized with the boy, and was shocked because he thought he would let him down, and who would choose the skill fertility patronage anyway? The boy said to the spirit, "Stop crying and let's go hunting." At that moment, he opened the skill window and saw the new skill, chick chick, which he had no problem with. But as they walked past the great Tower of Babel, the spirit spoke to him, saying, "I was thinking, you might as well practice the lotus position. Dying is painful too." And so he suggested that he meditate in order to learn the aura in 6 months. They moved to the 3rd floor of the hunting grounds to practice. The boy did not pay attention to the spirit's words, and it annoyed him completely. Picking up the miracle potion, he drinks it, and the taste is simply divine. The spirit keeps trying to stop him and suggests that he meditate, but the boy takes his sword and goes to train with the orcs. He addresses the Lord of the Sword, although he calls the boy Kim only when it suits him. All the time he calls him a zombie. Lately he has started calling him Kim In, and the boy friendly hints to the spirit to get rid of this bad habit. At this point, the boy, having drunk a potion with an active aura, rushes towards the orc. The orc, minding his own business, did not notice how he was attacked. Of course, the orc will not stand by and watch as he is attacked. He also wants to counterattack the boy and swings at him. But in the boy's eyes, all movements are slowed down. The boy stands there looking at the orc and realizes that the advantage is on his side. At the moment the orc attacks him, he activates the chick skill. The orc suddenly stops, thinking, and the boy realizes that he has established a connection with him. As soon as the orc was distracted by seeing the boy in a new light, our hero swung his sword. He dealt a serious blow with his aura to the stunned orc from the word chick. The guy focused his power in the sword so much that he slit the unfortunate orc's throat with one blow. The huge monster fell at his feet, completely unconscious. The boy realized that this was a cool skill, but the spirit stops him, calling him a lousy one, because he knew it. The spirit emphasizes that this is not a reason to be proud, because the boy deceived the good orc and does not think about their feelings at all. Now, because of these skills, innocent orcs are forced to suffer because of scoundrels like this guy. But the guy just said, "Chwick," in response. This is incredibly annoying to the home front spirit who can't stand this scoundrel. He is amazed that the tower gives him cheating skills, but the guy calms him down and tells him to shut up and that they need to go faster, because it's time to conquer the 4th floor. A week later, the guy got to the big Goblin King. It was the goblin of the hunting grounds on the 5th floor, the great Goblin King, and Keeman was standing right in front of him. He no longer looked like a weak boy, but exuded the power of the skills he had acquired. The aura no longer moved chaotically in his body, but had a channel through which he could control it. His eyes were glowing, and his settings were up and running. Soon he began to attack the 5th floor goblin, breaking off the ground with a scream, activating the Goblin High Society skill. Seeing this skill, the goblin was amazed at how anyone could use this skill other than the 5th floor king. Soon after, the boy struck the huge monster with an aura with tremendous strength. The boy used the great king's tongue and pierced the flesh of the great 5th floor monster, using his strength. In the entire past week, this goblin had been Keeman's strongest opponent. When he pulled out his dagger, he realized that he was finished. He sent this goblin on his way and realized that this was his honorable opponent. But the rear spirit was laughing to hear these words. The spirit picked its nose and called the boy sentimental, emphasizing that one should not allow so many emotions in killing one monster. But Keeman showed 5 fingers on his hand, the number of attempts it took him to defeat this scoundrel. He has every right to be sentimental about it. However, the spirit, as always in its repertoire, speaks only the facts. Such a victory and such a battle cannot even be proud of. Still, the guy is proud of himself because he found the approach to the right skill, which he obtained at the cost of his life of 5 coins. The skill is called Goblin High Society. After analyzing this text, he realizes that goblins also worry about all sorts of trivial things. The spirit replies that goblins are no different from humans, which is why they have so many superstitions. The guy was amazed by the spirit's words and asked where he got this information. The spirit replied that he shouldn't take it for granted, just take his word for it. Suddenly, the Tower of Babel system informed him that his existence was becoming more remarkable. But what did it mean? Soon, the system glowed with a bright light, and the boy watched in amazement. Finally, the system raised Keeman's hunter level, and he felt better in his eyes. His skill slot was expanded, and now his rank was raised. He did not know how to thank fate for such a gift. Feeling a wonderful sense that the system had given him this wonderful skill that raised his level, he wished himself to always have luck on his side. But as usual, the spirit, looking and analyzing everything around him, noticed that there was a flame somewhere, but no blood. He was confused, but the guy asked him if it wasn't just a leveling effect. To which the spirit replied that the flame does not appear just for beauty. This was essentially a clue, but Keeman had no idea what it meant. The spirit explained that depending on what effect appears when you level up, the type of aura is determined. As an example, the spirit cited an elderly spirit boy whom Keeman had killed, and his type was determined to be fire. In the boy's memory, the elderly spirit embodied fire energy, which could burn his enemies. The spirit went on to explain that the type of aura usually depends on the trauma of the hunter, and it doesn't have to be a bad memory. It has to be a significant event, a scene that was a turning point in life. It is reflected in a type of aura, and he would call it something like consciousness. In his opinion, the boy definitely did not represent fire, perhaps blood or zombies. But the guy had a question about what type of aura the holy sword had, to which the spirit replied that it was moonlight, and recalled a story from his life. When the old man got lost in the mountains as a child, he did not want to die, and so he persisted in climbing to the very top of the mountain. He said that the mountain was shining in the cloudless sky, so beautiful that it conquered his heart. The moon itself does not shine, it only reflects the light of the sun. So life can be based on what the environment gives you, and it can be beautiful too. The boy, in turn, said that he also wanted to shine like the moon. But the spirit stopped him, calling him a fool, because the old man had carried these thoughts throughout his life. The boy replied that the holy sword must have been crazy too. "All right, let's not dwell on this nonsense. We have conquered the 5th floor," the guy said. Now the spirit suggested that he go to the 6th floor, praising him for his efforts. The self-confident boy offered to go straight to the 10th floor and destroy the boss there, but the spirit stopped him, looking him straight in the eye, and told him that he was getting too cocky. With a wave of his finger, Kimon made it clear that it was not. The spirit could not calm down, because the guy did not even know how many years talented and capable hunters spend on one floor, investing their life force in it. But the boy pointed 2 fingers and said that if he could not pass the 10th floor in 2 times, he would call him a teacher. The spirit was amazed at the boy's thought that he could walk to the 10th floor in just 1 attempt. A man who spent 6 lives killing the main goblin is now going to walk across the 10th floor in 2 attempts. He definitely underestimates his teacher. The spirit is very tough, but the guy stops him, saying that he has a plan. The boy insists that if the spirit tells him without hiding what skill the 10th floor boss has, he will succeed. Crossing his arms, the rear guard decides that he will tell him only once for the sake of curiosity. Kimon, smiling, tells the spirit that if he wins, he will call him Mr. Kim In, or even more respectfully. The rear spirit's face twisted in disgust. He hadn't meant to be humiliated like that. But the guy was taking him for a ride. The rear spirit was so disgusted that he spat at the boy's words and said, "You've only gained 1 cheating skill, and you think you're worthy of challenging a great sword lord?" Furious, he pointed his finger at the boy and agreed with him, calling him Kim Zombie. He set a condition that if the boy could not defeat the boss of the 10th floor, he would address the spirit as a teacher for the rest of his life, and would babble teacher, even in death. The boy was amazed that the spirit had the skill of delusion, and suggested that he prepare to serve Master Kimon. It was a legendary confrontation where they sought to deceive each other, and the question was who would win in this fierce dispute. The other hunters, looking at Kimon, realized that he was crazy because he was talking to someone invisible, and so fiercely, well, he was definitely crazy. Some time passed, and the guy approached the gate, where the guard on this floor warned him that it was impossible. Since the guy looked quite weak, the guard said that he would not be able to challenge the boss alone. Since hunting solo is suicide, the knight wants to keep him safe. Moreover, if the guy had read the news, he knew that a mop-up team of 34 strong and brave members of the Black Dragon Guild had tried and failed in clearing the 10th floor. But the guy just threw up his hands, emphasizing that the management had ordered all hunters to come in. The knight apologized, saying that he personally records all incoming hunters, and the headquarters then checks his records. For them, he would be a scoundrel who let a man go to his death. And he asked them to at least feel sorry for him. Listening to this conversation, Duke was amazed that there was no such thing in his world. What is a guy supposed to do? They are playing political games here, the spirit thought. "Kim Zombie, just knock this bastard out and come in," he said. The guy approached him saying, "Mr. Guardian, I know how hard you work and you're 100% right. And to be honest, I want to die." The rear spirit was amazed at his sincerity because it was complete nonsense, and the guard was shocked by the statement. But the boy's delirium continued. He told the guard that his beloved girlfriend had died a year ago, and that he had recently been diagnosed as terminally ill at the Castle of Alchemy. At best, he will last 6 months. He can't bear to be without his beloved, and although he is a low level, he is still a hunter. Instead of waiting for his end in the clinic of the alchemist's castle, he wants to fight monsters until his last breath. The guard almost cried at this story. To push the guard's naivety to the limit, the boy gave him a bag of gold in his hand, saying that it was his savings. The knight could not accept such a gift. But the boy continued his story, saying that it would be lost anyway, and he wanted to leave with ease, leaving nothing behind. He asked again and again the gentleman guard not to record him. It was his last wish as a hunter. With tears in his eyes, the guard said that he was letting him go, let him go, and he hadn't seen anything. And the rear spirit at that moment was simply amazed. He couldn't believe what was happening, or if they were filming a movie here. The gate of the 10th floor opened, and the knight let the guy in. The end justifies the means, the boy thought. He had to get to the 10th floor. Going forward, the boy and his spirit guide soon found themselves on the 10th floor near some abandoned building. This floor was the first to be cleared by the elderly spirit, the boy's former enemy. Opening the gate of the 10th floor, the boy was sure that he would write a legend even more incredible than his opponent. Opening the door of the 10th floor, an incredible picture was waiting for him inside. They were already waiting for him. And it was not just some orcs, but many dolls with glowing eyes that made a strange sound. Click, click, click. It was a scary sight. Soon, in a second, the dolls started asking to play with them. And everything in the house was filled with fire from the candles that suddenly caught fire. The dolls were saying, "Play with us." They were like zombies saying, "The ice has melted, the flowers have wilted, let's play hide and seek." They blinked their eyes in a creepy way, emphasizing, "Come play hide and seek with us." Soon everything was filled with fire, and the guy entered the boss scene. His aura was filled with power, and he realized that he was the challenger, the hunter of Kim In-ja. He is alone here, but his power overwhelmed this house, and he accepted the challenge to play with these dolls. The system only wished him good luck. The Black Dragon Guild is currently the strongest guild since the tower opened. However, today, they have suffered their 30th defeat while trying to clear the tower and are returning to the ground in defeat. Reporters did not miss the chance to ask them uncomfortable questions. Why did they fail, and what went wrong, since they were the majority? The guild leader, holding back his disappointment, replied that they had no shortage of skills or numbers, but were just a little unlucky this time. At this point, the summer spirit, ignoring no one, went forward, causing everyone to doubt. He cleared the 10th floor of the tower in a matter of days, explaining that luck is also a skill, calling the guild weak. This interview will forever remain in history as the humiliation of the weak given by the summer spirit. Kimin had only one question that bothered all the hunters. Why only the summer spirit was able to pass the 10th floor? Upon entering the boss stage called Hellfire Girl, the dolls with burning eyes begged him to play with them. The boy began to develop his strategy to clear the 10th floor stage. In this constantly dangerous room, he had to find, among 1,000 identical dolls, the root of evil and destroy it. It was not just a flame, but a real hellfire made of aura. Kimin realized that he had a tough test ahead of him, but he was ready to take on the challenge and write his own legend. And even if you surround yourself with your own aura in this infernal flame, it won't last longer than 10 minutes. However, this flame does not harm a hunter with a fiery aura. In his previous life, the elderly spirit was able to complete this task with his fiery aura. After that, he also boasted that luck was a skill. Shielding himself from the flames with his aura, he could barely look forward as the mass of dolls surrounded him and the fire filled the space. Using his aura was a big mistake, because he could have paid with his life for such luck. Soon, he could have been burned alive, as it was now difficult for him to control his aura. A dispute remained a dispute, and control of the area depended on the time that was quickly passing. If the guy didn't complete the task, he would die, and his rear partner understood this well. The old man, who could withstand 30 minutes in such flames, had trained for a long time, unlike the inexperienced guy who rushed to this floor without preparation. The boy was not pleased to hear this from the spirit, but he defended his position. The dolls urged him to search in a creepy voice. "Search faster, search." The boy had only 2 coins and did not know what to do. However, he realized that he already had 2 lives, and in the beginning he could risk dying and then see. Meanwhile, the rear spirit was constantly watching him and laughing, because even the thought of the aura suddenly becoming stronger after death seemed ridiculous. There are 2 ways to clear this place. The first is to find a real doll with a 1 in a million chance that he could do it. The second way was to control the aura so well that it would last as long as he went through all the dolls. The boy paid attention to this, because it was an extremely useful piece of advice from the spirit. His mood immediately improved, although the spirit did not believe in his success, because he had only 2 coins. The probability of success was minimal, but when he looked at the flames, he realized that he had not only 2 ways, but also a third. Accepting all the risks, he decides, let's see who wins if I die once. So far, he has had a protective aura. He has about 10 seconds. He will try to grab any doll. The first one he caught was a blonde doll with blue eyes. He grabbed it. As soon as he caught it, he looked directly into its head and tried to open its mouth. But it was the wrong doll, and it started to disintegrate right in his hands. She began to melt from the fire, saying, "It's not me! It's not me!" Soon, the doll turned into molten plastic, and only traces of it remained on the boy's hands. He had 3 seconds before his aura stopped working. Looking at his hand, the guy was even frightened. Was it necessary to direct the boss's scene like that? But that's how this tower works. The spirit did not stop annoying the guy, pointing out his cheating skills and asking who could have given such abilities to such a slacker. The guy turned to him and replied that it was offensive. Soon, 1 second disappeared, and so did his aura. The time was up, and the defense began to fall apart. Fire began to fill everything around him, burning his body. "Time's up, zombie," the spirit said. The spirit watched the boy burn in the fire, realizing that the boy was a bigger daredevil than the tower itself, as he was condemning himself to eternal torment without training. Burning in the fire, the boy said, "Just let me die." The spirit looked at him, realizing that he was always muttering to himself, whether he really wanted to become a great hunter. It asked him to admit, calling Kim zombie, that he was a real daredevil. Soon the system reported that he died, and death reached the conditions for the skill. He copies the random skill of the Hellfire Maiden monster. The guy turns to his rear spirit and asks if he hasn't forgotten his promise. The spirit looks at the cards floating in space, saying that he knows the guy is a jerk, but he's not going to break his promises. Reading these cards revolving around the guy, the spirit notes that one of these cards is really cool. The first card was from the Fiery Hell Barrier level. The spirit recommended picking it up, calling this skill Fiery Hell Barrier, and it was the only skill the boss had. The main power of this skill is the ability to summon hellfire at any time, which can destroy everything and make a huge explosion. However, the spirit did not understand why the guy suddenly fell silent. He just froze and did not respond to the spirit's words, but something was bothering the guy inside. He didn't know why, but he was scared. Analyzing the situation, when the doll was melting in his hands, he realized that this skill was worthy of attention. But for some unknown reason, it did not suit him. He asks the spirit to read other skills. The spirit understands this as a misunderstanding, and believes that there is no point in choosing others, but begins to read. There was a skill for designing a maze, subduing puppets, remote control, setting traps, and one last card. Hearing the description of the skills, the boy became alert, which surprised the spirit. The guy had made up his mind, but the spirit tried his best to dissuade him and wanted to recommend him the best skill. Even better, the spirit showed him a golden card. It was just incredible, and with it he could create a fiery hell barrier, which was very cool according to the spirit, because anyone would be impressed by his fiery hell. But the guy needed another card, and he reaches for it, realizing that he should have suspected something was wrong from the very beginning. One real puppet among thousands of others is a real organizer with a fiery aura, and because of that, it will never burn. But the question was, why don't the fake puppets burn? Picking up the silver card without listening to the spirit, he realizes that there is only one answer. By choosing the skill, Be Careful with Fire in a Waking Dream, he acquired a skill that allows objects he chooses not to burn. After copying this skill, he realizes that he has solved the riddle of this game, and all this time he was mocking the spirit, because although the spirit told him to start training, in fact, the teacher's skills were much easier, and the system brings Kimin back for 24 hours. Now that he's back, he can learn on the spot until he finds a real doll, and everything becomes much easier. But after many deaths and learning the skill, finally the Tower of Babel system assigned him a new test, and it was called Recreating Injuries in a Former Enemy. And the level of the penalty was low, but the very appearance of the penalty alerted the guy. At that moment, he goes back to the entrance of the Great White House, where the Maiden of Hellfire began her journey, and he needed to relive her injuries, after which she became a monster. The little girl came to a man, knocked on his door and asked him to give her some bread. Even a crust would have suited her, as she was very hungry. But the man slammed the door loudly, closing the door in her face, calling her a bastard beggar who had been bothering him since the morning. The girl's hunger was simply unbearable, and she wanted to somehow survive in this evil world. She went to everyone, asking for at least a crust, but everyone called her a wandering orphan, and no one even wanted to help her. Moreover, everyone was struggling to survive, because there was a huge shortage that was causing everyone to worry. She looked very poor and unhappy, but the people around her were so angry and hungry that they called her a miserable streetwalker. Walking down the street of unfulfilled hopes, she suddenly hit her head on a man. Holding her head, she apologized to him, but he put his hand on her head with care. Asking her if she had any parents, he looked into her eyes. It was immediately obvious that she was in a very bad condition, very hungry, and probably in pain. This man in a suit and hat asked her to follow him. He introduced himself as a doctor and invited her to join his friends at his estate, where she could be treated and play with other children. But as soon as he took her to his mansion, He locked her in a cage, and the girl begged to be let out, asking, "How can I get out? I am very hungry," but he did not give her anything to eat. To all her questions and requests, he only answered, "Be patient." He was such a harsh and evil man that his cruelty knew no bounds. Locking the girl in a cage, he called her an animal and said that she was born as an animal and should live as an animal. He walked the girl around the cage on a leash and always held a sharp object in his hand, calling her a useless little creature who did not want to work and spread rumors from village to village. He was not only a doctor, he was also a guard. He believed he was saving his country from people like her. Taking a sharp, cold knife, he ran it across the girl's face, forcing her to repent. Soon, he was giving a speech to the crowd, and next to him were cages with children who were homeless. Calling them the culprits of the famine, he accused them of being insatiable orphans who were the children of witches and parasites of their country. These scoundrels who listened to his speech supported him, wanting to sacrifice the children and save their land. The children who were there watched in complete shock. The crowd wanted more blood, more suffering, calling the children scoundrels. And this went on day after day. Every day she was not alone in this old man's basement. But everyone who was in the cages with her disappeared every day, and she realized that she would be the victim of the next ceremony. Approaching her, this man asked her about her soul. She asked, "Why do you always take my friends? And why do you always hurt them? Why do you bring such suffering to them?" Keeman, as a ghost, was transported to this incredible suffering of this doll girl. He was shocked. "What is going on here? Why the fuck am I here?" Asking the ghost in the rear if he had seen it too, the ghost replied that he had seen it from the beginning and didn't know that Keeman was here too. It was as if they had only consciousness here. The rear guard ghost was angry that such sick bastards really kill, and that many more of them have to repent. He was enraged by this situation. The guy, looking at this whole picture, could not stop and calm down. Is this really the scene of the 10th floor boss? He could not even think that the monster was a person in his life. But the ghost, leaning over by the bullying devices, said that they weren't really monsters. Basically, only bosses are created based on real events from other worlds. The boy was shocked by these words. Living creatures, heroes and the like are all from other worlds, and from the 11th floor, this happens more and more often. But why didn't the ghost tell him this earlier? The ghost answered that the boy hadn't even asked him about it. It was the first time in his life that Keeman had ever seen such mean people and the results of their work. He knew that the bosses on the floors came from another world, but he didn't know about their past. And now that he's seen everything with his own eyes, he feels like a complete shit. Realizing that somewhere in the universe such events are constantly happening, he feels uncomfortable. As the butler was walking through the huge house, he accidentally stumbled. Walking with a nightlight and a lighted candle, he suddenly dropped it on the floor. This caused a huge fire in the house, which quickly spread to the entire room. The servants, waiters, cooks, and butlers quickly ran out of the mansion, taking their valuables with them. The boy, watching this picture, wanted to somehow stop them, to call them, so that they would not forget about those children. But he was only a ghost in their world. All this time, there were children in the basement who were locked in their cages and could not escape. What happened to them was horrible, and was the beginning of the story of the 10th floor boss. The children were screaming in their cages, but the fire was spreading further and further. They begged to be let out, saying that they had done nothing wrong, and all they wanted was to eat, play with their friends, just have a little fun. But what the evil people did to them was irreparable. When the whole palace caught fire, everything was filled with a bowl of suffering, and after a while the system reported that the recreation of the trauma was complete, and the fine also expired. After such a terrible and incredible resurrection, the spirit and the boy sat on the bed, holding their heads. After seeing the sad picture, they still could not do anything. The spirit saw that Keeman was very upset by what he saw. His eyes grew dark, and he was amazed that the spirit had told him this. It was the first thing he said after seeing what he had seen, but the spirit told him to accept it. This is reality. It's still shit. That boss is now a regular monster, and the original children have long since died in their world. And all this happened a long time ago. What can you do? The spirit asked, pointing a finger at the boy. You could die 1,000 times to save them, but this is just an event from another world and another era. There's nothing you can do about it. Looking the boy straight in the eye, he says, "Find a real doll and kill it. After a while, you'll go up to the 11th floor, maybe to the 20th, 30th, 40th, 50th. And all that remains is to clear these floors. If you're determined to become a tough hunter, then let him finally realize it. Would his rival, the elderly spirit, have thought about these events or taken them to heart? But the guy gets up, puts on his sweatshirt, and assumes that the summer spirit has definitely found a real doll and crushed its head. He would not fuss or hesitate even if he saw such an injury, and Kimin is not going to become a freak like his competitor. But there was still one question. What was he going to do? All the while they were heading to the 10th floor, the spirit was telling them that he wouldn't be a child if he didn't kill the boss because he didn't want to become like him. This is not an option. The stage needs to be cleared and the boss needs to be taken out, and the guy was walking like a zombie without any plan. But he wasn't satisfied with that decision. And who decided that? He hits the door of this house and admits that he was acting like a fool. But these words are alarming to the spirit, because it is important. But the guy shouts in tears that he says he was stupid, and was just as stupid as the others who couldn't see past their noses. Recalling the S-class skill he was attuned to, the guy asks. But that spirit realizes that the zombie guy he thinks he is of course, complete. That skill is called resentment, discontent, and dislike. It says that if your old resentment and your ignored prayer, your unfulfilled wish has not come true, then burn it all. Just make a wish, and the heavens will turn the other way, releasing a fiery hell of aura within a 2-kilometer radius to the earth. And no one will be able to leave this hell without your permission. Doesn't this seem strange to you? The guy asks the spirit. But the spirit does not understand why it is so difficult and what is strange. He wants the boy to explain it to him. The boy emphasizes the last part. No one can leave this hell without your permission. But then the question arises. How did the Black Dragon come back with all his men and not defeat the boss? After opening the door of this level, he realizes that there is only one truth and only one answer. The boss took pity on them and allowed them to escape from a stage that no one else has been able to pass. This means that these children's dolls embody the children who were in the past, and all they wanted from the passers-by was to play with them. The guy approaches these dolls without fear or fire, and at that moment, everything sparkled with new colors when he approached the dolls and they asked him to play with them. He agreed to their offer to play, activating his new skill. It materialized in his hands. The name of the skill was, Be Careful with Fire in Your Dreams and Waking Life was activated. The boy walked on fire, and no one could touch him. The dolls just watched him, and they were amazed that the uncle was not on fire, that he was not hot. If he's not hot and he's not burned in this fire, then he can play with us, they said. And the boy rolled up his sleeves, agreeing to their offer. The boy slaps his arm, saying, We'll play hide and seek, and told the dolls to be careful, because this uncle who decided to play with them had never lost a game of hide and seek. The moment he closed his eyes and started counting, the dolls began to hide and run away with excitement. When he had finished counting, he told the dolls that he was going to look for them. The dolls were already hiding, trying to hide from their uncle. But the spirit thought that this was a hopeless game, because it was foolish to play hide and seek with kids who were also tied to their stage and could not escape anywhere. Soon the boy began to find these dolls and touch them, and each doll he found began to melt in his hands. Thus the fire did not touch him, and he could find the right doll. At that moment, he felt as if he was really playing with these children. He thought it would be easier than he had imagined. All the while, he was touching the heads of these children. As he moved the dolls, they just disappeared. And it was like he was resting their souls, giving them peace and humility. And going through this mission, the fire around him gradually disappeared. But he never found the main doll, and all this time he was looking for it. This led him to the stairs to the basement. As he walked down the stairs, he put his hands to the dolls all the time, and the path led him to the basement itself. In the farthest cage, he saw a doll that was probably the boss. She didn't look the best, but her eyes were quite alive. He walked up to it, looking through the cage directly into its eyes. The doll said to him, "Will you play with us?" At that moment, the guy put his hand on her head and said he had caught her, and all he wanted to tell her was that she was now free. This girl represented a child who had suffered a tragedy. But at that moment, the boy let her go, and turning into water, she begged and thanked her uncle for his actions. The boy felt the aura and spiritual energy of every child he touched. Soon, the system congratulated the player, as the usual scene was cleared, and everything hidden became apparent. After this scene, our heroes could not collect their thoughts, because it was very emotionally difficult. After the 10th level of the tower was destroyed, The system informed Kim Kong that he was able to clear the tower on his own. The reward for completing the quest began to be generated, and he would receive the result 24 hours after entering the 11th floor. They looked at this house with spirit for a long time. Their expressions were as if they hadn't won, but had eaten shit. The spirit decided to cheer the guy up because the spirit itself has had a few cases of clearing out hidden scenes. But the guy did it and can count on a good reward. However, he emphasized to Kim Kong that the spirit would still not understand, because it has no human feelings. After thinking about it for a minute, he realized that this world is not the best place yet, and scenes like this bosses are just shit that happens in our world. And there is no difference in other worlds, because everywhere there are people, and there are such terrible things. The presence of humanity brings only disappointment, and for a moment there was silence between them. Suddenly, the spirit grabbed his head and shouted that it was no longer suitable for him. He slapped the guy on the back, emphasizing that he was just incredible, and the way he defeated the boss with his own method was just incredible. He deserved to be praised. The rear spirit was delighted with the guy and praised him, which was unusual for Kim Kong, because everything looked suspicious, and even more frightening were the spirit's hints that they were partners and should be happy when something good happened. Suddenly, a firework exploded in the sky above them. It was an announcement for everyone. The 9th and 10th floors were cleared. This is how the world learned that the 11th floor stage would open in 24 hours. People were just shocked by this information, because it was something incredible, and not everyone fully understood where these fireworks came from. Some people thought it was happening on the ground floor, because it was unbelievable to imagine that a simple guy decided to clear the tower on his own. All over the grounds and all the floors, you could see these fireworks, illuminating over the mountains, over the forests, and over the cities. An announcement was made that the 10th floor had been cleared, and a timer showed that there were 24 hours left before entering the 11th floor of the tower. Some thought it was the work of the Black Dragon, but since nothing had been heard from him, they began to doubt it. They didn't even understand what kind of cleanup they were talking about, because they were planning to start in 2 weeks. Who was this man? The guy was reading all these messages on his phone. The timer started counting down, which was visible high in the sky. The rear spirit remembered that once in his life, he had seen exactly the same scene. It was the second time he had this feeling, and what he was seeing. The discussions on the forums did not stop because it was not the Black Dragon from the guild, but someone no one knew. Some people even started throwing down evidence that the Black Dragon couldn't have cleared that floor, because they were at the intersection in front of the bank where their team was drinking coffee. And on the internet, everyone was actively looking for the people who could have done it. Some people thought it could have been priests, inquisitors, or rangers, but they were all in the pantheon, and there was a photo where an anonymous person took a picture that it wasn't them. Everyone else who could have done it was either not in uniform or not in the place where they were supposed to be. But who was the anonymous person who could do this? It might have been the Holy Sword, but he was currently drinking milk near the bar's intersection. Everyone was wondering, what kind of a joke is this? This doesn't happen. No one knows who did it, and everyone was looking for the culprit. The spirit, reading this message with King Kong, asks him how he feels about moving from the role of a supporting character to the role of the main character. The guy looked at his phone with a blissful expression on his face and fireworks in the background, and felt incredible. He felt as if he had achieved everything he could wish for, and his spirit could not but agree. But he noted that it was just an illusion, because it was only the 10th floor. The guy showed everyone that he was closer to the top than anyone else in the world. With a smile on his face, the guy said that he knew. Now it was time to actually climb to the top. And then soon the knight ran to the boy shouting, "Mr. Hunter, who did this?" It had just happened. The knight ran across the whole forest to see if it was really the boy who did it. But the guy had the situation under control and simply answered him, "What are you talking about?" The knight picks up his phone and emphasizes that he is talking about clearing the 10th floor, because today he challenged this floor, and now there is real chaos there. People keep asking him how it happened. Kim Kong puts his hand on the knight's armor and asks what he will do if he really did it. But the knight is terrified and wants to say that he has no idea what his boss will do to him. But the guy waves his hand, saying that he does, and he accepts 100 gold pieces from him. The knight is horrified and asks, "Can you at least tell me your name or surname?" Kim Kong, standing with his back to the knight, replies that he does not have one. The knight almost broke the floor with his appearance and fell to the first floor from such shock. The spirit was also simply amazed at the expression on the knight's face. "Just look at his face," the spirit emphasized. confirming the correctness of the boy's actions. "The price of a name is inherently very high," he said, and they let the knight go. Now they look for him. But soon the boy tells the swordmaster that he has realized something. Smiling, the spirit asks what he has realized and why he is praising him here. The boy replies that they had an agreement. If he can defeat the bosses in 2 attempts, the spirit will call him Mr. Konya, right? He looks at the spirit slyly, emphasizing that he actually cleared the 10th floor in just 2 attempts. The spirit grits its teeth, realizing the implications of this arrangement, and calls the guy Konja, saying, "We're partners." "If we're partners, we'll be partners as equals," the boy replies. "It means having an equal relationship. You are equal, and I am equal. The person who conquered 99 floors, and the person who will challenge the 100th floor. These are partners, friends, cool and cool," the spirit whispers in the guy's ear. But he is laughing at how the spirit started to behave after that. To all the spirit's arguments, the guy insists on being called Mr. Konya, and it will always be like that throughout his life. At this point, he moves to the 1st floor. We move to a cafeteria where people are constantly discussing who won the 10th floor. The news is constantly talking about it, but there is silence everywhere. Perhaps it was the Black Dragon who conquered, but is hiding his tactics. Or perhaps it was the Holy Sword. People were talking to each other about this incident, and Keeman was sitting in this cafeteria, drinking coffee and listening to music. After drinking from a delicious cup of tea, he asked the spirit what he would say about it, noting that the victory was not sweet, and that the caramel makita did not satisfy him. But he did not hear a response from the spirit. He thought that perhaps the headphones were broken. However, the Sword Lord had been clenching his teeth and not opening his mouth all this time, ignoring the boy's words. But when he started calling him Mr. Psychopath and Mr. Crazy, he finally broke down. The spirit responds to his arguments, but the guy says with a smile, "Now I can hear you again, and I thought I was deaf. You have made the Divine Lord Khandra worry." The boy continues to mock the spirit. To finally piss off the Sword Lord, the boy suggested that he communicate less formally. "If you talk for a long time, I will call you Master." The spirit could not stand such words and begged, "Just kill me. I can't stand it." In rage, the spirit shouts, "I have gained a new skill and will insert it into the constellation of the sword. I will return to Grandfather Marcus." The boy, who is completely calm, notices the spirit speaking and asks, "Aren't we partners for life?" "You and I will be together forever," Kim Kongja emphasizes, turning to the 10th floor of the tower, where the timer is running. An hour and a half has passed, and it's time for him to receive his long-awaited gifts for completing the mission. While drinking hot coffee, he notices that someone has come to see him. It was a beautiful cat, and he did not expect such an important face to come to him personally. Although he didn't know who the cat was, he decided to pretend he didn't know. Taking her in his arms, he began to pet her, calling her beautiful, and offering her to stay with his brother for a while. The boy understood perfectly well that something unusual was hiding under the guise of a cat. The acting was simply amazing. But soon, a man came up to him, asking him, apologizing, if his name was Kim Concha. This man was not alone. Representatives of various guilds were present with him, and they were looking for him all the time. The guy replied that he was wondering how long it would take them to find him, and it took exactly 1:30. The moment they found him, they started calling their bosses, telling them about his whereabouts. All the guilds wanted to fight for him, as he was just a master. The first man who approached him introduced himself as a recruiter for a guild of vigilantes and offered to join his guild. Before he started talking about the terms and conditions, the guy decided to tell them, interrupting their dialogue. Only 2 things. The first thing he wanted to tell them was not to reveal his name in the press. But the guy from the Snake Guild said that sooner or later it would come out, because reporters in all the newspapers would write about it, and they would not be able to hide it. The guy replied that he was not asking for a very long time to hide it, because that was not the point. Another argument he wanted to tell them was that they should keep it a secret until the clocks were 0. He didn't want to get caught by reporters before entering the 11th floor. Representatives of the guilds understood him perfectly and promised that they could do it. They took care of other visitors in a public place, paying attention to other people in this cafeteria. The boy pointed out that they needed to be quieter. They soon apologized to the boy for making him uncomfortable. Soon after, they approached the baristas in the establishment and asked how much it would cost to rent the entire cafe for a while. But one of them in a red raincoat said that each drink is 1 person. So, order coffee as well. So these people began to clear the cafe of all visitors so that no civilians would overhear and spread this information. After the coffee was on the table, they sat down to discuss it. They all sat down together and started negotiating and discussing the terms. The first to start was a group of vigilantes who offered 10,000 gold as an advance to the guy. But the guy in the red cloak said that the guild of vigilantes was inferior. If he joined the adventurers guild, they promised him 20,000 and a position as a leader. Soon another guy made an offer. Join the guild of outstanding fighters of the Brother of the Thousand Faceless. He'll be an honorary mentor here, he'll get 25,000. And some said that if he joined the Pantheon, he'd be guaranteed an honorable place. The boy noticed that they were all visibly upset by the name of the Holy Sword. And the bids of these people were rising. The prices were becoming exorbitant. They were bidding for the boy, offering huge sums of money, and the boy even felt embarrassed by all these offers. But the number one in the ranking did not join any guilds, which made people doubt the need for guilds. And these guilds set out to fight for him at any cost. Soon after, the cat in Kim Kung's arms introduced herself as Liana from the Merchant Alliance and offered him gold. Jumping off Kim Kong's feet, she quickly began to transform. It was a beautiful girl, in a blue dress and gold shoes, who promised to give him the position of deputy head of the guild. It was a really worthwhile offer, to which the guy did not know how to respond, because the girl was the third highest-ranking member of the Guild of the Merchant Alliance. She was a countess. Without thinking twice, he took off the headphones from his ears because this offer was already like a negotiation, and he didn't even need to hesitate for long. The cat girl tried to impress him, but the guy didn't even look at her because she had turned into a human. But the guy decided to joke that he could even see ghosts and all that. To which the girl said he was capable enough and calm enough to make jokes. The boys did not believe that the huntress standing in front of them was 40 years old. She was the richest in the tower, and because of this, she probably drinks something like an eternal youth potion every day to stay that way. After this suggestion, the head of one of the guilds apologized and asked her to listen. He said that a guarantee of a position as deputy head of the guild and a pledge of 500,000 gold pieces was not too much. Of course, his achievements in clearing the 10th floor are incredible, but since he doesn't have significant skills, that's not a reason to value him so much. This guy was offended, and he didn't want to be offered this because they couldn't offer anything in return. The girl said that he was responsible for everything and apologized, which made him upset. In this case, the girl suggested that if he didn't want to apologize, he should call his bosses. Let them ask, but we will not have a dialogue with you. However, if there is someone among you who can offer more than 500,000, he can stay, the guy said. Soon, only the cat girl was left in the room. The competitors were furious at her offer, calling her a stupid lady or a stupid cat as soon as the room became quiet. Suddenly a pirate with an eye patch kicked in the door. He was just furious, naming and pointing his finger at the girl, saying, "This is a fucking alliance of freaks, and fuck everyone in the mouth," this guy said. He was number 5 in the rankings, the head of the 1,000 Faceless Poisonous Snake Guild. They were in an awkward position because they couldn't offer their offer to the guy. Next to this scoundrel was the number 4 ranked girl, the head of the Pantheon of Inquisitors Guild. The knight agreed, saying that the word slip-up was not very accurate, as their obligations prevented chaos. The head of the alliance was really exaggerating with this suggestion. It was the deputy guild leader of the Vigilante Squad, the Holy Knight. The number 2 in the rankings, the head of the Black Dragon Guild, the Black Witch, also came with them. All of these first-class warriors came to Kim Kong to offer him their suggestions. They were all the stars of the tower's ranking. Catgirl noticed that it had been so long since they had gathered in one place. Their joint sweep of the 2nd floor seems like it was yesterday, and time is ticking away inexorably. To which the guy with the bandage asked her to shut up before she was made into soup. He believed that this girl's proposals were simply inadequate. 50,000 gold to the deputy head of the guild? This girl is only good at spending money. This isn't the Merchants Alliance, it's the Huyang Alliance. The guy said he wasn't interested, but the girl next to him offered to drink coffee first and then talk. It was just outrageous to come to a cafe and not order anything. The head of the big guild responsible for the tower couldn't behave like that. "I'll have a mocha," the girl said, sitting down at the table. They sat down at the negotiating table, ordering delicious coffee. But the man with the bandage could not calm down. He emphasized that they were bastards. Their brains worked only on caffeine. They cleared the 10th floor, and the world is going through hell, and you have coffee in your throat. They asked him to calm him down, but he didn't get it. They decided to order him an espresso. At the moment when one of the guild leaders decided to order him coffee, he started yelling at her. The waiter was shocked at these types who came to his restaurant and started ordering different types of coffee. Each guild, each representative of the bosses wanted different coffee. Soon, they were all sitting at a meeting table in one of the cafeterias, and everyone was looking at Kim Kong, asking him what he wanted. The guy noticed that they were all playing a game of goal stop. After analyzing the situation, our hero realized that the guild's representatives were replaced by their heads. It couldn't have been just a coincidence. It was clearly some kind of staging, and most of all, they just wanted to scare him. The guy knew this very well, and compared to being burned alive, it was just a trifle. Now, looking at them, he realized that he needed to show his confidence. A passing waiter was delighted when the boy asked him for the menu. When the waiter came closer, he told him that he would not drink coffee, as he had already had it recently. He asked for a hot chocolate, deciding that he would behave confidently in this play, because he had at least 2 reasons why he had nothing to fear. The representative of the heretics said that this was strange, because the guy was not known anywhere in the world. He was only famous for his attack and clearing the 10th floor. It was a really unexpected change. At that moment, the guy sat up straight and listened to what he was being told. He realized that the worst thing they could do to him was simply kill him. He had nothing to fear, because his talent was his advantage. If he got scared, he would just show them his courage and tell them to kill him. The spirit replied that it was grateful for the support, but still could not release him from the punishment. The cat girl said that he had not been so cheerful recently. The young man had won a lottery in her guild, and he was quite lucky and fearless. Perhaps he has decent skills, and with such qualities he will undoubtedly succeed in any situation. But the man with the blindfold could not understand how a person who had conquered the 10th floor could be a beginner. He asked everyone to just stop talking pointlessly and agree with him. Just because it didn't matter whose authority among them had been undermined didn't mean everyone had to behave like that. While discussing who was right and who was wrong, the hunter and the girl from the Dragon Guild decided to ask him directly which guild he was planning to join. If he really wasn't planning to join any guild, they should tell him right away, so they could prepare for the media's reaction. But the guy replied that he might be planning to join a guild. He asked what would happen then. The girl said that fierce bidding would begin. For example, the Dragon Guild spent a lot of time on the 9th floor to no avail, all thanks to the fact that he broke through 10 floors. When he returns, he has a chance to prove the value of the tower to the outside world, a chance to attract the attention of not only the lowest level people, but also people of other categories. It can also rekindle the fire in the hearts of the hunters who have been wasting their time on the ground floor of the tower. What kind of world awaits them on the 11th floor? This arouses curiosity about the energy stored in the tower. The boy, hearing these words, asked if the food problems were also being solved. The girl replied that yes, that's right. It is becoming difficult for them to provide the fruit resources that they have been harvesting on the 9th floor. The cat girl said that she was keeping a channel of trade with the outside world open around the clock. But that was not enough. They needed other goods. They need to attract adventurers to the world beyond the 10th floor to find useful items there. And for that, they need something to draw the outside world's attention to the tower. An icon that loudly started everything, like the spirit of summer did. And in this case, it was our hero. One day, the Black Dragon decided to make an attempt on the same icon, and the guy doesn't know why. But since she is the enemy of the Night Killer of Summer, they definitely need to find a common language. After hearing all this, the guy declares that he has realized that the guild that receives it will become a symbol of a new era, while other guilds will have to live in the shadows. The guy declares that he has too much of a conscience to do so let's do it differently. He pulls out a card from his pocket and shows it to everyone. He suggests that if he joins the guild of the person who wins at poker, he doesn't need any advances or status. He begins to spread the cards and shuffle them, and if he wins, he will simultaneously join all the guilds whose representatives are here. Everyone was shocked by this phrase, as they didn't know how to react. But the boy had conditions. He would be a member of the guild, but they would be on equal terms. The cat girl noticed that the young man, who had cleared only 1 floor, was asking for an equal position with her. Very interesting, she's in. The representative of the heretic clan was also in, but without cheating, and she didn't mind. The representative of the Snake Guild said that skills are also banned and they will have an advantage. A person caught using skills will be automatically disqualified. The knight states that the guild is inferior anyway, and because of this, if they got to the bidding, it would be a failure. He's lucky. He'll get to play poker. The dark-haired witch also accepted this offer and was ready to take part in the game. At this point, the guy turns to the Lord of the Sword, his spirit, and tells him that he doesn't want him to call him Mr. Conj. He asked him to call him that only until the end of the game, which lifted the spirit's spirits. But there was one condition. The spirit had to burn the boy's opponent's cards, and that was easy, as the rear spirit noted when he called the boy master. The spirit rejoiced at not having to call him that for so long. He said that Mr. Conja was merciful and would even warn him if his opponents cheated. Realizing his advantage by calling the boy master, the spirit began to rejoice, because after this game he would be called a zombie. And on this motive, the poker game began. The game started, and the spirit began to actively burn the player's cards. The cat girl, according to the spirit, had a straight and needed to fold. Without thinking twice, the guy immediately started folding, demonstrating his superiority. Next in line was a representative of the Snake Clan. The spirit immediately noticed that he was bluffing with one pair and also advised him to call and force him to fold as well. Soon, the guy did just that. He called, and thus gained an incredible advantage on the cards, having a much better chance of winning than the other players. The spirit also began to penetrate each player, manipulating the cards. Eventually, the rear spirit entered the table and saw the remaining cards, stating that the girl would never get a full house, so the owner should believe him. Mr. Conja goes all in, betting everything. At this point, everyone playing poker froze, revealing their cards. The guild leader with the bandage on his face exploded in anger, accusing the guy of cheating. He emphasized that this was impossible. We had already played 30 rounds, but this man had never lost. He was really cheating, since bluffing didn't work on him either. But the guy asked for proof for all his arguments. Explaining his position, the guy said that he might be a poker master, and maybe the commander just doesn't know him. Accusations without evidence are very offensive, and the commander said that the guy was lying smoothly. In no way is he a cheater. The guy decides to confess and asks the commander how he knew about his fraud, because he was promoted to A rank yesterday. The commander realizes that he already knew. The guy thanks the commander for his great appreciation and emphasizes that the head brother has spent all his chips. Thus, he is eliminated from the game, and the girl waves at him saying that she knew he would be eliminated soon. Because she knew he would be out soon, she ordered the waiter another espresso. Raising her glass, she said, "To Betty," and he angrily slammed it down on the table, saying he didn't drink coffee and calling her a religious fanatic. Soon, the cat girl left the game, and only the dragon representative and the holy knight remained. When the knight opened his cards, it became clear that he had also lost. He was sure that poker face was his strong suit, and asked if the guy was using a mind-reading skill. Or maybe it's a skill that allows you to see through, so it's impossible to guess. The knight got up from the table and said that lately he's been having a hard time with his skills. He goes to the loser's table, and a representative of the Snake Clan asks why he gives up so easily. With anger in his voice, he says that you need to stick to the guy like a leech, and you just gave up. The knight replies that calling the guy a fraud is too harsh, but still the commander doesn't believe him, because at a glance it's clear that he's using some skills. But the knight noticed this from the very beginning, and did not fight him for a long time, because it is clear that a beginner would not offer a game based only on luck. Soon the cards were dealt again. The dragon representative and our hero were left. These leaders realized that only by challenging him could he say that he could beat them without being caught using skills, and they accepted the challenge. The head of the Snake Clan was simply shocked by these words, although the head of the Brotherhood of the Thousand Faceless reacted strongly to this, emphasizing the martial art. "Good, but sometimes you have to use your head," he said. It turned out that they would not lose anything from this game anyway. Of course, the real jackpot is winning, but even a loss would be a good result. But we should be proud. How can we put a green brat on the same level as us? To which the knight replies, "Will pride make him eat?" In order not to talk too much, the girl made him drink espresso, because the head of the Brotherhood of 1,000 Faceless People is a real psychopath. When they were left alone at the table, the girl said a phrase that caught the boy's attention. "What a relief," she said, but the guy didn't immediately understand. The girl says that it's good that they can come to an agreement. Sitting opposite each other, they are confronting each other in this game. At this point, the girl bets everything she has and says that she comes from a forgotten neighborhood. More precisely, from the city that used to be called the Outskirts. Ever since she lost her family in the Civil War, she has been living on the run. and in the tower and in the outside world, it was extremely difficult for a girl to survive without help. The boyfriend supported her, saying that it was all true. The witch said, "Cole, what do you mean by that?" The boy replied that among the people who got into the tower, especially those of the first generation, there is no one without a story. "I am an orphan in the tower myself," he added. At that moment, when he was talking to her, the spirit was already showing that she had a flash of tambourine, and no matter how you slice it, the tower is home to her. And just like everyone else in this room, he doesn't care about origins. "We've done our best. You're from Korea. So why is the head of the Brotherhood of 1,000 faceless people from China?" he continued. "In our tower it's not a game, there is no role." "Kemenu," the girl said, looking down. "Thanks to the tower's patronage, we were able to understand each other's language. Everyone here is an equal fighter, at least compared to the outside world, and it just so happens that people from the outside world consider the tower a dump." The girl picks up a few coins. Putting them down, she says, "But even in the midst of a pile of garbage, you can grow flowers. And as soon as the tower's countdown is over, the media will start chasing you, King Kong. You will start a new life, different from the one you've had before." And the girl wished him to cope with this challenge. The boy lays out his cards, and the witch drinks her tea and is about to lay out her cards. The guy decided to justify himself by saying that he was not bragging in any way. He likes to be the center of attention. He wants to be admired and envied. Knowing that the Black Dragon girl still has a flush, and he has nothing to beat her with, he is still confident, and puts all his money on the line. Looking her straight in the eye, he says that he is confident and ready to take a chance. He doesn't need honors for clearing the 10th floor. He will definitely conquer the 20th, 30th, 50th, and 100th floors. No matter how long it takes, he will conquer the tower. These words even made the people around him feel sad. But he said that he considers the tower dear to these people, and he sincerely does not want to conflict with them, because it is pointless. And so it turns out that whoever climbs first will be called the main character, he asks. But to put it bluntly, they are all just rivals to Kim Kong-jae. He is interested in the world outside the tower, not inside it. And to be honest, he doesn't care about the problems of housing or the needs of the poor, so let them use the council for God's sake. In return, he only asks for support in climbing. He wants to experience that wonderful feeling of climbing to the top one more time. And the girl, the head of the dragon clan, was even embarrassed by these words, and thought for a moment. She sighed heavily and held her cards up to her head, and realized that although it might have been a delusion, she still believed in her intuition. She and the Holy Sword are the same in their stubbornness, and she too is putting everything on the line. At this point, they open their cards, and Kim Kong-jae asks if it's a compliment. But it wasn't a compliment, it was a rebuke. They are both insatiable. The girl shows her cards. Soon, the cards were revealed. The head of the Black Dragon has a flush, the hunter Kim Kong-jae has a full house, and accordingly, the hunter Kim Kong-jae is the complete winner. For him, this is not a reproach, but a real compliment. He thanks the girl for her words. After the game, he gets up from his chair and says that he expects the promised equal treatment. In turn, the girl emphasizes that they can expect privileges, but he must also take on the corresponding obligations. After drinking a cup of his coffee, the guy asks what obligations the hunter might have if he is not climbing the tower. They don't even have to worry about that, but the head smiled, saying it was too harsh for a beginner. If hold on was a skill, he would be level 5. At this moment, when the guy won, the spirit behind him rejoiced that he could start living again. Konja-san. But then he catches himself. What the hell kind of master is he? He's a zombie. He's an evil zombie, the spirit says. How wonderful. But the guy knew everything and realizes that the spirit has been holding on for a long time. And this man is called the Lord of the Sword. After this game, Kim was about to leave, but the girl stopped him, asking where he was going in such a hurry. The guy replied that the 11th floor was about to open, and he needed to get ready to keep up, because it was unknown what would happen there and how he planned to act. The guy just smiled at her words and said that it was a role-playing game. He called it the main theme of floors 11 through 20, and everyone around him was shocked by these words. He warned that he had been given a tip for a good game when clearing the 10th floor, and he didn't know anything else. Because of this, he would definitely return the favor. With these words, the dragon head crossed her arms, realizing that the guy was already lost. The boy left this room, this coffee shop, a complete winner, confident to face new adventures. The next day, there was still no official announcement about the conquest of the 10th floor, and the media had already waited, and people also did not know who the hero was. There was silence in the newsfield, and people were discussing it all. And Kim Konja was watching all the while. But there were rumors that yesterday they saw the heads of the guilds all together, and someone had conquered this floor. He looked at it in a new way. Our protagonist was waiting for the opening of the 11th floor. Soon, there were 11 seconds left, and everyone was waiting attentively for the 11th floor to open. They even started counting down from 10 seconds. People were drinking beer and counting in unison. And Kim Konja was looking at his watch and his phone all the while, at the discussion. At the moment he opened the main search page of this world, he was looking for news about the 10th floor clearance to see how it was during those seconds. The news circle exploded with urgent news about the hunter who cleared this floor and his real name. Seeing this, that he was now a famous person, he was happy about it. Soon, the 11th floor was opened, and people were chanting in joy because new opportunities were opening up for them. And the tower informed everyone that the preparations were complete, and everyone was just delighted. The 11th floor opened up before them, filled with something unknown, and a girl began to materialize in a bright light. It was like the goddess of the tower, who addressed the warriors conquerors of the tower, congratulating them on the successful completion of the fiery hell mission. Someone looked at her and did not understand whether she was an angel or a goddess. At that moment, the rear spirit explained to the guy that there are no gods or angels here. It's a system. In any case, even if it is a goddess, it is a pre-made record. This system is about to announce a quest to everyone. It's like an NPC. Appearing in front of everyone, the girl said, "Warriors, there is a world that needs your help. It suffers from the oppression of the Demon King." She informed everyone that they would now challenge the Demon King and save humanity. Looking at that spirit, Kim Konja asked how he knew all this, but he didn't have a coherent answer. Soon, the system informed everyone that if they wanted to accept this mission, they had to say, "Move to the 11th stage." Before this goddess could finish her sentence, someone jumped away from the crowd at high speed and flew straight towards her. It was the holy sword who cut this goddess into pieces, and the recording disappeared. As soon as he did, he landed on the roof of one of the houses. With this very incident, he demonstrated that it was only a hologram. The hologram quickly regained its shape and began to speak again. "Just say move." After that, people were shocked to realize that it was a hologram, and they no longer looked at it as a deity. But soon after, when the holy sword did so and stood tall, it looked fiercely at Kim Kong. Then the rear spirit explained to the boy how he knew this, because he had done it in the past. But the boy, seeing that the holy sword was looking at him, simply turned pale. Standing on one of the houses, the holy sword said, "Move," and suddenly he disappeared from sight, moving to the 11th floor. People were delighted with what had happened, and it made a great impression on them. The heretic inquisitor came out of the crowd and said, "What a wonderful day. I have been assigned to a mission again." Soon she also moved to the 11th floor, waving to everyone. One by one, strong warriors from this world began to move to fight for this floor. The hologram hadn't even finished speaking yet. She wanted to say that the warriors from the 11th to the 20th floor would face a test of faith. They would need to find the truth, and it would reveal to them the truth about themselves. She told them to get to know themselves. The boy looked with fascinated eyes at the hologram, which gave him a spark of hope. Soon a knight came up to the boy and said that he was sorry, and he could only imagine what kind of creature had created such a tower. But in any case, this creature had put a lot of effort into it, and the message was prepared especially for them. But no one cares about this message. It is one of those sites that needs to be explored with great fascination. The existence of the tower, the skills, all this is a real miracle in itself. All the warriors in the area 10 floors away are so fed up that they don't even want to hear it. The boy noticed that the knight was very sensitive. The knight replied that in the outside world his specialty was music, and the girls from the music department seemed so nice. But the guy joked, saying that she had never seen money at all. But it was a bitter truth. A rear spirit noticed something wrong with her and warned the guy to be careful with suspicious people. But soon he heard some shouting, and camera lenses started pointing at him from all sides. It was reporters who spotted him and were running toward him with all their equipment and microphones to interview him. The knight, not wanting to stay long with him, hurried to the 11th floor. Before he could even get to the 11th floor, people were running to him from all sides. He was amazed at the noise, but the knight was the culprit. The knight specifically approached him to give away his identity and said that he was quite accurate in assessing the truth of his opponent, which can be considered a manifestation of his interest. Finally, the guy asked the knight what he had discovered that was so hidden, and the knight replied that the answer was in his soul. The knight did not just move to the 11th floor, he left them and ran away. The rear spirit said that this rascal was quite suspicious. Reporters introduced themselves from various newspapers and channels, and they wanted to ask the guy a few questions. They wanted to know if it was true that he had cleared the 10th floor on his own, and if his performance was part of a plan by some guild. So far, the guy didn't want to talk to them, as their questions were quite stupid and unfounded. He looked at them indifferently. He simply stated that he would clear the 20th floor, and the reporters' mouths dropped open in surprise. After wishing them good luck, he activated the movement. Without answering their questions and calls to stop, he disappeared. The hologram finished its recording just then, wishing the conquerors of the tower good luck. May luck always favor you, conquerors. Moving to the battlefield, the boy sees a pile of bodies of knights lying on the ground, all covered in dust. The holy sword was next to him, and something strange was happening. All the displaced heroes stood in a circle, and something strange was happening between them. The warriors were shouting, "Don't take a step back! We will stop the Demon King's army for the sake of the Agyam Empire." The displaced soldiers just watched, not even participating. Soon, the battlefield was filled with an incomprehensible battle between two sides. On the one hand, the attacking orcs, and on the other, the knights fighting for their alliance. The knights shouted from all sides, "Do not retreat! If you step back, the end of the empire will come." But this was unrealistic, as there were so many enemies. The soldiers who came to the 11th floor did not understand what was happening, because they wanted to clear the floor and did not understand the essence of the task, as the floor itself was attacking each other. Soon, the system informed the hunters that the training was over and that the scenes would be filmed from the square nearby. The hunters were approached by a man in armor who recognized them and called them warriors who would save the empire. Holding his sword above him, he said, "Help us save our empire. We are in a difficult situation now." He was explaining to the hunters that the local port was the last route of supply, and their empire had to protect it even at the cost of their lives, otherwise the capital would fall. At this point, the rear spirit told the boy that he had perfectly mastered how to enhance his aura, sight, and hearing. And it was true, as the boy heard everything that was happening perfectly. This knight asked the warriors who came from another world to save their empire of Agyam. Secure the supply route. Difficulty F. The purpose of the task. There is a disaster in the Agyam Empire. The Demon King, a creature of legend, has brought his troops. The Demon King, Average, is cruel and strong. The first thing he decided to do was to cut off the supply lines. Defend the port at all costs. This battle will be the first step towards saving the empire. If you lose, the 12th floor will not open. The hunters who arrived were amazed that a quest had appeared and that something like a Demon King had appeared on the floors. But where is this empire even located? The hunters had been fighting orcs for hours, and they kept attacking. How can they complete this quest? But before we draw conclusions, we need to not go into details, but first kill all the enemies. And the whole crowd followed the holy sword, which cut the orcs to pieces, and the hunters with all their weapons and equipment rushed into battle. They have been destroying such goblins for years. Against the background of what was happening was our hero, Kim Concha. And although there was a huge massacre going on, the Tower of Babel system greeted him by calling him by name. By doing so, the system also thanked him and gave him a reward for clearing the 10th floor in the form of skills. Even the rear guard was impressed by this. The main gift the tower gave him was access to the tower map from the 11th to the 20th floor. It was a blessing, and he received the patronage of the god of all things, a reward for an ordinary scene. The rear spirit, when he saw what they gave the guy, knew that it would be another privilege. He was shocked to be such a loser. But there was another hidden reward for the scene. The guy gets the patronage of the god of men. He will be given the skills and location of any NPC from the 11th to the 20th floor. The guy was delighted with what he received and the power that was opening up to him. He also received the patronage of the god of trade. The rear spirit, watching all this, simply opened his mouth, as these techniques opened any object that exists from the 11th to the 20th floor. This grace made the guy feel privileged, and skills rule in this game. But the rear spirit was amazed that this game is not ruled by skills, but by dumb luck. And we move on to the theme of the tower's floors. The floors are divided into themes. From the 1st to the 10th floor is training. There are cities for adaptation of newcomers and training of hunters. And from the 11th to the 20th floor are the warriors and the Demon King. There are only two ways to join the Demon King's troops. Deals. Either possess sufficient physical power to single-handedly overthrow the enemy troops, which is what the Holy Sword was actively doing, or lead the army and lead it, raising the morale of the soldiers and gaining many advantages. Of course, the rear spirit realized that the guy chose the second option. But he had no talents and had never commanded an army. He had no skill or experience in recruiting soldiers. But after opening the skill system inventory, he was sure he could get this talent. He asked the rear spirit to listen to him. Since the Sword Lord had recently had a fight, he believed that this game was controlled by dumb luck, to which the spirit couldn't help but agree, calling the guy a piece of shit. But the guy was going to show that this game is all about skills, and he opened a list of all the NPCs. This skill gave him a display of NPCs located only on the 11th floor, and among them the top 100 people with high skills. He could see that these NPCs had very good skills, and most importantly, he knew their locations. But the rear spirit decided to interrupt him, emphasizing, "That's not going to work. Let's fight to become stronger. No matter how long you've been a cheater, it's no use. Don't disgrace your name, Kim Konja." But the guy was sure that he would not disgrace his name, because the display of NPCs with troop command skills was in front of him. The top 3 were the captain of the Knights of Fanabas, the commander of the Kungur direction, and another located on the map. Now he reveals his location to determine how far he is from them. By doing so, he demonstrates to the spirit that this game is all about skill, and there was no arguing with that. His privilege was made incredible by his intelligence, but the spirit looks at this fool and hopes that he is joking, because why would a guy think he is smart with an empty head? According to the guy, an empty head can also be a skill. Soon, the boy moved to one of the knights who was the nearest blue dot on the map. This knight was killing goblins with gusto. His name was Commander Sarbus Igim. Suddenly, this knight saw the boy, paid attention to him and called him a hero from another world, asking how he could help him, offering his assistance. Lifting up his valiant armor and opening his protective mask, the knight revealed a cool mustache. His skills were also outstanding, and if he really thinks the boy is a warrior, the boy asks him to fulfill one of his requests. The knight, attentive to his servants, agrees to help him in any way he can. But when the knight heard what the boy said, he became cold inside. He was shocked because the boy asked him to kill him, explaining that he had a secret weapon that would activate when his life was cut short, and God's protection would descend on the field. It was a kind of suicide technique that, according to the guy, could save the empire. But the warrior said that he could not kill another warrior by ending his life. The boy kept pleading with him, saying it was the only way to save the empire. He pulled out his dagger, showing that he was serious, and asked the commander to fulfill his request. The commander was shocked and did not know how to respond. The boy said that it was his sacred duty to choose between life and death for the sake of the empire. The rear spirit watched this manipulation, seeing how the boy influenced the commander. The boy emphasized that he wanted to die at the hands of a patriot, the most loyal commander, not at the hands of an evil monster. He asked the commander to do it quickly for the sake of the empire. The commander took up his head, realizing that their world was indeed cursed from the very beginning of the attack by the army of the Demon King. And now he would have to take the life of a man who came from another world. He took his cold sword and asked God not to forgive him for this sin. He decided to do this, trying to make the process as painless as possible. The boy thanked him for his courage, but before that, the commander asked him to tell him his name. In a quiet voice, our hero says, "Kim Konja." Putting on his helmet, the commander thanks Kim Konja on behalf of the entire empire. Calling him a true warrior, he kills the boy with a sword. The system notifies him that he is dead, and he copies a random NPC skill. The message "Collision with Fate" appears. Looking at all this battle between hunters and goblins, another message appears. Command Strength. Next to the hunter with the blade, a hunter with an army appears. And soon everyone on the floor saw the warrior in a new light. Our hero Kim Konja was riding on a horse with big and strong warriors, and the hunters wondered who this hero was and why he was riding. He rode his horse holding his sword, realizing that this skill gave him the ability to command the army. After reincarnation, Keeman gains the innate ability of a battlefield leader from one of the NPCs. This ability allows you to intuitively understand the true advantages and disadvantages of armies, as well as the strengths and weaknesses of enemy troops. Keeman leads his troops forward while sitting on the back saddle. He directs the rider's movements, ordering him to go straight and then turn right, where they will meet the commander of the Demon King. There will be goblins ahead, which they can easily defeat. The warrior understands his instructions. He and the other riders rush into battle, following orders and using Keeman's knowledge. Thanks to his skills, Keeman manages to gain the commander's trust, showing himself to be an experienced commander. Their cavalry brigade rushes forward, destroying the goblins under their hooves. Kimin looks at the map and directs the rider. This ability came about because he has a mini-map of the stage. In addition, he has done some research beforehand and lived through the day several times, knowing what will happen next and what endings await him. The goblin has already appeared in his eyes several times. It was all thanks to Kimin, his skills and abilities. Raising his divine blade, he accumulates light, illuminating his sword. Kimin asks for light from the goddess by wielding the sacred sword of the defender, Refant Agaim, a rare legendary level. The sacred sword of the founder was, according to legend, the foundation of the Agaria Empire and blessed by the goddess herself. However, when legends and history were not yet intertwined, the founder disappeared without a trace. The sacred legendary sword disappeared with him. The founder left behind only a one-line prophecy. The prophecy said that on the day when destiny would appear, a man would come with a sacred sword in his hands, and any citizen of the empire would trust the owner of the sacred sword of protection without a doubt. When the warriors saw this legendary sword with their own eyes, they became energized and excited. They began shouting and chanting Kim Il-sung's name, filling the space with glory. Raising the legendary sword above him, the guy began to shout to the soldiers, "Attack!" Feeling a huge surge of energy, he saw how much he could benefit from protecting the secret scenes. But the spirit could not resist and exclaimed, "Boy, what is the use? You have chosen some insignificant object. It's just a side shiny knife. Out of the many useful things you chose this one," the spirit added. The spirit noticed that the boy looked like a zombie for choosing such an object. But Kim emphasized that even if this sword is side and shiny, at level 20, NPCs will jump for joy when they see it. He explained that this is all done to motivate the whole army and create a huge furor and impression. Because NPCs are not only those who give quests, they are also creatures that can help you complete quests. And the army ran after the master, calling him a warrior who would lead them to victory. The hunters who saw this performance were amazed that this scoundrel was not an NPC, but a real warrior, and he ruined the entire quest for them with his presence. Kim looked at his opponents and noticed how they envied him, which gave him pleasure. But the spirit constantly reminded him that he had taught him to use his aura to wield a sword, not to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. He liked it very much and felt confident. Soon he noticed that the destruction of the Demon King's left flank was complete. Kim's army continued to attack, moving forward toward the main enemy forces. The soldiers believed in their strength, realizing that they could win, and moved even more confidently. Goblins appeared on the horizon, and behind them stood the commander of the Goblin army. It was the great Goblin King, a level 11 monster that needed to be destroyed. He became nervous when he saw the rider approaching. The Goblin King ordered his soldiers to quickly stop these brazen attackers. But Kim, along with the rider, jumped off his horse and flew high up, holding his sacred sword. With the skill activated, he struck the level 11 boss, delivering a lightning-fast fatal blow. The boss soon fell to the ground, and the goblins nearby were shocked to see their commander dead. A great victory for the warriors. They chanted victory cries, celebrating the victory over the army of the Demon King. The legendary warrior with the sacred sword of the goddess killed the enemy commander, and everyone shouted, "Long live the Agam Empire!" The goblins, realizing that they were finished, tried to run away as far as they could see. They had no choice but to run away, trying to avoid death. The hunters watching from the tower decided to play with the fleeing goblins, killing them one by one. It was their finest hour, to kill all the goblins and enjoy the hunt. The system alerted everyone that the stage was cleared, and today was glorified by the fact that the 11th floor was successfully cleared. It was a legendary event for humanity, because they had cleared the 11th floor in just a day. The incredible result was admirable, and the system began to count the participants in the sweep, issuing a rating. Everyone saw the top participants of the sweep above them. Kim Kongja was the first on the list, and various guild leaders were second. People were delighted to see a no-name ranked first, while the Holy Sword, a legend, was only second. People started talking about Kim Kong, saying that he was a difficult guy who had conquered the 10th floor and was able to defeat everyone here. The rear spirit decided to say something to the guy, similar to what a reclusive master would say. In his opinion, there was no master here, just a cheater using his empty head. But the guy remained confident and waited for the spirit to admit that skills rule in this game. The spirit didn't want to admit what it didn't agree with and was against all stupid ideas. The guy noticed that for this spirit, his own strength was more important than skills, and he was sure of it. So that the spirit would not be angry with him, he told him that he would train sword arts, as it would be needed for the 20th floor. The rear spirit expected the guy to say this, especially when our hero had such a strong fighting partner, a sword master, around him. How could he not listen to him? On the contrary, he should ask him to teach him the art of the sword, and the spirit was amazed by these words. Finally, you zombie will learn my true value, and it will be a piece of cake, the spirit thought. Although the tower they are climbing now is a little different from the one in his world, they will overcome it. The boy noticed that it was so easy to cheer up this spirit. After a while, a knight approaches the antagonist and addresses him as a warrior of the goddess. He wants to express his appreciation for the fact that they won thanks to him, thanking him from the bottom of his heart. Our boy replies that he is not to thank him, because they all contributed together, and that is why they won. The knight begins to stroke his beard, emphasizing that he was in vain. When the boy asked what he was worried about, the knight began his story. A long time ago, there was a prophet who predicted that someday the army of the demon king would come. It will be accompanied by warriors from another world, so we should not be afraid, says the knight. But I, as a commander, was skeptical of this prediction. Will people from another world risk their lives to save someone else's world? The knight continued. But seeing this situation, I realized that my fears were not justified. I want you to allow me to express my gratitude once again with a handshake, said the knight, extending his hand. We may come from different worlds, but the meaning of this gesture is the same, because in both worlds people have two hands, the knight added. He emphasized that he would count on Keeman in the future, and the boy promised to do his best. The system notifies that a reward for a successful sweep is being generated as it is completed. All rewards are given to the top conquerors, and they get access to the 12th floor. The top conquerors start moving to the 12th floor. Until they receive their rewards, other conquerors are not allowed to enter the 12th floor. As the boy shakes hands with the knight, he begins to upgrade and move to the 12th floor. The warrior asks him to defend the empire as a farewell. Kim faces great danger, as only the top 10 were called to the new level. Grandpa Marcus, who was among them, immediately recognized the boy and went crazy with rage. The guy smiles, he doesn't care. What do I have to be afraid of? What can he do worse than murder? Kim thinks. Kim is not worried because he has a countermeasure. Instantly, he teleports to a new floor. They find themselves in the Imperial Palace of Agim, and all the top 10 conquerors suddenly appear there. The heretic Inquisitor, who is next to our hero, is delighted with his incredible skill. The Inquisitor cannot believe his eyes. He used his skill to rejuvenate himself and watched Kim's activities on the 11th floor with great pleasure. He is interested in the reward for clearing the 10th floor. Our hero answers, "Yes, I became the leader on the 11th floor with the 10th floor award. Your practical skills are impressive." Kim was embarrassed by the Inquisitor's praise and asked him not to exaggerate his merits. Suddenly, the Inquisitor saw the holy sword flying straight at the hero. He stopped it with his dagger, saving the boy. The Inquisitor asked the hero, "Holy sword, why do you have to scare like that? Have you recently been classified as an assassin?" The boy's heart nearly jumped out of his chest in fear. Grandfather Marcus, cool and calm, walks in his red sneakers saying, "Inquisitor, are you still alive?" Marcus points his cold sword in Kim's direction, promising to kill him at any cost. Everyone thinks the old man has gone crazy, but he was serious. They ask him if he is serious about killing Kim Kong. The old man says yes. The holy sword promised, "If anyone gets in the way, I will cut off their hands." The Inquisitor jokes, "It will be a little unpleasant because I still need my hands. If you kill Kim, the top 5 guilds will be shamed." She asks why Marcus is threatening Kim. The old man with the cold look makes it clear that he doesn't have to answer that. The Inquisitor realizes that he is not going to back down, and this means only one thing. The top guilds activate their forces to stop the old man. The Inquisitor uses a sacred transference, and strong warriors, heads of different guilds, jump out with swords at the old man from different sides. But the skillful Marcus deflects all the blows that are directed at him. The warriors wonder why this old monster is so strong, and what he eats to be so vigorous. The Holy Sword replies that even in old age, you need to stay in shape, hinting at his 40 years. A representative of the Snake Guild says that aging is nonsense, and suggests that they determine their age. The Inquisitor encourages Marcus, calling him an old man, and asking him to show what he can do. The fierce old man gets angry and asks whose side she is on. The knight urges everyone to focus on the enemy, as he is a poisonous snake and they are at a disadvantage. Although Marcus was one of the best warriors in this world and on this tower. But everyone hopes that this is not the end and wants to restrain this scoundrel. The Inquisitor decides to ask the Countess for 10,000 gold pieces. The Countess agrees, but only with a 15% return in installments for 3 months without interest. The Inquisitor explains that she did not ask for a loan. The Countess's expression changes, as she was not interested in donating to the entrepreneurs. But the Inquisitor adds that this is dirty money, and she asks to donate it to the temple, which will open the gates to paradise. The Countess is amazed at the Inquisitor's impudence, and thinks that she is even more impudent than she thought. Using her skill, the Countess withdraws 10,000 gold pieces, and money begins to fall from the sky directly on the boy and the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor, smelling the money falling on her, is filled with the power of this energy. She activates the sacred giving spirit technique, and her eyes light up with a bright light. This technique falls on her friends, filling them with a sacred miracle that enhances their physical strength. Objects of amplification: Holy Knight and Poisonous Serpent. This boost lasts for 300 seconds for each. Thus, gold fills their hands, and the Inquisitor completes his technique, giving power to his friends. Kim looks at the Holy Sword and sees him look away. The Inquisitor's technique makes it clear that the Holy Knight and the Head of the Thousand Faceless will become significantly stronger for 300 seconds. The old man will have a hard time with 4 strong warriors: the Countess, the Holy Knight, the Poisonous Serpent, and the Inquisitor. The Countess replies that they will either go bankrupt or die earlier. Suddenly, the Black Dragon Witch enters the fray, adding to the Inquisitor's words that their alliance is not limited to just 4 warriors. She announces that Hunter Kim In made a formal agreement with 5 guilds yesterday. Hearing this, the old man tenses up because the agreement is very powerful in their world. Hunter Kim In made an agreement with the 5 guilds on an equal footing. The warriors realize that if the Holy Sword points his weapon at Kim, it will be tantamount to him pointing it at all the other warriors. Kim realizes that the Holy Sword will not be able to resist everyone at once, and this is his countermeasure. The fury of the Holy Sword knew no bounds, because all the guilds were against him, while Kim was in all of them. Our hero, with his hands in his pockets, realizes that there are 2 ways to confront a strong enemy. The first is to have enough strength to overthrow the enemy's troops on your own. The second is to bring an army with you. He learned this on the 11th floor. If a player plays solo, he is defenseless against a large allied army. Now all 4 swords were pointed at the Holy Sword. Realizing this, Kim decides to talk to the Holy Sword. The young man walks right up to the dangerous Holy Sword and says that he is very confused. Kim does not understand why the Holy Sword attacked him. It was the first time they met, and up until that moment, he had genuinely admired him. But the old man looks at him with distrust. The Holy Sword still considers Kim to be an assassin sent by the Black Dragon, much less a special class assassin. In the eyes of the Holy Sword, Kim is not just suspicious, he is a real killer. He is not a bodyguard who earned everything on his own, but an assassin who has infiltrated the big guilds. In other words, for the old man, Kim was a spy, an infiltrator who had penetrated the heart of the guild. This bothered the Holy Sword, and he wasn't going to let it go. The Holy Sword laughingly says that there is no difference between the outside world and Babylon. He explains that not even a day after he entered the tower, everyone was trying to get him to join the guild. The old man refuses and asks if they want to know the reason why he did it. He explains that he wanted to prove that it was easy to exist in the tower on his own. Unlike the rotten outside world with its blood ties, nationality, and origin, here you can be on top of the world with only a sword. Pointing the sword at the audience, he says that success can only be achieved through your talent and skills, and he wanted to show everyone this hope. What are you doing? You are no better than the rottenness of the outside world. The head of the Dragon Guild was furious at his words, saying that the old man knew nothing about others and was judging them. He plays the peerless and lives alone. But if he had lent a helping hand, many hunters would have survived. He didn't show up to clear the 5th, 7th, and 9th floors. If he had cooperated with us, the losses would have been half as many, says Zmi. Grafina adds that if he had helped with external relations, there would have been fewer problems with food, and the current system would have been more stable. And we are the rot? Then you are nothing but an irresponsible kid. If you consider yourself number 1, then show the responsibility that goes with being number 1. The old man responds to all these arguments with one word: shut your mouths. He looks at them angrily and whispers, "You are all such big children, but I am not your own grandfather. Get out, or I will clear my way with my sword." The devotional spirit looks at the old man and says, "Here he is, my true disciple." But the boy had a different idea. He asked the old man, "Brother, there are only 10 people here. Even the NPCs on the 11th floor agreed to fight together. To protect their country, they have united and are moving in unison. But the head of the Black Dragon tells the guy, It's none of your business, and it doesn't concern you. It's much more serious than you think, and now I know what I'm talking about. The boy replies, we are all called hunters here. Why don't we just clear the 12th floor? What's the point of pointing fingers at each other? Are we worse than NPCs? Looking at the old man, he says, these people need help, even though they are just NPCs. This country is in danger of being destroyed, and they are all counting on us to protect them. We are standing in this room as conscripts in the Empire. Do you know what is special about the title of warrior? A warrior is a person who can handle what others cannot. He calls on everyone to unite and deal with the scenes left behind. After hearing the boy's words, the knight puts away his weapon and says that the boy is absolutely right. Although the knight does not know what the boy did to offend the holy sword, he knows that now is not the time to fight each other. He hides his weapon and begins to hold it in his hand and materializes some important information that he promises to show everyone. The system window in his hand is called a lie detector, and it is a high-level skill that allows you to understand whether your opponent is lying. He wants to show that he has a skill that detects lies, and he says that this skill is how he reached the rank of vice chairman. He turns to the Holy Sword and Kim Kong and offers to provide them with a guarantee of the truth or falsity of their statements. Doubt is a poison that consumes a person, and the truth is always an antidote. I don't know what the early distrust was based on, but on the 12th floor we have to cooperate, says the knight. The suspicion that arose because of a skill can be extinguished by another skill. And hearing these words, the guy agrees. The Holy Sword calms down a bit and says that the knight is the only one who hasn't harmed anyone, and he trusts him completely. The knight says, let's say we both agree, and turns to the Holy Sword. Ask Kim Konj anything you want. The knight puts her honor and the reputation of the vigilante group on the line, promising to report the circumstances impartially. At this point, the Holy Sword, pointing his finger at the guy, declares, he brutally killed over 4,000 people. Is it true? The boy replies, it is true. Suddenly, the Holy Sword begins to shout, you see, this is the real devil. How could you appoint this scoundrel as an assassin? But the knight says it's a lie. The Holy Sword begins to doubt his skills. However, he emphasizes that the boy has just answered yes, which means he has never killed more than 4,000 people. The old man could not believe it, considering it a big lie. But did he have any other questions for the boy? The knight thought this was a rather strange question. Can one person kill so many people? The old man is furious again, because he doesn't understand, and assumes that the boy was trained as a special assassin. The boy replies, yes, I am a special assassin. The knight replies again that this is a lie. The old man explodes with emotion, believing that the holy knight was wrong in her judgment. He believed that she would judge honestly, but she had asked him from the beginning if he was ready to believe her. Was the old man ready to retract his words now? The old man was stunned by this statement. He looked at the boy again and said to him, just wait. In any case, you could not help but kill a single person. The boy replied, yes, that's true. Since I killed exactly one person, the boy adds, and the knight confirms that this is true. Of course, murder is murder, and there is no forgiveness for that, but that person deserved it. Again, the knight confirms that this is true. The boy continues, he tried to kill me. To be honest, he was a brutal killer, and he deserved it. The knight confirms the truth of these words, and the old man's face changes. The inquisitor laughed. What an interesting conclusion. It would be nice if it were true, but they only met Kim Kongja for the first time yesterday. The rear spirit realized that the old man was overdoing it a bit, and he had always been told to take his time. The guy was happy with the way things had turned out. As he approached the old man, he said, it looks like we just had a mutual misunderstanding. The guy was glad it was just a simple misunderstanding. But if the guild leaders hadn't protected him, he believes he would have been dead by now. And looking straight into the old man's face, he tells him that he deserves to be forgiven. And he might even deserve respect from the Holy Sword. Clearly, the Holy Sword could not believe it, but everything was against him. The guy continues, if it weren't for your guilds, I wouldn't be standing here. Your actions saved me, and for that I am grateful. The guy kindly asked the Holy Sword to apologize to him, as it was only fair. And everyone in the room supported the boy and his point of view, because it was the truth, and his remarks were absolutely fair. The Holy Sword needs to apologize to him. The old man was confused by these words and began to stammer. The old man was not going to apologize to this hunter. Everyone was waiting to see what he would do next. Even though the Holy Knight is famous for his selflessness and is one of the five, the Holy Sword will still accuse him of lying. And so it happened. the old man said that everyone was conspiring against him. One could only guess what he would do next. Perhaps he would reveal his skill card to them to explain his position, why he hates the guy so much. At this point, Holy Sword tilted his head and repeated that the guy said his name was Kim, and if he didn't commit such brutal murders of innocent people. The Holy Sword says, the boy wonders what this character will decide. Maybe he will try to kill him to shut him up. Usually when people are proven wrong, they either start to suspect others or choose the method of killing to shut up. That's what the summer spirit did, and this shows us how foolish his nature is. And now, through his choice, the Holy Sword himself will show what kind of person he is. The Holy Sword, in turn, hides his weapon in a sheath and asks the boy to start over. The Holy Sword kneels before the boy and apologizes for his words. He admits his guilt, saying that his frivolous thoughts and poor judgment led to this, and that he almost killed an innocent man. The Holy Sword explains that he was following his personal beliefs that he should rid the world of people who he believed deserved instant punishment. He killed them following this principle, but today's incident made him reconsider his actions. He recognizes that words cannot compensate for his mistakes, so he is ready to fulfill the boy's every wish as an apology. This scene was very impressive because instead of attacking the Holy Knight or making excuses, the Holy Sword admitted he was wrong. The Holy Sword goes on to say that he would not have been able to do this if he had not put his life on the line. He asks the boy to forgive him so that he can live and reach the top of the tower. This was incredible, because he easily decided to beg for mercy from an inexperienced hunter. The boy looks at the Holy Sword in amazement, saying, "Forgive me, I may have been wrong, and in the future I will not kill people relying only on my skills. He just wants to be spared and not killed." The boy looks at the knight, who confirms that all this is true and sincere. Kim replies, "Mr. Holy Sword, I have a request for you." The boy kindly asked the Holy Sword to teach him the art of the sword. The old man was amazed at his words. When he stood up and looked the boy in the eye, Kim said hesitantly that rather, if he asked for a sparring match in the future, promised to accept it, because he had recently gotten a teacher, but he didn't actually have an opponent to spar with. The boy thought to himself that it would be better to keep his promise to the spirit of the home front and appoint the Sword Saint as his sparring partner, which would be beneficial and helpful for his development. The guy asked him to be his sparring partner, and honestly said that he was not asking to train with him, but for some reason he was embarrassed. He felt uncomfortable, and the old man looked at him, not fully understanding. The boy realized that he suddenly seemed to be taller than everyone else. But he was not that great a warrior and was happy just to see the Holy Sword no longer see him as an enemy. He thanked the Holy Sword that things did not come to a massacre. He would not have had to pretend to be an important person and take everything as it should. Upset, the boy says that as a payment for what is most valuable to you, teach me the art of the sword. He was extremely ashamed to say this, but he calmly and accurately expressed everything that was in his heart. The knight also confirmed that he was extremely sincere, and it was true. To the surprise of everyone present, this was the truth. One of the heads of the snakes said, "Are you really seriously able to ask for anything, but you are embarrassed?" The head of the dragon said that all she saw around her were children who only cared about their own benefit. She had not seen people like Hunter Kim for a long time, and it surprised her. It was a beautiful sight. The Inquisitor looked at the world with new eyes. She even shed a tear, feeling ashamed for crying in circumstances where everyone around her was endlessly competing. Forgiveness became such a sacred miracle. The only thing that bothered the Countess was that everything had ended so well. It turned out that they had wasted 10,000 gold pieces on him. Soon the old man's eyes were filled with love, and he realized how much he had been mistaken about such a kind and righteous young man. Out of all his old man's joy, he agreed to train Kim at any time of the day or night. As soon as the boy wanted to tell him something, the Holy Sword allowed him to call himself Grandpa Marcus. He was so pleased and happy with the boy's opinion that he asked him how old he was. He told him that he had a good granddaughter in the outside world, and as soon as she entered the tower, he would gladly bring them together. This was extremely strange for the boy, and he did not want it in any way. But Grandpa Marcus, not understanding, continued on, not being interested in his granddaughter. But the boy explained that he was not interested in relationships at all. But Grandpa Marcus did not stop. He talked about how youth is the best time for love and relationships, and that it's important to learn a lot of new things. He recalled how he used his knowledge at the age of 16. Marcus held the boy's shirt and told him his stories. The catchy spirit reminded the boy that Marcus is a hard-headed old man who is fanatically immersed in something and completely abstracts himself from ordinary life. On this note, Marcus told the boy that from now on he would treat him well and take care of him. Noticing the boy's tattered clothes, he decided to start with that. The boy was so embarrassed by Grandpa Marcus's behavior that he thought maybe he should start the day over. But suddenly, the system informed him that he had won first place for fighting on the 11th floor. At that moment, the reward for this conquest became available. The guy realized that he, as the winner, was the first to receive the reward. Information about the conquest of floors 12 through 20 was available. The system offered to choose one of two rewards: the light side or the dark side. The light side is the goddess of protection, who decided to grant an important role. He could become a chancellor or a marshal, with the corresponding abilities and reputation. The dark side is a role-playing game with hunters in the Empire, which provided skills and reputation. In the previous scene, he was given the right to choose a special role, which was available only on the 12th floor. Now he had a huge selection of professions to choose from. There was also the reward of the Demon King. This silhouette made it clear that the Demon King was of the Autumn Reign. The Demon King promised a secret alliance and a reward, but on the condition that the boy must kill all the top 10 warriors. Then the Demon King would take him straight to the 99th floor. When the boy read this message, he almost lost his temper. The offer was tempting. If he killed all the top 10 warriors, he would be transported to the 99th floor immediately. Everyone nearby looked with interest at the guy, who suddenly fell silent and began to stare thoughtfully into the void. But the guy, like a beast, felt the power in him. If he killed all these people, he would clear everything up to the 99th floor. He had an incredible choice to make, and his fate depended on it. He had to choose one of these rewards that gave him endless possibilities. The guy's business partner realizes that this is a trap, and the guy is on the verge of choosing between good and evil. The rear spirit tells him not to lose his head and not to fall for it, but Kimon realized that it was a trap. The elderly spirit would not have chosen the reward of the Demon King if he had the option. He definitely chose the Demon King's reward, but then he ended up on the 40th floor instead of the 99th floor, so the Demon King's reward is a trap. Perhaps he immediately chose the side of the Demon King, and as soon as he realized it was a trap, he was reborn. Although it was tempting for the guy, to be honest. The rear spirit tells him what will happen if he fights the monster of the 99th floor and dies at its hands. He's not strong enough yet, and he shouldn't choose this reward under any circumstances. The spirit tells him to look at it. In his past life, he was a sword lord, reached the 99th floor, but failed. He assures the guy that this trap is cruel and disgusting. With his skills, he can't even get into the top 10 fighters, and he won't be able to kill them. Even if he succeeds, there's no way he'll be able to reach the 99th floor. The guy is worried about how strong this 99th floor is. But the spirit grabs his head and tells him that there are no monsters on the 99th floor. There is something unknown and untamed. He emphasizes that it is a trap. The boy sits back thinking, but he is curious about what is so scary, and it scares him. The spirit hates to admit it, but the boy is doing well, and he tells him that it will be a challenge to clear the 99th floor on his own. After a few minutes of thought, the boy realizes that he must not cross that line. He promises the spirit that he will not even try. After that, he chooses the safest path, ignoring the reward of the Demon King, and stays to watch the events unfold. The spirit also warns him to be careful with the goddess's reward. The guy returns to his colleagues and explains that he received the award for the 11th floor scene. This is good, because his colleagues are tired of waiting and are wondering what award he will choose, what will determine what will come next. The guy has already made up his mind. He announces that he will not choose any award, which stuns everyone. The system notifies him that no reward has been selected for the scene, and the quests disappear into space. The goddess of protection is surprised by his choice, and the Demon King laughs quietly. Everyone has one question. Why did he do this? When the Holy Sword faced the question of choice as the second in command, he saw these quests and understood the boy's decision, because he chose the safest option. But why would he refuse the reward altogether? Although he can't help but worry, if he is always so cautious, he risks being placed lower. The guy thanked everyone for their concern, but he has no regrets. The Holy Sword didn't think long before choosing a quest. He chose the goddess's reward and chooses the role of commander of the Knights of the Agam Empire. The knights materialized before him and swore allegiance to the Emperor's great sword. The Holy Sword looked at these knights and was amazed at how roles were chosen and assigned. The next one was the Inquisitor. She realized that it was like a game of mafia, and she had no idea what it was all about. She clapped her hands like cotton and decided to explain everything to everyone. She had magical properties that could mirror this quest. By placing her fingers on the floor, she was able to reflect the task so that everyone could see what they were supposed to do. The head of the serpent, seeing that the choice of quests could lead to getting to the 99th floor, realized the seriousness of the situation. Everyone agreed that it looked like a mafia game. The Inquisitor suggested calling the one who chose the goddess a warrior, and the one who chose the demon king a traitor. However, unlike the mafia, traitors will be revealed a little later. 9 people will become warriors, and among them is the vice head of the vigilante squad. If you trust me, I will be able to identify the traitor. Looking at Kim Kong-jae, everyone realized that he had outdone them by refusing the reward. One way or another, they expressed respect for this decision. She chose the role of Marshal of the Empire, and cold-blooded knights appeared before her, swearing allegiance. The man with the eye patch chose the reward that was more lucrative under any circumstances, and became the commander of the guard. The saintly knight chose the role of foreign minister, which suited her. The head of the dragon clan took the role of chancellor, and asked everyone not to choose the demon king. If no one chose him, the reward would be destroyed. The cat girl chose the role of finance minister, which suited her best. Soon all the rewards were given out, and the careful counting of the rewards was completed. The rear spirit turns to the boy. Are you sure? Even though you didn't say you were skipping this round, it was a big decision. In the guy's opinion, in pursuit of prey, sometimes it is better to step back and let it go. The selection of the top conqueror was completed, and the system highlighted the names of those who had made their choice. The system announced that 8 people had accepted the goddess's award, including Kim Kong-jae, who declined the award. The information that someone had chosen the Demon King's award scared everyone to death. It turned out that one of them was a traitor. The selection of the top conqueror is over. The Black Witch was furious. Who is this idiot? I told you not to choose the reward of the Demon King. The Inquisitor, having analyzed the situation, noted that this was a very unfavorable game for the traitor. But someone still chose the Demon King. The man with the bandage said that the atmosphere resembled the clearing of the original tower. How many people will die today? The Countess recalled how in the past, when there were neither 5 nor 10 guilds, many people died, and many of them were killed. They immediately need to determine who is the traitor among them by interrogating each one. The question arose, how to do this? No one knew who dared to betray them all. But the girl, the owner of the Black Dragon, said that she would give that person the most painful death. Everyone asked the Holy Knight to interrogate everyone because he had the skill of a lie detector. If even one person evades the question, he must be killed on the spot. First, it is necessary to check whether the knight himself is not a traitor. Although Kim Kong-jae refused the reward, there were no suspicions about him. But the knight still asked him if he had chosen the Demon King's reward. The boy answered confidently, no, and it was the truth. The knight did not detect the lie, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The next one was the Holy Sword. He swore on his honor that he could not have chosen it in any case. The Inquisitor also did not choose this award. She did not want to die at the hands of the Black Dragon's mistress. The next one was the head of a snake. He said fiercely and loudly, "It's not me." The Countess, hiding behind her mask, had a good reputation, and also said that she did not choose this award. And no matter how you slice it, it was true. The last one was the owner of the Black Dragon. Did she choose this unworthy reward? When the knight asked her, she gritted her teeth and replied that she had not. And this was also true. But one question arose. If none of the 10 chose this reward, then who is the traitor? Everyone was in dissonance with what had happened, and no one could know who the traitor was, but it had to be resolved immediately. The knight suggested that this was not surprising, because the traitor could have a skill at hiding the truth, or perhaps he had a split personality. No matter how ridiculous it may sound, everything happens in life. The only one who had a split personality was the Holy Sword. He looked at the knight and said, "Perhaps you are a damn traitor." The head of the dragon furiously asked the Holy Sword if he was laughing at them. How could he doubt the knight? But the Holy Sword was adamant. "I dare. Even if the Lady Holy Knight is not a traitor, there is a chance that she lied for the sake of your guild's 5. Of course, logically speaking, such a possibility exists, and she cannot be a traitor. The most important thing for everyone now is not to lose their calm and composure, because they have overcome so many obstacles. If we trust each other this time." The Inquisitor noted that the deputy head was so naive about trust. Her beautiful words sounded perfect, but trust takes time. It took them 10 years to start calling themselves the 5 and start cooperating, in other words. It's hard for her to trust someone outside of the guild's 5, and since there were other people in the room who weren't part of the 5, they may have been responsible for this misunderstanding. But spending another 10 years building trust with other hunters is very inefficient. The Inquisitor tells the knight, "Now is not the time for efficiency. We need to wait." But the Inquisitor does not stop. She activates her technique, Sacred Art of the Body Spirit. Their task is to deal with the 10th place, and they don't listen to anyone. They start acting together with the poisonous snake. Using the Sacred Art of Movement, the Inquisitor quickly kills the 9th representative of the hunters, and the poisonous serpent took over the destruction of the 10th place, and the system reports that 1 warrior died, but he did not serve the Demon King. As soon as the Holy Sword saw that the vile children showed their true nature and started killing innocent people, he rebelled and drew his sword. He swore that if they didn't stop immediately, he would stop them himself, but the Inquisitoress ruthlessly killed her rivals. One by one, the warriors died at their hands, unable to realize their ambitions on the 11th floor. The boy began to close his eyes from such cruelty. Kimin was shocked by their cruelty. All these warriors who were destroyed did not serve the Demon King and were killed in vain, the system reported. The Inquisitor wipes her hands after the brutal massacre, saying with a smile on her face that it was not them. After wiping her hands with a napkin, she throws it away and tells everyone that the situation has become more complicated. She had strong confidence in her colleagues, but it turns out that the perpetrator is one of them, and now the trust that they had been building for 10 years has come to an end. But the knight asked them all to wait. The knight had been asking everyone to wait and calm down for a while, but the Inquisitor insisted that she was calm enough now. The Inquisitor decided to explain her actions because she thought that the criminal was among the 3 hunters. She was wrong, and she hoped that this scene would not be revealed in the press. But suddenly, someone struck her with a lightning-fast blow to her arm. Although it was too late to defend the Inquisitor, the poisonous snake stopped the next blow of the Holy Sword, but the Inquisitor's arm was already cut off. At the moment the poisonous serpent stopped the Holy Sword, he said, "Hey, you crazed fanatic. If you are going to kill someone, at least give a signal first, and then kill them." The Inquisitor looks at her severed hand and tells everyone that the situation is getting more complicated. She cannot use the techniques of the sacred art without both hands, and now she cannot fight. The poisonous serpent remarks that this is not the problem now, and fends off the attacks of the Holy Sword, asking for help from those who were present. The knight turns to Kim Kong, saying that he believes in the boy and gives him his full support. Since he was the only one who did not accept any reward, he cannot be a traitor 100%. And this chaos that has been created can only be stopped by him, as the Holy Sword has gone berserk. The Inquisitor took a potion from her pocket and applied it to her arm. She supported the knight, but in situations like this, rules are no longer effective, and it is better to trust a person who cannot be a traitor. Soon, everyone trusted the hunter Kim Konju and gave him all the powers, because they could not trust even themselves until the traitor was caught. Kim looked at this madness and decided to summon his body spirit, the Lord of the Sword. After asking the rear spirit if he has the talent to win the hearts of psychopaths, Kim Kongju is given all the authority by the deputies and heads while they fight with the Holy Sword. The rankers are already congratulating him on his promotion, noting that he didn't turn down the reward by anticipating it. Relations between runners are never stable, so the appearance of a traitor was inevitable. Refusing the reward was the best option, but the guy did not even expect that so many hunters would die unjustly. He wonders if he should be reborn. It's a real mess among the chapters, who are fighting to define the traitor, but no one really knows anything. Kim asks the knight why she didn't recognize it right away, but she replies that the Inquisitor has always been like this. During the first serious problem of religion, everyone was constantly fighting over different religions. There was a heretic Inquisitor who just killed everyone in the tower because he didn't know how to solve problems in any other way. Kim thought that the religious groups had just peacefully come to an agreement, but it was just a cover. At the moment when the head of the 1,000 Faceless protects everyone from the Holy Sword, the Inquisitor, who lost his arm, realizes that he has made a big deal out of it, and is very ashamed of himself because of his hasty judgment. He asks Kim to stop the Holy Sword. Kim doesn't know what to say, and he doesn't plan to do it now. He decides to talk to the Holy Sword seriously later. The Holy Sword swore that he would listen to the young hero, and it seems that moment has come. The Holy Sword can't stop fighting all the chapters, and Kim tries to pull him out of this battle to talk. But these words do not reach the old man until Kim says that he will introduce him to his granddaughter. If she comes to the tower, Kim will gladly go out with her once, so that the old man can listen to the requests from the person who may later become a member of his family. The holy sword stopped for a moment, but these words did not change him. He would not forgive the despisers for their deeds, and he was ready to take the sword so that they would all die quickly. He decided that he could kill them after the traitor was discovered. The boy encouraged his grandfather, saying that he always knew how to kill, but asked why he was doing it. The poisonous snake was suffocating. He could no longer fight. But he saw that the old man was ready to stop. Now he could calm down and find out who the traitor was. They may never find out, but that's not the most important thing now, Kim says. They can overcome their animosity without catching the scoundrel. But the question arises, how to do it, since the traitor has chosen the reward of the Demon King, and now their lives are at risk. The guy pointed to the pool of blood and the rewards that had been awarded. He said that the warriors of the goddess must join forces with their allies and destroy the Demon King's core, which is located on the 20th floor. They should not think about capturing the traitor, because it is a trap. Perhaps the traitor is now trembling in terror deep down. The system could have imposed the role of traitor on anyone. But the Demon King must be dealt with first. If the Demon King disappears and his reward disappears, everything will become easier. At these words, the goddess's eyes lit up, and the Demon King clicked his tongue. Soon the system notified everyone about the quest on the 12th floor. Kim suggested that everyone go up there and deal with the Demon King's core. After the reward was given for completing the quest on the 12th floor, the guy held his dagger in his hands and looked at the possibilities that awaited them ahead. Something incredible was happening around them. Everything was turning reddish. It was unclear whether this was a nightmare from a nightmare or a reality. The pupils of the knights were filled with incomprehensible questions, as if it was raining from a nightmare. Everyone was scared, because now it was over, and according to the legend, the Demon King was going to come. The poisonous serpent asked everyone what had gotten into them and why they were behaving this way, and the knights crouched down, closing their eyes and ears, and prayed to the goddess to summon their commander. The question arose as to why all the NPCs were behaving like that, and it didn't look like a staged event. Our heroes realized that the quest had begun. At the moment when everyone was crouching down, our antagonist walked confidently, not looking ahead of anyone. Walking along the red carpet, he swung and stabbed at space with his dagger. He thought that the king of the demons of the autumn rain had appeared, but when he looked forward, he saw the silhouette of a huge warrior. Everything at his feet was covered with blood. The demon held a sword on his shoulder, and the blood rain did not stop. He was a dark creature who brought the bloody rain to this land. He considered everyone to be miserable creatures. Turning coldly to the hunters, he said, "Do you really believe that people summoned from another world will become shields for these NPCs?" The knights began to cry at these words. But the demon continued, "Covenant as many souls as you can. Call thousands of warriors and millions of knights. They are all human beings like you, and just as worthless if you cannot see your own stupidity." The demon hated people in a rage, calling them creatures who do not consider people to be human. Our hero opened the map and saw a rather interesting picture. The whole city was surrounded on all sides, besieged by the army of the Demon King. He had come to lead the attack himself, and was going to consume them in his cruelty. The quest, offensive and defense of the capital of the empire, opened with a fairly high level of difficulty. The goal of the task was for the warriors to face the army of the Demon King. Realizing this, the Demon King personally entered the battle. He could summon the army of monsters at any time and in any place. The place the Demon King is targeting is the heart of the empire, the capital city of Hakamnia. If they lose, the 13th floor will not open. This message alarmed everyone around. After reading this message, the poisonous serpent did not understand what the weakened Demon King meant. He saw him in front of him, but he did not look weakened at all. He was full of his power. Kim emphasized that he had already said that there was no need to quarrel with each other, as it was pointless. He was planning to destroy them all, and the warriors faced the harsh reality of this quest. There was training up to the 10th floor. The difference in level and difficulty is too different. Kim took his dagger and asked everyone to calm down, because they had to make it. In the tower, they don't give quests that are not completed. Kim reminded all the warriors that they were not just hunters, but the heads of the guard of the Agyam Empire. They must lead the guard, pointing to those warriors who were now praying to God in fear, asking for help. They will not be able to complete this scene as hunters alone. They need to convince the NPCs, give them hope, encourage them, and make them go to the battlefield. They need to communicate with them as real people. They and we cannot quarrel with each other now. Mr. Holy Sword, you are the commander. Can a country in which the commander and the head of the guard have crossed their swords defend against the enemy outside? They all chose leadership roles, and now it's time to fulfill their responsibilities. The foreign minister said that there is an audience hall, but the emperor is not visible. Find the emperor along with the NPC officials. It will be difficult without the head, and this task was quite clear to the knight. Our hero turned to the marshal, who was an inquisitor. The antagonist emphasized to the inquisitor that he disliked hunters like him, and that they would face him someday. However, now they cannot lose the marshal. The inquisitor replied that he was beginning to like the guy more and more. But since they had given our hero all the powers, he asked him to listen to him. The knights of the fortress wall were terrified of the army right in front of them. As a marshal, he will personally climb the fortress and calm the knights down as long as the situation requires it. Our goal is to defend the fortress at all costs. If they break through it, the scene is over. The inquisitor bowed to the boy and said that he had never broken a promise since he was born. He would defend the capital even at the cost of his life. Thus, the boy decided to take matters into his own hands, demonstrating his strength to stand up to the huge monster. As a true leader, he decided to go first. It was raining blood in the city, and people didn't know if it was acid rain. It looked pretty cool. As Kim stepped forward, a witch blocked his path. Even though the boy called her a witch, she didn't like the nickname at all. She asked to be called the head of the Black Dragon. But how did she get here? She explained that she had the skill of instantaneous movement. She told our hero this when they were walking down the street. The body spirit, hearing about this skill, said, "Hey zombie, die once at her hands, because instant movement is a very sweet skill." The guy didn't pay attention and continued to talk to the girl, asking her what she was doing here and why she didn't go straight to the fortress. She replied that she had come to take him away right away. She had seen on the 11th floor that he had a sword that affected the locals, and she didn't know what it was. But she saw that it could raise the morale of the knights. The person who the knights need at the fortress now is not a witch, but him. There was no disagreeing with that. She extended her hand of help to him. She warned him to say clearly that he was moving with her. Otherwise her skill would not work and she would not be able to move him. This was a condition, but the guy decided to think for a second, because instantaneous movement is at least an S-class skill. It is important to keep such information secret. The girl didn't pay attention to his words, because he said some strange things. According to her, she was the chancellor of the empire, and how could a chancellor hide anything while defending his country? Her arguments were strong, and the situation needed to be resolved quickly. Soon he agreed to use the dragon head skill. But there was one more condition as she took his hand. They traveled to the fortress and saw people and soldiers who thought it was the end, that even God would not help them. The NPCs behaved like real people and were no different, and even if they look like an optimistic illusion, their fear is not. The boy and the witch moved to the wall and saw this serious and scary picture. He thanked her for bringing him here and was already thinking about where to start. But the girl stopped him. She couldn't just leave, showing her people her clumsy appearance. She didn't become the head of the guild for her inactivity. Standing on top of the wall, she addressed the knights in the Ajam Empire. She gave them a speech. "Stand up. You are mistaken in thinking that a simple stone fortress will protect you by itself. What can really protect you and your empire is you. No one else can protect your empire." After these words, the knights recognized their chancellor. And just as she had said, they realized that the fortress would not stand without them. It could collapse at any moment, and the homeland would be destroyed. But as long as the soldiers are standing, their empire will not fall. Its soldiers are holding it on their shoulders. "Stand as long as your hands can hold swords. Fight for the empire, for yourselves." To reinforce her words, the witch took the boy's hand. As she spoke, she raised his hand, which held a sacred sword, and said that God would protect them. The sword was filled with the miraculous power of the goddess, and the goddess was called upon and grateful for their choice. The system announces that the goddess of protection is issuing her last powers. The entire knightly squad shone with a bright light in this darkness, and hope appeared in the eyes of the knights, saying that even in darkness there is the beginning of brighter days. They would fight for the empire. After the goddess blessed the system, she announced that our hero's eyes were traumatized when he was killed by a hero. This hero raised his sword over him and killed him. It was Aga Yo, who gave him the skills of a leader. No one knew why or where it came from, but when it appeared, The scarlet rain and the battlefield were covered with corpses, covered with their swords like crosses rising from the ground. The map was bloody, and everything the demon wanted to say to these people remained unclear. And it was raining scarlet for a reason, because wherever the raindrops fell, blood quickly made its way there. The demon hated these people. They were born by people and killed people. Every time another country was destroyed, the territory under human control was gradually decreasing, and we see the warrior Agayo shouting to his soldiers, "Retreat to the place where it does not rain." Every time another royal family died, the history of mankind was shortened a little. The rain did not stop. It went on, and the warriors no longer believed in their strength. They realized that this was the end, and the end of humanity would soon come. It kept raining, and the demon kept saying that people were destroying themselves. This is the karma of primitive animals. Why is it raining? Keep yourself together today and don't forget the next herd of wild animals. As it rained, the silhouette of a demon king appeared before the eyes of these warriors. They begged for mercy and called on the king for help. They called upon the goddess of protection. The chroniclers, taking care of their old pens, kept writing. They silently accepted the fate that would be written down by their own hand and predicted that humanity would be destroyed. But this nightmare did not stop. The demon hated people more and more. He swore that people would be destroyed not by him, but by their own nightmare lord, the king of all demonic creatures. In the last moments of his life, chroniclers give him the name King of Demons. We return to our scene where our hero and the witch showed the warriors the sword of hope. And an incredible thing happened. At that moment, the rain stopped, and the soldiers were overjoyed. They realized that the empire was blessed. But it was not that simple. It was only a small power, because the rain stopped only in the area where the shining light of the sacred sword fell. Nevertheless, even a small satisfaction was important, especially for people who had nothing but small things left. At the very beginning, there were no NPCs in the audience hall because all the high-ranking officials had left the empire. That's why the tower chose the scene of the new empire. As strange as it was the scene of the 10th floor, which became a grave for children. At the sight of such incredible power, the soldiers were delighted, and their new chancellor shouted, "Get up!" One by one, they began to rise and lift each other up, because they could not present such a look in front of the chancellor. At the sight of the boss, they began to lift their copies. Tim looked at the witch, who sighed heavily because of the burden of the situation. The boy looked at her carefully. He hadn't seen her so serious for a long time. It was impressive for a girl from the neighborhood who was now in the center of the action. As she walked away, she said that there were many Reds in her country, and she hated communists, but they made great speakers. The guy was surprised by her gesture and words, but it was nothing special. They thought in spirit that she might be joking. The girl went to the edge of the protective wall and asked Kim what he planned to do, because first they needed to hold the fortress wall. This was the right approach, but looking at all the chaos going on around him, the guy remembered the skills from the Black Dragon class, in particular movement. Even if he moved there once, in this frantic environment, he would be surrounded by monsters before he could blink. To begin their strategy, they need to balance the forces with the Demon King. They must lead the hunters to help in the battle. If the Demon King brings in even more monsters to break through the fortress, what then? The girl asks. Our hero said that her main task would be to move him straight to the Demon King, but the girl thinks it's a suicide mission. The witch asked if he was going to die, but the guy, smiling, interrupted her, saying that no, he plans to win. For him, death does not mean defeat, and he has a few tricks up his sleeve. He simply asked her to trust him. The girl looked away from the chaos. She knew very well that every hunter has his secrets. She thought that his blade must be sharp enough to cut through this boss. The demon himself looked at what was happening. He saw that these humans were starting a rather funny game. For the demon, it was all ridiculous. He saw their dying and reckless actions. When the soldiers saw the light from him, they began to act. But the demon knew that this was a vicious path, and those in the city would not even taste the fruits of tomorrow. Did the goddess really take care of these people like children? The demon said. If things went that way, the demon raised a huge devil's sword up to show his world to these people. Swinging his cold weapon, he wipes out entire battalions in one fell swoop. Countless soldiers turn into corpses in a second. The blows that come to the fortress begin to destroy it. The tremendous force of the impact and the devastation force our heroes to cover their faces so that the debris does not get into their eyes. After this powerful blow, the fortress is barely standing. Everyone who was on the fortress was killed. The system reported that one warrior died, and he did not serve the Demon King. The girl and our hero survived. When they began to recover from the blow, she was terrified to realize that their audience hall was there. All the heroes of the tower, the Holy Sword, the Heretic Inquisitor, the Poisonous Serpent, they were all leading their troops at that moment. The boy is horrified to realize that the Holy Knight was acting in accordance with his orders and those of the Emperor. Only the Countess could have stayed, but she was not a traitor. Looking at this chaos, the witch realizes that the first to die was the scoundrel. Kim tells her that if the Countess is dead, then the tower's connection with the outside world was cut off during the fierce fighting. The witch looks at the powerful dark demon, who carries pain and disappointment, and realizes that she needs to focus on what is in front of her eyes. Even if he is the king of demons, he cannot attack endlessly. It is necessary to go to the defense of the fallen castle gates, and this will be done by the head of the dragon and our hero. The map shows that the army of the Demon King has changed its location. They want to break through with all their might. They have no choice but to defend the place. The witch takes our hero by the hand, using teleportation. They teleport to the heart of the chaos, where the Empire is being defended. When they get to the front line, there are fierce battles going on. There is no allied army to protect our hero, and he has to fight alone. At this moment, the spirit of the theater speaks to the boy. Looking at this pack of dog orcs, he said that it would be great if he could hold out alone for at least a minute or even 30 seconds. To win this war, a hero must become the hope of the human race. He must demonstrate how he alone can hold off these monsters for at least a few seconds. The boy takes a potion out of his pocket and drinks it in one gulp, hoping for a boundless aura. The spirit continues. A man who has lived for 30 years will not be called a hero. But at a time when even 30 seconds are important to everyone, the one who gives them those 30 seconds is a hero. So become that hero, the spirit said. And in that moment, the boy was filled with power. The spirit promised to teach him the art of the sword by the 20th floor. But even though it's a little early, it's time to practice. To begin with, walk with your back foot and put your front foot on your front foot, the spirit instructs. Now look ahead, Kimin, and focus your energy. Directly in front of him are two goblins, who by nature have poor eyesight and are forced to squint. In addition, his sacred sword is shining brightly. In this battle, it is not the absolute second that matters, but the relative one. You can win this second by taking away the enemy's eyesight. Therefore, his second will be much faster, his heart will beat faster, and his sword will be even faster than this second. Inspired by the spirit, they will act as partners. In this moment of difficult situation and boundless risks, it was time for our hero to become a true warrior and legend. Our hero began to restore order on the battlefield, the rear guard supporting him and telling him which target to hit. He chose battle targets and said, if one dies, the next one goes. If one more dies, the next one comes. This is the art of sword dance. It has its own peculiarities. The dance lasts only seconds, and the green blood of the goblins spilled onto the bloody ground. The guy attacked, and his strokes were adjusted by the rear spirit. Don't swing your sword randomly. Link blow to blow like music. If the notes go down, it is only to go up. Connect the strokes. If you send a blow down, then immediately send it up. Then your attack will continue and be connected. With these combinations, you achieve success. Fencing is a fight against time. An inexperienced fighter will not be able to dominate even for a second. One wrong step means the end, but an experienced warrior can overwhelm an opponent within 5 seconds. Don't miss a single moment. Even if you cut down one, don't stop. Just look for the next target. Usually people just go with the flow, but swordmasters can't do that. You have to make the most of every second. A swordmaster must live by fighting, thinking that living for 1 second is easy. When a person goes with the flow, he does not live. When you invest in every second of your life, that is life, Konya. You are a master of the sword, so the battle must be on your side, because the battle is your life. Thanks to these invaluable lessons, the rearguard supported his partner, and the guy maneuvered in battle like a dance. When a huge monster appeared in front of him, he destroyed it, showing who was boss. But a second question appeared in his mind. Why did the tower give an X-level skill to such a son? The boy realizes that an X-level skill doesn't necessarily have to go to someone outstanding. Even if a more or less normal fighter had gotten this skill, it would have been much better. But it was a psychopath like him who got this skill. The guy kept thinking that the tower was impossible for anyone but a Yusuk to pass. He thought about it in the midst of the battle. He wondered if he really needed to be like that if he wanted to reach the top, looking purposefully at his opponents. Although he has doubts in his mind, he forces himself to go forward and conquer the 20th floor, instead of the unworthy elderly spirit. Confronting the huge monster, he begins to believe in himself. He realizes that he will conquer the 30th floor, the 50th floor, and reach the 100th floor. You just have to see it. After a powerful blow to a huge orc, he deals it a fatal blow. The system informs him that he deserves even more recognition. Soon after, Kim's hunter level rises, and his rank increases. The goblins run away from his powerful blows, seeing him crush them like nuts. Washed with the goblin's blood, the boy acquires a new rank, thus proving his strength. The system wishes the new hunter good luck. Until now, Kim has been moving alone on the battlefield. And at the moment when he was running to attack, the goblins had already started to flee. But suddenly the Holy Sword joined him. The Holy Sword decides to help our hero on the bloody battlefield. With one lightning stroke, he cuts off 4 goblins' heads. Looking at our hero, the Holy Sword is amazed at his skill and says that he is unbelievable. His eyes are illuminated by the moonlight. He introduces himself as Marcus Cullenberry and tells Kim that he is incredible. At this point, Marcus recalls the incident with the elderly spirit when it introduced itself as Yusuf and wished him a safe journey. For the second time, when the first-place hunter in the top says his name, these are completely different names, completely different people, and he is completely different. Now the changed Kim realizes that he can do something he could never have done the first time. Looking at Marcus with his red eyes, Kim says that his name is Kim. Without hesitation, Marcus offers to fight together. This is a tremendous power of fusion, as the #1 holy sword in the top hunters, and is the commander of the empire. They train together, and this is called fusion. Soon a march begins to sound on the battlefield. The soldiers are marching, and the sounds of their victories are heard. The Inquisitor is leading his army and apologizes for being late. He could have come much sooner, but leading troops is not an easy task. The Inquisitor thanked Kim for taking advantage of the time he had won for their army. By order of the Marshal, the soldiers came to support and defend the Empire to kill all the enemies. At this moment, the great battle for the Empire begins, and only the sounds of swords are heard. Kim is overcome with a single thought: to move only forward. Behind Kim walks the poisonous snake, happy to see him, calling him a good man. Although he was delayed because he was leading several guards and guild members. Now on the battlefield, everyone understands why it is called the Gate of 1,000 Innumerable. The poisonous serpent looks at Kim's face and notices that he is not listening at all, because he is completely focused on the battle. The poisonous snake introduces himself by his real name, but it doesn't matter because Kim doesn't hear him. All that matters is that he recently saved his life in the audience room. They all focus on moving forward, with Poison Snake covering him on the left. Kim is grateful to him for this, although he does not express his gratitude. A few minutes later, a knight appears on the battlefield, having been delayed because he found the Emperor. He informs him that everything is fine, and now it is better to fight together instead of wasting time gathering the army. The knight asks how the hunters are doing. The Holy Sword replies that he should not interfere, because every second is golden for Kim now. At this point, Kim runs forward, heading for the Demon King. The Demon King is watching, and he doesn't like to see these nobodies, even if they only won a sliver of time. He shudders to think that the power of the Empire is no longer under the protection of their god. They hope for nothing and dare to think that they can prove their power on their own. The demon raises his sword, which is filled with light that breaks the clouds. The demon shouts, calling for them to show what they can do. Kim calls out to the witch to quickly pick up the mirrors. She knows that she missed the shot once, but she won't let it happen again. Holding up the mirrors, she tries to deflect the demon's blow. The blow was so strong that when it hit one mirror, it broke the second, third, and fourth, and hit the Holy Sword and the poisonous serpent. But they were able to deflect it without being trapped. The witch gathered everyone together, about to move them to the Demon King, and everyone held hands. The only one left was Kim, whom she called to take her hand as well. It was all to save themselves from the demon's deadly blows. She stretched out her hand for him to grab. If he did not take it, they would leave without him. But Kim didn't listen to her. He was looking at a huge, strong boss and wanted to challenge him. Kim realizes that soon everything will disappear and they will forget about what happened. But the rear spirit tells him that it's time to go catch the bosses, and maybe they won't disappear even if they don't understand anything. The guy supports his partner, and they immediately start doing it, just like those who have already been here before. one killed on the ground floor, and the soul of the deceased on 99. The problem won't be solved just by going back, but it has already become a little stronger the moment the guy decides to take everyone by the hand. Using the technique of transference, the guy promised himself that he would do much better next time. But when they opened their eyes, all the hunters found themselves right in front of a trap of a demon who was laughing deeply because he found it funny that all the goddess's warriors were now in front of him. At that moment, they realized that there was a traitor among them. But everyone trusted each other. The demon said that their torn and tattered armor would not save them. After these words, the boy did the irreparable. He let go of the witch's hand and ran forward. She screamed, "No, don't do it!" But the boy didn't care. He promised that they would see each other in the next life, and raising his cold sword, he rushed to attack the demon, who had not in vain considered him a fool. Kim realizes that if he dies, his comrades will not even know what happened today. When Kim approached the demon with his dagger, he asked if he had come to kill him. But, with a demonstrative middle finger, Kim said that he had come to die at his hands. The system announced that he was dead, and soon offered to copy a random skill of the Demon King. This is how the second round began. The system offered to choose a random skill of the Demon King of the Autumn Rain. Our hero was worried about one thing. Why did the system give such a skill to a summer spirit? He was a nobody, but the system decided to give him enormous power. He even thought that the tower was disappointed in the hunters. The guy asked the rear spirit to look at the skills that were flying around that could be chosen. It was a really interesting task because the skills this boss had were pretty cool. One of them was invisibility. If people can't see you with their own eyes, they assume you're not there. When the guy remembered the elderly spirit, he thought that the system was disappointed in hunters and regretted it. So it gave him this opportunity. The next skill was the warring and echoing heart. This skill gave an aura boost or was used as fuel for senses. Before a huge choice, the guy thought about the fact that all floors have a hidden quest, and the 12th floor was no exception. The next skill was quite rare. It was a call of evil spirits. The people you kill come back as monsters, and their memories are not saved either. Looking at this picture and at these cards, the three skills were very rare and attracted our hero the most. Without thinking twice, the guy takes one of the skill cards. But, as soon as he wanted to touch it, the rear spirit stopped him because he was not sure that it was the right choice. He reminded him to think about the future and that the skill would be suitable for clearing the 20th floor. But the rear spirit was no longer so categorical and let the guy decide on his own, without pushing him. The guy reached for the card and turned to the Lord of the Sword. He asked if the Holy Sword had a schedule for the day and if he knew it. The rear spirit said yes because Grandpa Marcus is a real old man, and he has a daily schedule from morning to night. Our hero wanted to know about his evening schedule because he would need it, and of course, the rear guard will tell him all about it. The guy confidently holds the skill card in his hand and turns back. The most interesting thing is that our hero was penalized for using the skill, and now he will see the injury that killed his hero. But this story is postponed until later. Kimmin returns to the moment when the head of the dragon asks him if he is leaving. He was just then going to the 11th floor, as it would soon open, and he needed to get ready so as not to be left behind. The boy, having been reborn, realizes that there will be no problems with the 11th floor, but the 12th floor will be difficult because of the Demon King. He doesn't tell the girl, and she begins to worry why he doesn't answer. The boy stands pale, as if something is wrong with him, but he is fine. He just thinks about what awaits them on the next floor. After collecting his thoughts, he explains that he knows what will happen there, and even the content of the quest is already known to him. He informs the leaders that he has received information about the clearing of the 10th floor, and the leaders want to know if he will share this information with them. He agrees to tell them, but on one condition. The leaders listen intently, and he says that they must promise to fulfill any request he makes. He explains that he can't say what exactly needs to be done, but it definitely won't involve money or someone's life. If they think the request is unacceptable, they can refuse. Some leaders have realized that this is beneficial, as there will be no problem with the cleanup if they know about it in advance. The freedom to accept or refuse this offer is encouraging. After careful consideration, everyone agrees to his proposal, as they do not see that the deal has any negative consequences. The guy begins to explain how everything will happen. The first stage has already been passed, and the 11th and 20th floors are home to the Anthem Empire. Starting from the 10th floor, or rather from the 11th floor, they begin to participate in full-scale battles. The guild members want to inform their warriors as soon as possible. Everyone realizes that this will make it easier to clear the 13th floor by sharing this information with their colleagues. The guy decided to go for a walk and invited the Holy Sword with him. He wanted to consult, but the knight was just about to leave and asked if the walk would take too long. Our hero said it wouldn't be long, half an hour would be enough. The knight, of course, did not object, and jokingly said that we would consider it a date. At that moment, our hero could still walk freely through the streets, as there was no information about him in the press, and people were waiting for him to appear. As they walked through the streets, the rear spirit turned to Kim. He said that his current rival was on the perimeter, and he was following them. But he asked them not to look back, because the old man has a skill of stealth, and even if he looked back, he would not see anything. The guy didn't tell the rear spirit to follow the Holy Sword, but he still felt uneasy the whole time because of what happened in the last round. The first thing he decided to do was to resolve the misunderstanding with the Holy Sword, since it would be too late on the 12th floor. This needs to be done in advance. If he pointed his sword at him, he would automatically challenge him, and there would be a time bomb in the middle of it. A traitor. And everything would quickly lead to failure. The boy walked thoughtfully with the knight through the streets, but did not speak to him. And the knight began to worry about where they were going. The knight knows that there are only slums ahead, but our hero wanted to show him a shop. In fact, he wanted the Holy Sword to see this place. The guy specifically lured him by referring to the rear spirit's timetable. The Holy Sword had already begun to chase him. Of course, the Holy Knight did not know about this and was already worried about what was happening. Soon, the guy decided to give him the information that he was still being controlled by an unknown pharmacist. But she had a real talent. She just needs to advertise herself a bit, and she will be a success. He offers to look at her again and maybe help her. The guy knew that the knight would activate the detector and check if he was telling the truth. Still, the knight was worried that the guy was not planning anything suspicious. But our hero smiled and said that he was asking for a favor, not vice versa. If anything happened, he would be the only one in trouble. And it was true. The knight did not argue or suspect anything, because he had a detector, and he did not contradict the guy, apologizing for his paranoia. The talented pharmacist was very happy to see new customers in her slum, and her laboratory looked much better. A guy came to visit her and asked how she was doing. The girl smiled and said that her working hours were over, but she was ready to receive visitors at any time, and he was her favorite client. But who was walking next to him? An interesting girl who attracted attention with her presence. At this point, the guy said that he was the deputy head of the Holy Knight Vigilante group, and the girl was just stunned by this. She began to stammer, not understanding what he was doing here. For ordinary hunters, this is a rarity. But what brought such an important man to her ordinary shop? The girl began to fuss, making excuses that she didn't do drugs or bad medicine. She fell to her knees, swearing that she lived by her conscience and would continue to do so that he would believe her. Kim was amazed by this reaction, and the knight looked at the girl, realizing that everything she said was true, and this made him even more confused about what was happening. Kim asked the alchemist not to worry, as he had not brought the knight here for that. She is talented and kind. She has nothing to worry about. The guy confirmed that the pace of her trade does not match her skill level. He is sorry that this is the case and wants to demonstrate her potential. He offers her a sample of the potion, and may be able to sign a contract if the knight likes the effect of her medicine. If the clientele includes vigilantes, she will definitely feel better. Hearing these words, the girl almost burst into tears of gratitude, because he was like an angel to her, who had completely saved her shop and now also helps with customers. Soon the Holy Sword enters the room wearing his red sneakers. The boy feels his presence, realizing that everything is going according to their plan. The Holy Sword with a stern face goes inside and asks everyone to leave except for this guy. The old man says that they need to talk quietly face to face, and no one has the right to disturb them. Everyone was amazed to see the Holy Sword in this place. The knight asked him what he was doing here, but he told her to leave or she would have discipline problems. He repeated once again that everyone should leave the room because he had business with this guy. The conversation was very rude, especially towards the hunter, Kim Kongja. Holy Sword stood his ground and insisted that they leave quickly. He repeated this for the third time, but the knight objected that such things should not be said to people, and that he had stopped understanding even simple rules and duties. The knight said that this guy had officially joined the Guild's 5, and attacking him was tantamount to declaring war. No one would tolerate his aggressive behavior, and they would deal with him immediately. These words made the Holy Sword realize that they were right, but everyone around him began to realize what was at stake as the Holy Sword grabbed for his weapon. The knight was not going to stand by and watch this outrage. She had come across reports that the Holy Sword had organized hunts for people, and the vigilante squad had not responded because they did not want to get involved in their personal affairs. However, the situation was different now. She was risking her life to stop the Holy Sword. He coldly asked her if she had decided to stop him. She wasn't sure she could defeat him, but she was ready to fight with all her might and die. If he killed the knight, he would sink to the level of a lowly murderer, killing an innocent person, and spend the rest of his life branded as a murderer. The Holy Sword had one weakness, which he knew only when it came to people who were innocent. And that's why our hero took with him the purest person from the guild leadership, according to the strict moral principles of the Holy Sword. A holy knight with 0 murders, a true saint. He was also accompanied by an alchemist who had no idea what he was talking about. But for her, this guy was a benefactor. Babylon doesn't have the same laws as the outside world, and although the Holy Sword was a respected person to her, she wouldn't let her client get hurt. A few days ago, she herself had gotten into trouble because of bandits, and asked the Holy Sword to leave the store officially. As the owner, the Holy Sword looked at these people in silence. And at this moment there was a kind of balance, because people like this are no match for the Holy Sword in terms of strength, but only such saints can stop him. He decided to tell them that if they wanted to stand in his way, he would gladly help them fall into a stagnant pit. By hiding his sword, he made it clear that he would not do this. At least for today, one condition of our hero's plan was fulfilled. It created an opportunity to talk to the Holy Sword at least a few words before he killed him. And as he was leaving, our hero turned to him. "I'll be waiting for you in the north of the city, in the wilderness. If he wants to come, he can come, or he can't come. He will be waiting for him alone. If he wants to know what kind of person he has, then by all means come." Soon Marcus heard these words and did not even turn around. He just walked into town, ignoring the guy. And fortunately, everyone avoided meeting the moonlit night murderer. Although the Holy Sword may seem cruel, everyone in the 5 guilds knows about his past. His daughter and son-in-law were killed by an assassin while they were still living in the outside world. The old man almost never talked about it, so no one knows the details. Perhaps that's why he is so ruthless against the killers, but there is no evidence, and these are just conclusions from the outside. And it's clear that all this talk is secret, the knight tells the guy. The rear guard, hearing this story, agrees with her, because the old man once told him that his grandchildren had miraculously survived. But why he hadn't told the boys before, the boy didn't even ask. Even our hero can understand the feelings of the Holy Sword. The knight looks at the departure of the Holy Sword and thinks, "What kind of scum do you meet when you work in a vigilante group?" And often talking to him, I seriously wondered if such people deserve to live. Sometimes even I am tempted to do so. The heads of the 5 guilds know each other's stories. Kim has become their companion, and because of this, he must gradually familiarize himself. But there are places in these stories where the guild is responsible, and she does not know how he will react to this. But soon the knight returns to the topic of their conversation. She's more interested in how much the potions cost, since the vigilante squad is always short on funds, and they can't afford great power at a great price. The next day, the timer showed 3 minutes until the opening of the 11th floor. The atmosphere was very similar to the previous round. Our hero was determined to win again, but there was one problem related to him. He met the Holy Sword in the wasteland and he really came alone. The Holy Sword started the conversation by saying that he had no plans to harm him alone, but it was logical that a guy who had slaughtered so many people wouldn't be so confident. But our hero wasn't really that confident when he met this scoundrel. His body trembled with fear, and his rear spirit began to worry if his zombie friend was okay. To which he replied that he just felt a slight tingling in his heart. He wanted to tell Holy Sword something important, knowing that he wanted to kill him. The Holy Sword confessed that his conscience was keeping him awake, and he knew his sin. The guy assumed that it was because of the skilled detective's eyesight, but how did he know that? The guy took his hand and asked the Holy Sword to believe what he was about to say, because it is very difficult to gain a person's trust. Everyone has their own truth, and in the case of the Holy Sword, it is his skill. The old man in front of him lives his truth, and this truth is literally his life. It is incredibly difficult to convince the Holy Sword to give up the life he has had so far, but he is willing to put his life on the line in return. The guy tells the Holy Sword that he is a soothsayer. More precisely, he has the skill of divination, and thanks to this skill he knows about detective's eyesight. He asks the Holy Sword why he thinks he has to die. To confirm his words, the guy says that his skill shows the number of murders above the Holy Sword's head. The Holy Sword begins to believe him, but asks him to guess how many fingers he is hiding behind his back. The guy thinks everything is going according to plan and decides to take an important step. He pulls out his dagger and activates his aura. At the moment when the holy sword thinks that a duel with a strong warrior is about to begin, the guy just stabs himself, killing himself. After 24 hours, he comes back and starts from the same place. When the holy sword asks him to guess how many fingers he hides behind his back, but the guy says that now he is hiding his left hand behind his back and wants the holy sword to guess how many fingers he has on his hands if he really wants to prove that he is a seer. The boy again asks the holy sword to trust him, explaining that without him it will be impossible to safely clear the 11th or 12th floors. The holy sword replies that this is not enough to prove his case. He suspects that the boy can read his mind and asks where the guarantee is that the boy is really a seer. The boy kills himself again, returning 24 hours later. It is a really difficult task for him to convince one person. The guy explains that he dies every time to prove to the holy sword that he is a harbinger. This is especially difficult considering that there will be many victims on the 12th floor, and how an old man who has reached the top of the hierarchy can understand this. He repeatedly asks the holy sword to believe him, but he is not worried because he is ready to do it several times to prove his point. The guy says that even if he has to spend half a month or a week, he will definitely make the holy sword believe by dying and resurrecting again and again. Finally, the old man decides to listen to him without killing him. The boy asks him for 5 days not to touch him. The holy sword can follow him or sit behind him, but after this time he will decide for himself whether he deserves to die. The old man doesn't believe him, but the time comes for the final blow. In the distant future, the holy sword tells the boy a few words and informs him that if he says them, he will believe that the boy is not a traitor. The illusion starts the quest on the 11th floor. The boy says 2 words that make the hair stand up on the holy sword and the rear spirit. Lord of the Sword. Our hero explains that he doesn't know if this nickname is important, but you said it was enough. The old man even considers giving him a chance. The holy sword promises the boy that he will follow him around for 5 days, watching his movements, words, behavior, and habits. He will try to understand whether the boy is getting closer to the truth and whether he really deserves to die. This completely suits our hero. He bows to the holy sword, thanking it for its kindness, and realizes that he has succeeded in achieving his goal. Thanks to the trust of the guilds, the holy sword will not try to kill him as soon as he sees him, and perhaps he will be able to trust him for a while. All these conditions were created to prevent unnecessary casualties on the 12th floor, and the guy moves to the 11th floor to conquer new heights and act with new tactics on these floors. We return to the moment when our hero moves to the 11th floor and sees the warriors running to attack to defend the empire. The hunters are fighting hard to clear this floor. Ohio sees the conscripted warriors and remembers their world. Everyone gets a task to help the warriors save their country, and everything is going according to the plan of the previous round. But there is one but. The rules of the game have changed, and the warriors have already been informed about the quest. The witch girl shouts about gathering the black dragon. She informs everyone that from now on, the black dragon takes responsibility and leadership in the war. While telling the other groups to break through on the left side, the Pantheon Vigilantes and the Merchant Alliance should go to the right. The black dragon will break through the center. If you have any complaints, save them for the end, the girl says. She takes charge and leads the warriors and hunters, emphasizing that everyone must fight bravely. The strategy of the battle changes right before Ohio's eyes when he sees that the hunters are greatly helping the army defeat the enemy. Soon they move right into the middle of the action. In the shadow of the army, they see a large monster boss leading the troops. Ohio sees the warriors fighting tirelessly, even from another world. He orders his warriors to watch as the hunters from another world suppress the monsters without hindrance, and orders his knights to join the battle for their empire as well. The warriors rush into battle, repeating that the goddess has not abandoned them, and our hero has been watching all this time. The rear spirit reminds him that he will not be needed at this rate and will remain in the shadows. Our hero loves other people's attention most of all, and now he feels that he is losing the importance he had in the previous round. Since they were surrounded, she sends the guy with the sword forward to strike the enemy. But the guy realizes that this is completely irrelevant to him, and that's just fine. The spirit finally realizes that the boy has begun to grow up. But what kind of growth can we talk about if the holy sword has been watching him all this time? Feeling its presence, the boy turns sharply to the side. Asking what he is doing behind him, the holy sword replies that he is watching him because he promised to do so for 5 days, and then he will decide whether to kill him or not. The boy asks if the holy sword plans to watch him around the clock, to which he replies, of course. But at the moment, monster hunting is super cool as rewards are awarded for contributions to the battle. The old man slashes several monsters with a light sword movement, showing that he can do it at the same time. Promising that he won't need to use the sword, the holy sword reassures the guy. Our hero realizes that he is facing a real monstrous maniac. Soon after, Kim stood in one place for a long time and did not move. Hunters approached him with a claim as to why he was standing there and doing nothing. The witch asked the hunter Kim and the holy sword about their inaction. Although she is now busy with the command, she tells them to try to keep within 30 seconds and not to forget that they are in the middle of a battle. At this point, the guy demonstrates his skills by saying that he has a reward for the 10th floor, which is a map that shows the entire battlefield, the location of enemy and allied armies. After this insider information, the witch is impressed and even thought he was lying. But in any case, if he has such a skill, why didn't he approach her earlier? She demands to know immediately where the boss monster is. The guy replies that the monster is surrounded. It's hard to see, but on the map, it's somewhere there. Soon the girl takes him by the arm and yells at him to repeat that he agrees to use the skill quickly. He notices that the girl shows her true self when she loses her temper. Soon, the boy agrees to use the skill and moves to the very epicenter of the battle, where goblins are running in large armies. At this moment, while flying, our hero notices a large monster in the shadows. The girl moves Kim and herself right over the head of the commander of this army. The girl asks Kim if he knows how to wield a sword, to which the boy replies that he is strong enough for this monster. Soon, with his sword filled with aura, he rushes into battle. He deals a serious blow to the monster, which cuts it to pieces. The goblins, seeing their commander fallen and lying unconscious on the ground, were simply amazed. Seeing the silhouette of Kim, who had dealt with their king and was splattered with his blood, the goblins promise themselves to escape. They quickly start running away from the battlefield, shouting that they don't want to. Kim's advantage in this battle ends, and he gives a head start to his friends and fellow hunters, who, seeing the fleeing goblins, take them on, leaving none alive. The witch clenches her fists with joy and shouts, "Yes, we did it!" She points to the open sunny sky and says that Kim did a great job. Not even an hour has passed and the stage is already cleared. Not even 30 hunters died in this cruel meat grinder. And it's true, it was hard to find something better. The guy looks at this shocked and smiling man and recalls how in the previous scene he was stone-faced. At first, a lot of hunters died, and now the girl is happy about minimal losses. He didn't expect her to have such a direct correlation between her mood and the number of victims. He notices that she is too excited and asks the witch to calm down. But if a person needs to be calmed down, it is better to praise them even more. She praises the boy over and over again, calling him a great man. There was no task in clearing the tower that had so few casualties, and she is proud of him, expressing her gratitude. Even though he could have used the reward for himself, he shared information that gave them an advantage on the battlefield. From today on, the girl tells the boy that all the media will be watching him, and that he should prepare for it. With a warm smile, the guy realizes that attracting the attention of many people, being accepted as a hero, becoming an object of dependence and hatred, is something to be happy about. And all this is not enough for people to recognize you. You always have to give it your all, even if not all your efforts pay off. It's safe to say that Kim is doing her best. The Holy Sword, the head of the Black Dragon, and many other equally diligent people. The guy wants to live being recognized by such people. He makes a promise to himself that he will do his best to protect all these people. Soon, the system informs him that the counting for the sweep is starting. The guy doesn't want to be deceived by some demon king. He doesn't want to make fun of others and insult really diligent people. He doesn't want to wear a sarcastic smile all the time or be amused by such actions. He only wants to sincerely recognize them and be recognized by them. For the sake of winning their respect, even if it is not the achievement of his sword, he wants to live this way. At moments like this, even the rear guard noticed that this guy was starting to be worth following. In a constantly changing world, the boy decides to change too. In the new life, the order is not the same as in the previous round, and the conquerors are the first to enter the 12th floor. The witch says that with such a fighting spirit, they can clear 20 floors in no time. The girl assumed that they would lose at least 5,000 people and get off to a rather bad start. But the guy realizes at this point that they will suffer heavy losses on the 12th floor. The loss of the only specialist capable of establishing trade relations with the lower world will be especially painful. At this rate, they will lose not 5,000 but 50, maybe even 500,000 people. At this point, the guy moves to the 12th floor. He takes on a major role in this new reality. Everyone suddenly finds themselves in the Great Temple. The Inquisitor and other main figures were amazed by the incredible abilities of the hunter Kim. The Inquisitor even came over to express his gratitude and did not expect the boy to stop him for a second. The first thing Kim wanted to do was tell him something. The Holy Sword was carefully watching everything that was happening, but he did not attack at that moment. He keeps his words and respects their agreement from yesterday. At this point, the guy reminds the soldiers that he once asked them for a favor. Everyone remembered it, of course, but the guy asked to do it right now. He points to his fingers and says that for the next 5 days, they should do nothing and stay here. During these 5 days, he will clear everything up to the 20th floor. The guy's self-confidence was off the charts. Was he really going to clear 20 floors on his own? As you know, soldiers from the 11th to the 20th floor will face problems of faith. Based on the guy's previous experience, when the Holy Sword started fighting with everyone to take his life, it came to the point where the guy agreed with them about their dialogue yesterday. They promised Kim to fulfill his request. He wants them to fulfill it now. Just like the visual hologram said, describe the answer, and it will reveal the truth about you. This is the answer Tim found. For the next 5 days, do nothing and stay here. In these 5 days, he guarantees to clear 20 floors. The witch was impressed by the boy's words and his request. 5 days was not a joke. Everyone thought it might be a joke, but it wasn't funny anymore. It was not a joke at all. They heard it right. Everyone opened their mouths because it seemed impossible. They didn't even know that it had taken people years to clear the 10th floor alone, and they had just conquered the 11th floor in less than an hour. And you're an arrogant fool who's just overexcited, the witch said. But the guy holding his hands bowed his head and said that he was asking the most of them all. He had cleared the 10th floor primarily for himself, but he shared the rewards and achievements he had received for conquering the 10th floor with everyone. All the information about the 11th floor scene and the location of the boss became known not only to him, but to everyone else. Standing in front of them, the guy has the right to ask for this favor. He asks for only 5 days, regardless of whether he has time to clear everything up to the 20th floor or not, just to wait for this period. Kim is soon rewarded for clearing and conquering the 11th floor, where his request combines good and evil. The quests have not changed. Everything is the same as in his previous life. The goddess offers protection. The king promises a reward. The boy knows what he will choose in this life if no one interferes with him. He believes he can achieve his goal. Now they are not quarreling over his actions. The Autumn Rain Demon King strongly recommends that he choose the reward. The Demon King of Autumn Rain hints that you can refuse the reward. The Demon King thinks you are suspicious and encourages you to make the choice again without realizing what you are thinking. These are all messages from the Demon King. After listening to the guy, the Inquisitor decided to say that he did not see a problem with it. There is every reason to trust Hunter Kim for clearing the 11th floor, and as a thank you, he asked for only one favor, which we agree to because it is possible. All he needs is to wait here for 5 days, although this is not easy considering the turmoil that can be created in 5 days. His request is not impossible, and the Inquisitor supports him. Of course, the witch agrees that the request can be fulfilled. Taking her head, the girl agrees to this demand. No one had any idea what he was up to, but everyone was sure he had a plan if he was asking for it. The heads began to promise 5 days of silence. Everyone seemed to agree with this, but there was one but. The Holy Sword did not make any such promises. He did not succumb to the boy's manipulations, and did not want to do so. Although everyone agreed with the young man, the Holy Sword insisted that he would be watching him for the next 5 days, and saw no point in fulfilling any more of his requests. If he came to clear the 20th floor, then according to the agreement, the Holy Sword would follow him on his heels. But the guy had foreseen everything, and everything was fine. He planned to defeat the Demon King on his own. With the Holy Sword at his back, he would definitely be calmer. Addressing all the guild leaders, the boy thanked them for trusting him. He took off and promised to see them in 5 days. Having opened the gates of new opportunities, he sets off on a quest on his own. The spirit next to him was amazed at the result of his actions. Something incredible began to happen, and all the NPCs froze, as they were not trained for such a development. And all because no one has chosen this role yet. And now the Empire has neither a Chancellor nor an Admiral. They are replaced by hunters who start the quest from the 12th to the 20th floor. Due to the fact that it is connected to the quest that was given during the crime on the 11th floor scene, perhaps this is the correct order. The previous time on the 12th floor, the issuance of the quest was greatly delayed, and it took forever to get it. The quest only opens after the roles are assigned, so if you don't choose a role, the quest won't start. Because of this, the invasion of the Demon King's army will also not start, and the army of the Empire will not be ready, which will cause the demon to invade the Empire to suffer. The boy wonders what will happen if the Demon King dies in this state, and he turns to the Sword Lord. The Lord of the Sword is impressed by the boy's words. The boy sees the Demon King on the map and plans to kill him before the quest begins, wondering what will happen. It's simple. No one will be able to choose the Demon King's reward, and the traitor will not appear either. Everyone is sent to the out before they can do bad things. At this point, the Demon King feels that Kim is a real scoundrel and gets angry with him, sending him a system request. At that moment, our hero approaches him. The demon asks him how he dared to disobey the order of the goddess of war. It appeared right to him without making a choice. What a lousy nerve, the demon thinks. But the boy, holding the sword on his shoulder, says that he chose as he should. Pointing the sword at the damned demon, he says that this is the best choice, because he will kill the Demon King before the quest even begins, and then no hunter from the Empire will die. Accordingly, no traitors will appear either, and it will be another happy ending without a single victim. Our hero hasn't been able to stomach bad endings for a long time, and because of his character, he always prefers a good ending. While this scoundrel is preventing him from achieving a happy ending, he asks the demon to do him a favor. Just die. The demon, the seed of rain, was furious. How dare the boy come to him alone, without even bowing down and asking for his help? But the boy picks up his sword, points it at the demon, and a kind of time circle materializes from it. It becomes clear that the world they are in is frozen. The boy makes his sword the only arrow on this time circle and, fighting alone, feels like a real warrior. With this sword, he set the time, and the endless 5 days began. Hence we come back to the story of the rain demon's trauma. It opened its eyes on a day when it was raining. Dark matter was lying on the ground, and next to it was a frog croaking. This dark spirit swallowed the frog and absorbed it into itself. After a while, the body of the frog absorbed this black matter, and at that moment, he was able to get out of this black liquid that looked like a swamp. Standing with her feet on a stone, she saw the rain falling. All she had to do was cluck in the rain, which made her want to live more. Our hero Kim started a battle with this strong boss. After some time of trial and error, the guy would die and return to the same place. There was always a spirit next to him who noticed how the demon just beat him with all his might. Of course, they were scary. If you know the direction of the blow, you can avoid it. Each time the boy tried to avoid the blow, but death overtook him again and again. It was a terrible cycle of time. He used to draw the direction of the blow with a marker on his arm. Drinking the aura elixir, he trained his body every time. He was dodging the demon's fast and strong blows that came from all sides. The blows covered him and killed him again and again. Each time he wrote the direction of this blow on his hand to complete this quest in the next life. It was hard for him to imagine how many people would actually die from such powerful blows in this battle. When one knight dies, at least 20 years that he could have lived disappears. The death of 10 people equals 200 years. The death of 100 people equals 2,000 years. The guy didn't choose any role to win back the same amount of time, and for that, one body had to completely give up the exile of eternity. The rear spirit did not interfere with the boy's battle with the demon all this time, only amused by what was happening. The demon's powerful blows were so strong that the boy did not have the skill to avoid them, not knowing their direction. He died again and again. He did not know how to use the aura correctly, and this was his whole problem, because it should flow evenly through the body. But it was easy in words, and our hero Kim was having a hard time at that moment, and he was dying. Being reborn, he returned to the same place, standing in front of the demon of the autumn rain. He did not give up, and at one point, standing in front of the demon, he promised to end everything with one punch. After 1,000 attempts, he was able to cut down the Demon King with one punch. Although his first attempt was unsuccessful, but the next one was strong enough, he began to attack with all his strength. The Demon King only asked him to prove it with his word, but after some time of training and rebirth, the boy knew all the movements of a demon. Every time he died and was reborn, he knew where the blow would be directed, and he still went to his side, setting himself up. And now his sword is the only time clock in this world. For 1 second to pass in this world, he has to overcome one barrier. He lives only 1 second of his sword fighting this demon. With this second, this world takes another breath, like a stream of water that has overflowed its banks, burying everything to the very bottom without thickening the water. In one moment, everything started with a single drop. So our hero, even if he has to live forever, lives only for this second. With the pencil he used to mark the strokes and his life he lived his destiny. Recalling the witch's words that caught his eye after they cleared the floor without loss, he realized his purpose: to protect the hunters from the victims and to go through these difficult tasks. Recognition of the strong people of this world gave him the inspiration to end the battles with the least losses. It was his calling. Once again, the guy stood in front of a demon. The demon was worried why he was laughing. The boy replied that he was happy. The demon was amazed that a being who was about to die was happy. But no one could understand him, especially not a worthless demon. It looked quite arrogant, but it was just a statement of fact. Every time the boy attacked the demon, he died again and again. However, he did not give up. He had no reason to give up. His sword was faster today than yesterday, and tomorrow it would be even faster because he felt life. And the moment the witch pressed his hand, she cried with happiness. After the floor was cleared, she checked everyone, including the Pantheon, and no one died. She hugged our hero and thanked him for the fact that no one died, and this gave our hero the strength to live. He wanted more life, and despite the demon's enormous power, he could counteract it on his own. All this is because warriors fight alone by nature. The scale of the battle was difficult to assess, because everything was destroyed in seconds. The force of the demon's blows exceeded the speed of light, and the scale of the chakra with which he did it was simply incredible. The guy fought back and attacked, smashed and destroyed, and at one point, when the dark mirror broke, the demon, who called himself the demon of the autumn rain, disappeared. A bright trace above illuminated everyone, and as if he had never been there, he disappeared without a trace. A girl ran up to the boy and said, "I'm sorry, Kim." She was going to sit quietly in the auditorium, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she wondered what he was doing here alone, so she followed him. She noticed that he was playing a fun game called Warrior, and it caught her interest. This is where the hunt benefits. The girl didn't let him have fun alone and joined in as well. Even though he had almost defeated the demon, she wanted to join in, but the prey that the others approved was the most delicious. The demon looked at these stupid people and just couldn't stand them. They even decided to laugh at him. The boy decided to apologize to the demon, because they were going to fight him alone at first, and attacking in a crowd was also quite in the spirit of warriors. The demon realized what was happening, and water droplets began to gather from the dark matter, forming a kind of monster. It was enough for him that the boy came to him to fight with one sword. The demon summoned evil spirits to answer his call. They rose from hell and came to answer the demon's call. Seeing this, the girl was amazed that they were surrounded by goblins. This was not a level for which they had enough strength. The boy appealed to the holy sword not to stand idly by, but to help. But he planned to watch a little longer. 30 seconds have not passed, and this young man is already clinging to the dark goo, he said. It was true. He himself wanted to wait a minute and then ask for help. There was no point in fighting, according to the witch. She offered to take his hand and leave, but the guy stopped her, saying that everything was fine. Pointing his hand upward, the stick glowed with heavenly energy. He summoned the evil spirits. Soon the demon, seeing this power, was simply amazed. The boy activated this skill and called light spirits from the other world to oppose the dark spirits of the demon. It was most impressive. After this demon devoured the frog, it gradually moved on to snakes, hawks, and finally to large beasts. The demonic substance devoured and transformed the animals, making them its vessels for existence. Each time it received a new body, it experienced new joy. This entity also took joy in bloodshed. Devouring one animal after another, it felt its dominance. But one day this demonic beast came across a little girl with white hair. The predator began to chase her, eager to attack. The girl ran for a long time and screamed for someone to help her. Finally, this predatory beast caught up with her. It was really delicious. But what was that smell? As if mesmerized, she devoured her prey. And when there was nothing left of it, the memories of the prey began to come to her impatiently. The girl, like a zombie, stood aside, and he addressed her with the words, "Little girl, how many times have I told you not to go outside alone?" Her doctor was looking out from behind the bushes and was worried about the girl because with such a weak body, she could not go out into nature. The doctor was worried about her because he saw that she did not look like herself and what had happened to her clothes. The girl stood for a long time, looked away and said to the doctor, "Daddy." Smiling with green eyes, she turned to him and said that she seemed to be cured. This was the first name the Demon King received. Returning to the battlefield, our hero activated the summoning skill. Skeletons that had come from the beyond began to rise from the darkness. These skeletons began to attack those from whom they copied this skill. Kim asked the Sword Lord if he would be interested in why he chose this particular skill. Of course he was curious, because he had originally been leaning toward another skill. For example, if he chose the aura amplification technique, it would be cool if he could use a monstrous sword like a Demon King. Well, now he has a completely different opinion and opens the skill card. If you go into details, summoning evil spirits is a pretty interesting thing, because you could summon dead people who have already died at his hands. For this reason, the guy chose this skill. If you count how many people he killed personally, it was 0. But if you think about it, the elderly knight or whatever the spirit says, it must be so. But there was one but. For some reason, the stars and the Holy Sword's instructions showed the number of his murders above 4,000. This means that the number of deaths in the tower is different. So I'll ask you again. How many deaths do you think I have on my hands? The guy was standing there holding his dagger, and behind him was a huge army of 4,000 skeletons holding daggers. It was just incredible. He called all his lives and all his former incarnations that had died, and all these skeletons were nothing but his previous lives. The guy laughed, realizing that he had died many times. Everyone around him was amazed by this skill, and could not believe that this skill summons thousands of monsters, and this, in their opinion, made it clear how he cleared 10 floors by himself. The demon was furious. How did this rascal get a technique like mine? But our hero kept his mouth shut, because he didn't want to reveal all his trump cards. The demon was amazed and shocked by this turn of events. It was unforgivable, unbearable. How much longer will this rascal mock me? Answer me, goddess. The demon promised to deal with him and unleash all his anger on him. The boy turned to the Lord of the Holy Sword. Stay with the skeletons. With your support, we will be invincible. You may not want to fight monsters, but you are better than me. The boy turns to the black dragon. I have a plan. When we defeat the demons together, please don't tie me up. I know you can do it. Raising the dagger of hope, he addresses the evil spirits. He commands them, show me what you can do best. He orders them to kill and die, attacking the army of the Demon King. At this point, thousands of skeletons fall on the goblins. They fight without sparing themselves, without sparing their bones. Their parts come off and fall, but even without their heads, they continue to fight. It was so cool and powerful that even the rear guard was amazed. He could not believe that this was the nature of these warriors. It was just incredible. It was an army of monsters who were not afraid of death, unlike the army of the Demon King. The Demon King's abuse of the demons knew no bounds, and his troubles did not stop. How dare he? Some stranger who came from another world. A person who is not filled with malice, deceit, or the life of this world. How could he resist such a strong warrior, such a powerful demon? The boy, hearing these words, said, "What does it matter where I came from? Right now, I'm here. And even if you think I don't have enough rights, you better not interfere," he said. The system informs the boy that the goddess is giving him a nickname. This nickname sounds cold-blooded, the King of Death. The tower confirms his rights, and with this power his sword flies to attack the Demon King, subduing death to his king. We return to the story of the little girl who was swallowed up by darkness. Not only was she cured of her illness, but she became more beautiful day by day, and the fragrance of her body intoxicated people and made them dizzy. Everyone worshipped her and called her Lady Edel, the holy virgin of the neighborhood. People believed that she could cure any disease and brought her gifts. One day, a poor woman came and brought her sick child. She asked Edel to bless her child because she had suffered a misfortune. Edel opened her hands and said, "You know this order. Put the child here and come back for him at dawn." Leaving the child, the woman bowed to her, hoping that Edel would heal her child. The child cried for a long time, and Edel looked at her. Taking her in her arms, she began to cradle her, soothing her. Holding the child close to her, she smelled a delicious odor. People really need love. Looking at the child, she sees that her mother has wrapped her in the best she could find. This child is wrapped in rags, but she is full of life. But she will not be hurt anymore, she said. And the girl's essence was swallowed up by her shadow. People thanked her endlessly, considering her a saint. For everyone, she was a person who performed miracles, saving the sick. People bowed to her, stretched out their hands and gave her everything they could. For the whole world, she became a real happiness. This miracle that enveloped this person absorbed the flesh and bones of the child, filling them with her memories and ideas. The evil spirit understood everything and realized that now everything was fine with the child. Edel was giving him the opportunity to live a little longer, and the gloomy liquid enveloped the living, making them its vessels. With each client who came to her, she was convinced of her humanity. Absorbing and recycling new souls over and over again, she gave them to those who approached her. When the mother saw her child healthy, she cried with happiness. And Edel said that he would not even have mild ailments. She told them to take care of him and love him as much as she did. People thanked her, believing that she was a real saint. For them, she was the only person in the empire who performed miracles, saving the sick. Thanks to her miracles, People had the strength to move forward and could look at the world again. Calling her a true savior, people spread her legend around the world. Some evil people sharpened their swords against her. They did not like another massive success. They united under the banner of the saint who saved them. She was saving all those who were suffering, and some people did not like this darkness on the map. They sent an army of knights to attack it, because the land ruled by the goddess was a hotbed of heresy for them, and they had no pity for the followers of this witch. The knights went to burn the witch's nest with fiery torches. The fire engulfed her territory, which contained all her goods. People called her a saint, but at one point everything was taken away from her. Knights attacked her land and killed her people, leaving no one alive. Considering them cursed monsters, they destroyed her wealth. Idol saw this, and she was filled with hatred for them. She screamed with all her might with hatred for people who did not consider other people. This was her truth, which she lived by and went her own way. She made sure that they were consumed by their anger. We return to the battlefield where this cruel demon is standing. Fighting with him, he tries to keep everything under control. But every time he needs to become stronger to avoid these strong blows, he has already died more than once, and the system has moved him back 20 hours. There were 6 days left before using the spirit summoning again. And during the rebirth, he kept his memories and abilities. But every time he died, he came back again, retaining the abilities that were included in his skills. The spirit of the home front was watching our hero, noting the peculiarities of the skills that were retained at such a rate. At death, the rollback time was also included. Often the demon's blows took Kim's life each time. He would try to be reborn and wait for a new opportunity to use the demon spirit's summoning again. This is how his days passed. In such a confrontation, he was fighting a boss who was quite strong. The army of goblins kept coming back and trembling before him. He became stronger and stronger because of his abilities. Apparently, he had already seen all the tricks of the Demon King that fell on him like rain. So many goblins fell to his sword that he lost count. Each time the strong blows only hardened him. He was not afraid of death, and only excitement gave him strength. The Demon King did not allow him to stay alive, but he noticed that the boy had the gift of foresight. After 7 days of rebirth, he was able to use the summoning of spirits. He activated this skill again, and thousands of skeletons emerged from the darkness. They began to fight against the goblins. With their support, he fought the demon 100%. The rear spirit was delighted with the boy, who was a vicious and persistent warrior. Although not very profitable, he was a real zombie. Once tested, he managed to repeat the draft 9 times. It was incredible. At some points, the rear spirit helped him with the technique, saying that the first draft could be cancelled and the next one could be protected. What if the second draft is true? Then you'll be promoted from zombie to zombie king. But you can't win a war with talk, and the guy needed to focus. He died again while trying to win, and now he has to go back a week again. But because he is weak, he did not win the battle in any way. When the spirit mocked him, the guy replied that he would finish him off one day. It was ridiculous to listen to the spirit, because the guy was already dead, and how could he finish the ghost? If you're going to be mad, then defeat the Demon King faster. He walked 20 floors by himself. You have to go back again and again until you defeat this demon. The girl held his right flank, supporting him. Using her technique and skills, she drew a pectogram of darkness. And she was able to draw out the dark energy of the demon itself. Her strike was right on target, and it was just flawless. Their goal was to defeat the Demon King and then look at each other again. Soon, during a dangerous maneuver, the guy didn't notice the black demon's strike and shouted to his colleague on the left. He warned the holy sword of the possible attack, and he was able to dodge it. Soon after, he told him, "If there is no one like that there, then a general attack will begin." That was the plan. The black dragon's head, along with its mirrors, whirled in space, surrounded the boss, who was incredibly strong and thought he could not handle it. Soon, a huge blow was directed at the demon himself and dealt him a hard blow. He was amazed that people dared to redirect his resentment and hatred through the crack. Having swallowed the black dragon, the boy saw the skin, and at that moment, abruptly, the Demon King decides to retreat. He retreated to the 13th floor, and that meant they had defeated him. The boss was seen running away with promises that he would return soon. He materialized on the 13th floor, leaving only a drop of black matter, turning to him like a black sesame shake that Tick had absorbed. The guy tried so hard to defeat him, but to what end? So that he could escape to the 13th floor, so that this suffering could continue. The tower recognizes his choice and gives him a hidden quest, opening the quests of the 12th floor. And soon the system notifies him that quests 12, 13, 14, and beyond are opening. The quests were able to open because the warrior of the frozen world decided that he would not allow sacrifices. And because of this, the name of the one who does not ask for payment for salvation is rightly called self-sacrifice, when a person does not even ask for recognition. Warriors live to sacrifice themselves in the name of justice. The Demon King was wounded and could not go far. You can pursue him as much as you want. The choice is yours. The system asks him if he accepts this quest, and of course, he says yes. The quest is called Warrior of the Frozen World. The guy moves to the task. May good luck always accompany him. Everyone who looked up noticed a strange inscription in the sky. The changes in history amazed the people who looked up and did not understand what the tower wanted to demonstrate. The witch looked at her hands and felt a strange feeling. She asked the boy what it was. It was her first time when this happened to her. The Talus spirit did not understand what was happening either. He had never seen anything like it before. But the boy looked ahead and noticed the fortress. At that moment he told the head of the dragon to look ahead. They saw the fortress wall in front of them, and there were much fewer banners than before. There were no banners at all. The tower was cleared. The girl said that he should take her hand, as they needed to check it closer. After moving, they were on the wall and looking down at the city. The dark, abandoned city, covered with lichen, had turned into a bright paradise where life was bustling and people were happy. History is changing right before their eyes. History is being rewritten right in front of them. Initially, the empire was supposed to be occupied by the Demon King. They had to either win or be destroyed in the event of defeat. But an invasion was an inevitable point. However, in the reality they are now in, the invasion did not happen. No one knows or can know that history has changed because of our hero. Instead of suffering from the demon's attack, people continued to live their normal lives. Traders sold apples. People discussed political issues, complaining about politicians. Life was going on at its own pace. Children were running around, rejoicing. Merchants were selling apples, and people were discussing various things together, all while the boy and the witch were watching. Soon the guards on the tower wall noticed them and shouted who they were. It was a great audacity that they set foot on the fortress tower of the empire, addressing them with the cry, "Ohio!" At the moment, he does not remember asking for help for their country. The guy saw him and was amazed that he didn't remember anything, because history had really changed. Colonel Hai called the boy a vile robber, shouted how he knew his name, and demanded that they get down from the fortress. Looking at him, the boy realizes that the friendly Imperial, who was originally on the 11th floor, now addresses him as a stranger. It was really funny, because he had recently asked for the protection of the Empire and prayed to God, thanking him for the foreigners who had come to save his country. The guy even laughed at this scenario. Ohio, in turn, saw that he was laughing at him and began to get angry, but the boy, covering his face with his painted hand, continued to laugh. The spirit wondered why he was laughing, but they were tears of joy. The boy could not get enough because he saw how the story had changed for the better. He realized that he had succeeded in protecting the Empire. He shouted joyfully, "I have defended your empire!" The knights began to look for the madman on the wall. Our hero continued, "I kept my promise, I did it." And without a drop of shame, he said, "I spent hundreds of days on this, without a drop of regret, just because he didn't want to allow any casualties." After hundreds of days, he defeated the Demon King. He was so proud of this that the aura overwhelmed him. He had done it. He was a true dedicated warrior. He spent time drinking alcohol and people laughed at him. By giving up his past life, he was given a chance. He chose his frozen heart with equanimity. The Empire was cleansed, and he could be proud of himself at that moment. The system announced with a second announcement to everyone that the 12th floor had been cleared today, even if the world only noticed the holy sword and the head of the black dragon. The most important thing was that he was a worthy man today. After counting the main conquerors of the tower, the system identified 3 people: the Death King, the Black Witch, and the Holy Sword. Our hero now received the nickname Vlad the Death King. The inhabitants of the tower did not know what the guy was talking about, as history had been rewritten. But the guy's enthusiasm knew no bounds, and he asked the colonel to take care of the Empire. The boy waves to him joyfully, congratulating him on his liberation, although they do not understand what he is talking about. Kim tells them that their empire has flourished since he defeated the Demon King, though it may still face difficulties from time to time. "But now you can handle it yourself," he shouts. "Hip hip hooray!" He rejoices in this huge celebration. The rear guard is dying of laughter at this point. He thought that the guy would be reserved and quiet, but the guy is bragging at the top of his voice. But the boy replies, "What should I do when I'm so good now?" At this point, the rear spirit just calls him out. "Kim, you fool. I love it when you whine. Ha ha!" He extends his hand to Kim. Black Dragon Head, why are we standing there? Who are we waiting for? Let's go to the 13th floor. The girl puts her hand on his shoulder and says, yes, hunters in tops are never normal, I understand. And together they move to this long-awaited floor. The right to enter is always given to the first, and now Kim is their representative. So he needs to say the phrase to move. King of Death. The guy smiles, says the phrase, and soon sets off to meet new adventures. Together with his team, the Holy Spirit and the Witch, the King of Death moves to the 13th floor. There, a demon is waiting for them, screaming that he will not forgive such abuse. They dared to take away his children, whom he saved and hid, and laughed at him. He calls the hunters animals who steal his flesh and soul. Be cursed, says the demon. This voice was eating away at the hunters' ears, and for the first time they heard such a nasty sound. But why was he screaming like that? The boy is protected from this scream and chaos by his red aura. The rear spirit wonders what is happening to him. The demon was weaker than before and looked as broken as possible. The witch girl had hit him hard with her aura, which must have caused him to be injured. But he didn't behave like that just because he was injured. His form fell. On the 12th floor, he was a great CCC-ranked monster king. But now, does he have the feeling that he is facing such a powerful boss? He's more like the big Goblin king from the 5th floor that they barely defeated. It's strange. Usually the higher the floor, the stronger the boss is. This is very strange. Perhaps the witch has an additional weakening effect, which is why there was some unforeseen change in the scene. At this time, the system notifies you that the reward calculation for the 12th floor is over. But the result will be given when the 19th floor is cleared. At the moment, a simplified reward is given. The guy begins to see how this reward is realized. He has been granted the patronage of the god of war, and he receives a boost. The entire map from the 11th to the 20th floors opens up, and it was in full, which was impressive. The guy can't help but shout that he now realized that he was attracting the attention of his colleagues. He realized why the Demon King was behaving like that, if you recall the previous scene. The very story of the Demon King invading the capital had disappeared. The refugee settlement had also completely disappeared. And now, if you think about it, where did the refugees come from? Logically, they were not evacuated from the entire empire, or rather from the entire continent. The refugee settlement in which they were gathering has completely disappeared. Now, everything is falling into place, not only for the whole empire, but for the whole continent. The history of the invasion has changed, and they have returned to the period before the Demon King almost completely took over the continent. Now, we are at the moment when this temple was attacked by him. His level has dropped. Whenever hunters level up, they hear about hunters leveling up, he immediately realized it. What's the point of talking about existence? At first, he thought it was some kind of pompous phrase, but maybe the monster boss was also leveling up, killing a bunch of Imperials and refugees. And now all this slaughter and hunting has become nothing, and the King of Autumn Rain is angry, and the progress is gaining momentum, but the Demon King's existence is weakening, and he can't accept that his existence is disappearing. Soon, the Demon King is angry to see these villains, but the warrior hunters who have arrived to clear the floor are preparing for a counterattack. Evil spirits, thousands of demons, my children, says the Demon King, leading his slaves into battle. Giving them the order to attack, the zombies rush into battle against their will. Seeing this scenario, the warriors realize that this is not just a zombie movie. At this moment, when they are fighting, a guy offers his rear guard a bet. He asks him how many times he will die before he makes it to the 19th floor, and the spirit needs to place a bet. He thinks it will take him less than 100 times, and the guy, in turn, bets less. It sounded pretty bad on his part, but okay. Let's see how this bastard zombie will crush his relatives. Since we're having this bet, I'm not going to help you, the rear spirit said. They made a bet, and soon the guy dies in a zombie attack and comes back. Continuing their fight, bursting into the battle, the black representative of the Dragon Guild asks how they can handle this, when the guy tells her that she can't do it anymore, but she gives it her all, and only she has this attack technique. By the way, he is the King of Death, and cannot attack with his skill all the time, but his super ability to summon his army will be available only after 3 horses. And what these 3 horses are is a special thing that the guy almost blurted out. Kim turns to the Holy Sword, asking if he can pierce the huge lid that resembles a sarcophagus. But what is the guy gonna check there? There's no time for normal explanations, so he asks him to just do it and see what happens. Soon after the old man did so, the boy was reborn again, and now knew what was in that sarcophagus. He told the old man that the sarcophagus was a secret passage. There is a hammer down there with a special effect on the dead. He points the head of the black dragon there. Take it and use it. But in turn, this sword only works with one sword. The guy replies that it has an effect, he will put an aura on it, and make a bang. This effect will spread over the ground, and all the zombies will disappear. But how does he know this? The guy replies again that he is a seer, but when he gets distracted, he dies again, and is reborn. In his next life, the holy sword finally got to that hammer, and all the zombies were destroyed. Only the Demon King remained. But when they looked at him, they saw a big cyclone and did not understand what the hell it was. It was an incomprehensible giant, or a zombie giant, perhaps the body of the sacred cyclone that protected the temple. If not for the heretic inquisitor, they would have learned more. In any case, the boy asked to keep the giant for himself. Soon the giant kills the boy. In his next life, when the holy sword asks to keep the giant, the boy orders him to continue to keep the zombies at bay with attacks across the square. The holy sword disagrees and says that the creature created the giant as a test, but the boy, as a seer, tells him to trust him. Soon, the boy asks the head of the black dragon to hit the zombie cyclone with a laser beam from her eyes, and she, hearing his correct instruction, wants to do just that, and it is perfect. But before he can do it, the zombie goblin kills them all with his fiery eyeball, and the boy is reborn again. Now he can summon spirits, and it seems to his friends that he has no rollback in this skill, but they still don't understand. He orders the girl and the holy sword to attack together and has a request for them. Don't hit the eye, the guy said, but the girl asked why. The boy replied that it would lead to trouble. But the girl looks at the cyclone and says that it has such a big eye, why shouldn't she hit it? The boy explains that it is a great target, but the cyclone's eye is a live target. And although the girl can hit it with her rays, there is no time for a full explanation now. Just trust. The holy sword adds that she should trust him because he is a seer. Although she did not believe he was a seer, she kept her word. She tried not to hit him in the eye, holding back her power. Soon, the attack of the holy sword and our hero fell on the goblin, and the Demon King retreated to the 14th floor, and his goblin died. The warriors look on in awe at what is happening. Soon the darkness changes to a bright, clear day, as if it had never happened, and the story changes. Children, representatives of the church, appear in the temple, and they all run, play, and bless their sisters. The world changes, becomes peaceful and joyful, and our hero realizes that his efforts were not in vain. This goblin is lying on a tree, resting as in his past life. When he did not serve the demon, he was a good creature. This meant only one thing. They had to keep moving forward, and they moved to the 14th floor. Already on the 14th floor, the Autumn Rain Demon King retreats to the 15th floor. As our heroes advance, they defeat him again and again, moving forward. Soon, they cleared everything up to the 16th floor at this rate, and dragons were waiting for them there, flying and burning with their fire. But this was not an obstacle for our heroes either, and they moved on to the 17th floor. The Demon King doesn't know what to do anymore, and history is changing and being rewritten. Soon they have driven the king to the 19th floor, and his existence is fading before their eyes. He doesn't look as strong as he used to. He looks like a pile of dark matter. He curses the hunters. If not for you, this would not have happened to me. What a bold, miserable people with a dagger, and from another world. But when he got to the scoundrel, the boy pulled out his dagger, and now he could see his eyes. His eyes are red, but the demon doesn't understand what he's talking about. The boy replies that he has never looked him directly in the eye before. This is an absurd omission. If a demon king and a warrior can't even make eye contact. The boy points his dagger at him and says, "Get ready and attack, or will you run away again? How far will you run each time? You will have no chance of winning. If you are ready, then attack with all your might." Of course, the demon did not like the boy's words. How dare he? Who was he? Like a hyena that cut off a piece of his flesh. What does he know? The demon shouted. The boy turned to the demon and called him by his real name, urging him to attack with all his might. "Or your time will be longer than your entire history," he said. And soon the boy was attacking this dark demon, which was already composed of just dark water. The system notifies you that the protagonist has died and assigns a penalty for using the skill. It's time to tell you about another nightmare. The devilish level recreates the injuries of the monster king of the Autumn Rain Demon. Everything is filled with fire and there is nothing that does not burn. Our hero looks at it all with wide-open eyes, and sees how the knights have crossed the demon's path, and his filth is killing his men. The demoness looks at all this and sees her people dying, houses burning, and everything being destroyed. She has one question in her mind. Why? Why are people burning people? These beautiful creatures who lived, didn't hurt anyone, gave birth to children. But if they do not follow their ideology, they are brutally destroyed. The soldiers were following the order of His Majesty. It was not the emperor who ordered them to do this, but His Holiness, the high priest, who decided to destroy the heretic in order to assign himself the status of a saint. The faces of these demonic creatures were not clearly visible, but they were reciting some kind of spell, and the knights lost their appearance before they committed these dishonorable acts. Who are they really if they are burning people? People were screaming and running, unable to stop as their houses were burning. A woman, protecting her child, tried to shield him from the destructive fire. She comforted him and said, "Everything will be okay, everything will be fine." But it didn't get better, and the demoness went out to the ashes left behind by her village. Passing by the ruins, she sees only the remaining embers. The man who gave her apples a day ago and was happy that they grew in his garden is now lying unconscious, burned. A girl who had recently been cured of her illness and could run again, thanking the saint for her help, now lies lifeless. Falling to her knees, she hated these people who brought her such grief. Gathering up all the remaining ashes, she began to recite the incantation. She collected these ashes, the ashes of these people, took them in her hand, and she began to eat it, filling her body. She did not think about anything. She just hated these people who had done such a nasty thing. Hate appeared in her eyes, and black tears flowed from them. Even though they were also human, you are also born human, and the beauty of life is known to you. At that moment, the demoness began to be filled with demonic energy, black energy that flowed to her like water. You are human because you cry. You are capable of this. But why is that? Why do you accuse other people of being monsters? This huge bundle of energy began to fill the space. It filled her with anger for considering her people and herself monsters, and she decided that this was not their world. People have no right to be called people as long as they do this. And it rained blood on them, and the resentment rained down. The demoness said, "Prove now, in that case, that you are human." The demoness cursed people and humanity, and from this rain she created her evil essence. And no more villages burned down. The demoness promised that they would be swallowed up by her evil. Against this backdrop, the boy understood her suffering. But it was all an illusion of the demoness, and the spirit decided to awaken the boy, so that he does not think that this is his hell. It is the hell and trauma of this demon. The penalty is complete. Shortly after the strong blow to the demoness, the guy was filled with an aura. But his head was full of this story, which did not allow him to think. The spirit decided to awaken his partner. He ordered him to empty his mind at that very moment. But the battle against the demoness continued. She stopped and looked at the warrior again. This warrior had come to stop her and put an end to her willfulness. Her body shrank, all the dirt was almost gone, and the Demon King's existence became faded. Soon the Demon King looked at his hand and saw that it was bleeding. He can think of nothing but to retreat. Soon he enters the 20th floor, but he still cannot win. He still has to confront our heroes. The demon has one last front left where he can do something. The 20th floor was the starting point of the demoness. That's where the Demon King's end point is. The Holy Sword was standing next to our hero, and this moment alerted him. Although the dragon's head had given way to the last attack of the Death King, the Holy Sword held onto his weapon. The demoness was running out of breath, her strength was running out, and yet she retreated to the 20th floor. This made it clear that the battle was not yet over, but its retreat only meant that the story was about to change. As soon as the demoness left the area, things started to get interesting on this floor, and the 19th floor scene started to be edited. Our hero decides to ask the Holy Sword and the girl that he will go to this floor by himself. He thanks them for their help, but he has come to the final straight battle with the Demon King, and asks them to let him go this way alone. The witch did not object to his request, because thanks to his long journey, they had come here. In any case, the girl had arbitrarily broken her promise not to move for 5 days, and this time she would not leave. The Holy Sword, in turn, said that today was the end of the 5th day, and as soon as he had finished with the 20th floor, he would meet him, because they had a lot to discuss in private. The guy was grateful for their help and went to the floor, just thanking them for their help. A quick move brought him to the 20th floor. He was surrounded by a green forest, and among the trees stood a small opponent, the King of Death, and in this scene, May Luck accompanied him. The boy went to him to solve this problem. The system gives him a reward for his services for clearing the 11th to 19th floors. He is rewarded with an SS-level skill and establishes the authority of the King of Death. He has been given the limited apostle's right. He can improve any of his skills except skill X. He looks at this in amazement and realizes that this is a great advantage. He didn't know who built the tower, but now he begins to guess that the tower is a living thing, filled with creatures from other worlds. He fills his sword of justice with power. This creature watches over their choices, and when he points the sword at the demoness, it shines directly into her face, telling her that the time has come to end her existence, the king of demons. His sword shone with a bright light, but the demoness asks him to stop. "This is my village, don't you dare destroy my paradise." At this point, the boss scene starts. The sky is clear and cloudless, and it's not going to rain today. The boss scene starts, and the guy appears in front of the demon with the ability to choose any of his skills. The demon can't forgive humans because it has traces of ash and blood in its memory. This flame revived his thirst for revenge and made him what he became. He can't just forget it. "By turning back time, I will restore my paradise," the demon says. He appears in a new form, holding his sword, which is no longer so big. The weakest boss in the world in front of the strongest wall. Now our heroes have to fight him, and he is no longer the huge warrior he used to be. Although the boss fights with all his might, our hero is not injured. They have completely switched places. Now Kim is stronger. He decided to remind the demon that he was the demon king on his floor, and Kim was the warrior. His role was to attack, and the demon's was to prevent it. Now, by deflecting his light blows, he shows his strength. And he reminds us that the world is so unpredictable. Now he is fighting back, but the demon wants him to just die. But these are just meaningless words that he has heard many times before. Soon the boy doesn't hesitate any longer and pierces the demon with his strong punch. All that is heard is a scream, and the existence of the Autumn Rain Demon King fades away. He spreads like water, and black drops fall to the ground, soaking into it. The boss will have to become even weaker than he is now. With each punch of our hero, the demon's life dims. With each strike, he deals more deadly lightning damage, which takes away the boss's life energy. And now the boss is already on the verge of ruin. There is neither bloody rain nor his power. The dirt does not cover his body. Soon the mud begins to spill out of his body, and everything is filled with the color of trees. The girl is shocked that she is losing her power, and the title of the Autumn Rain Demon King is taken away from her. She becomes weaker, and just a human. She screams, losing her energy and strength, becoming just an ordinary girl with red eyes. She is sorry that the tower is taking away her power, but she returns to the moment when it all began. Our hero looks at this devastation and at the girl who has lost everything. He approaches her and declares that she is now completely weak. The girl asks him not to approach her. "What can you do? You have no authority anymore," he says. She replies that she has no right to stop him. But what will he do? What have the men done to her village, to the children and women? "I have no right to do this to you," she says. But a few days ago, she said he was a stranger from another world. Alliances, kings, and emperors all united to destroy her people. And let's just say, there is no one on this continent who is free from responsibility for that, except for him. He is an absolute stranger, and all the other hunters have nothing to do with it either. Therefore, she has no right to call him to account, and of course she doesn't even have the power to stop him. But the girl screams in fear that she only wants no one to touch the sick. To all her words, the guy asks if she has anything to say. "Wasn't Edel scared just like you are now?" he asks again. "No," she replies. "But now I realize that everything we did was wrong." She was screaming and begging him not to kill her, calling for her father. "But what did you do with the child?" our hero asks the demon. "The mother brought her precious child to you, playing the role of a savior angel, and at the same time betrayed everyone who believed in you." The demoness replies that she did not want any of this, but the boy insists on the truth. "You stole a personality and absorbed a child because you were afraid that people would misunderstand you, so you kept quiet." A warrior stands in front of her, holding a sword. She didn't even know that human life existed. At that moment, realizing something, she did not even understand those words and was not ready to admit her mistake. If she had been conscious, he says, she would never have done such a thing. But after he said that, "But that's what people do," the girl turned pale. The boy replied, "Did her rulers make the same excuses? They didn't know? They thought it was just an evil witch with her monsters? This is an obvious lie. There may have been some among them who lied for profit, but can you be sure that all of them were like that? And what about the soldiers who followed orders? What about the people who sought new shelters every day? Were there no innocents among them? How could you say, 'I didn't know'?" The boy apologizes to her, admitting that he is uneducated, But there is one truth he knows for sure. You reap what you sow. Do you really believe that something that plunged you into darkness and then threw you out will still be human? Would that be fair? But the demoness asks what he is talking about. The guy picks up his skill, which he received as a reward for the sweep. My skill clearly says that I can improve any skill, he said, demonstrating the spirit summoning skill in front of him, and wants to activate it. The tower responds to his words. However, such a great improvement is impossible. The skill can be developed no more than to the level of SS. The boy decides to upgrade the evil spirit summoning skill, leaving the basic parameters unchanged. He says, I want to change one part, to preserve the memory and life of the summoned person. The demoness does not understand what he wants to do and looks at him in horror. But the guy insists that this is a completely fulfillable condition. He doesn't ask to save the skill of the killed person and doesn't ask to reduce the rollback time, just the memory. Soon, the system notifies him that the tower recognizes his request as fulfillable and asks for the Jirakua's approval. The request is approved and the King of Death's demands are met. His skill is filled with the energy of the tower, which changes it. The tower changes the skill, giving it new capabilities, and the boy feels his strength grow. Now what the boy asked for has come true. He has received his first SSS level skill. After that, the boy declares that now he will kill her. If you don't like the sound of that, then consider that I will absorb you. Just like you absorbed Edel and all those sick people and then threw them out the same way. But the demoness was not simple. She crouched down and picked up her sword. She's going to counterattack the guy, running and dashing to deal him a fatal blow. Although our hero dodges, her dark sword almost didn't kill him. The partner noticed that it all looks wrong. Even the stance doesn't allow her feet to hit the ground properly. In addition, she holds the sword uncertainly, does not look forward, and has no confidence in her weapon. This suggests that the demoness relies only on skills and aura. She cannot even be called a swordsman. He turns to his partner, Zombie Kim, and says that he needs to hone the basics. Everything else will depend on his hands and feet. The rear spirit tells him to get it over with quickly, and with one skillful stroke, the guy demolishes her dark sword. The sword falls to pieces, as does her will. The demoness falls to her knees and begins to cry. This is the end of the Demon King. The boy looks at her calmly. He realizes that the surname, the man who reaps death, is a fitting description. Swinging his sword, he wants to kill her, but for a moment he freezes. He is distracted by a rear spirit speaking to him. Although he is in the heat of the moment, he does not care. The rear spirit advises him not to rush to kill her, but Kim asks why he is interfering. To which the rear spirit says, "It's very easy, isn't it? And now, with the definition of a monster, she definitely won't be able to cope. Because she's not the same as before. She is more like our hero. Perhaps she has become just an ordinary NPC. But are you sure that ordinary NPCs can be resurrected by evil spirits?" the rear spirit asks. The guy can't just answer. The rear spirit emphasizes, "We can be immersed in the atmosphere," and then it turns out that the NPC is not an object, and the whole moment disappears immediately. The guy didn't understand him at first, but he was shocked. "Let's look at the skill map," the rear spirit continues. "It says that personally killed people include NPCs. But NPCs are people too, but only you think so." The girl is just watching in shock as he talks to himself. The boy decides to address the tower. The tower accepts his words, and the guy wants to clarify something. "My question is this. Does the skill of resurrecting evil spirits when killing NPCs also summon them as deceased, or does it only apply to hunters like me?" The query is clarified by the Jirakua, but clarification is impossible because this query exceeds the tower's authority. The boy looks on, open-mouthed, amazed at what is happening. But some kind of star power begins to fill him, and the tower informs him that a check of the requester's credentials confirms that the King of Death has the temporary rights of the Apostle. The tower calls for the matter to be brought up for consideration. Soon after, the boy receives a message that the tower invites a meeting of the 6 tables of 10,000 lives to make a decision by vote. The guy just stands there in shock, looking at what is happening. "This can't be happening, but wait a second," he says. At that moment, when the light shone on the guy and the butterflies flew by like a miracle, his eyes were filled with wonder and amazement. Our hero suddenly realized that he was in a strange place that was completely unfamiliar to him. This place was similar to the place where he had once died and returned back. But why was he here now? The table of elders began to fill with people. The boy could not see it, but he felt it very clearly. Soon, all the seats were taken by high-ranking officials. The tower announced the apostle's question. Will NPC objects be included in the action of the skill, Revive Evil Spirits? If you agree, vote up or down. Soon after, the boy began to hear different languages being spoken around him. These were judges and high-ranking officials of the tower speaking in different languages. This was very alarming to him, because he had not heard other languages for a long time and had almost forgotten about their existence. Usually, the tower in his world translates all languages, making them understandable to everyone. But now he is standing there and realizes that everything is different, and the languages are not translated, leaving him at a loss. And he realizes that these are not the creatures from the tower, it's something else. These figures cannot even be compared to demon kings. Perhaps they are the creators who designed the tower, and it is they who are now discussing the issue put to the vote. The sixth table, the ancient staff, votes against. The fifth table, the wandering princess, votes in favor. The fourth table, the moon-piercing blindness, votes in favor. Each table expressed its point of view, and the boy nervously watched what was happening. Some tables even refused to vote. He could hear them confirming the votes in favor or rejecting the votes against. These were incredible beings who had the right to decide the fate of his skill. But why was the vote deadlocked? The number of votes for and against was equal, but one more participant did not vote. The one who was here from the beginning, the one who joined and has always been here, knows, I was the owner of the tower. It was something indescribable. The guy stands in front of the light coming from him and decides to say that he thinks it's the fairest thing to vote yes. If NPCs are not included in the skill, how did the Demon King summon countless monsters? All the brutally murdered people of the Empire and Kingdom were NPCs. He thought that maybe they were worried for nothing, and he would be able to start a riot after massacring NPCs. But he hopes that the tower will trust him because he has shown himself to be a human being. He considered himself a worthy candidate and was not like everyone else. He wasn't going to act for his own benefit or the humiliation of others, and the Tower Master rated his answer as good, but it still remained confusing. The silhouette of this deity was visible in the darkness. Only a shadow was visible in the light, and it asked him to speak with his heart, not his head. The boy smiled and smirked at the answer. He had an answer for that. Yes, just like the King of Demons is his prey, and that they should not touch him. Soon, the first table, the owner of 10,000 lives, votes in favor, and the floor begins to crack under the King of Death's feet. Voting is complete, and the Death King's skill Revive Evil Spirits now includes NPCs. The Apostle's power is removed from the King of Death. Our hero moves to his world as the gathering is complete. May luck favor him. Soon the guy wakes up. He had been unconscious for a very long time. His rear spirit began to worry about why he fainted so abruptly when he only wanted to ask the tower a question. At that time, the demoness was lying on the ground waiting for his decision. The rear spirit was trying to shout to him in every way possible, since the guy was unconscious, but he felt that he had moved to another dimension. At that moment in time, it seemed as if he had just blinked, but he felt that an eternity had passed. The guy did react to the words of the Sword Lord. He called him a zombie again, even though he had joked about being a zombie before. But now it was no longer funny. Our hero asks him if he heard or saw anything. After all, the tower called him to another world where 10,000 lives were involved, and a creature that looked like the tower's owner appeared and laughed. The guy asks if he knows anything about it, but the rear spirit was not frightened by his words. Perhaps the guy went too far with the names of zombies, and now he promises to joke in moderation. The spirit asks him to come to his senses, and he realizes that he knows nothing about it. Even the legend who cleared 99 floors doesn't know about it. Who did he just meet on his way? Still, the rear spirit realizes that they really don't know much yet, but they have heard a few details. At the moment when the demoness asked for mercy, the guy realizes that he is not going to give her the last blow like his prey. He will deal with the rest later, when he reaches the 100th floor of the tower, but now he is going to kill the demon. The rear spirit asked him if he was going to kill the demon without even asking permission from the tower. But the boy had already received an answer that the spirit did not know about. He pointed his hand at the demon's body and said, "Come to life." At that moment, the black matter began to boil like water in a kettle. A girl began to appear from this black matter, coughing. The guy ordered her to stand up. Her appearance was the same as when she was alive, but now a newborn being stood before him. The person who gives life in this world always has a responsibility, and the guy says that now she cannot use the stolen name because she is not allowed to wear it. Since he gave her life, he called her the Evil Spirit. From now on, her name is Evil Spirit, and she will serve him. The Demon Queen in the autumn rain, the one who had no right to bear any of these names, received her new name. The girl bent down and said that she would obey her master. Watching this, the rear spirit did not understand anything. Given our hero's attitude toward the evil spirit, she should have been seething with anger and contempt. But strangely, it did not hesitate to bow its head before him. Why did the evil spirit decide to obey without question? It did not know about the gift the tower had given our hero. The boy decided that he would tell about it later, and soon everyone will know about it. The search for the Demon King on the 20th floor proved fruitless, and at this point, the system rewrote the story. The girl who used to stand by the broken trough now found herself standing by a prosperous village. She closed her eyes and begged, "No, please don't." She was afraid of a repeat of the horror that had happened before, but she had not seen it yet. That as the soldiers rode in on their horses to destroy the village, the marshal suddenly stopped the army, ordering his soldiers to stand still. The girl fell to her knees, worshipping her master. She will not hold grudges and will not take revenge under any circumstances. She doesn't care what happens to her, she has only one request. "Please save my paradise," she said. And the guy looked at this touching scene. Meanwhile, the rear spirit collects fragments of information, trying to understand everything. Now that she has become his vassal, he has a responsibility to protect his people. The guy holding the sword of justice turns around and goes to protect her. He approaches the Ohio army and orders them to stand still and not move from the city. But the Ohio commander shouts how dare he block his way. Hearing his response, the boy smiles and asks what brings the commander to this middle of nowhere. The Ohio commander replies that it is the will of His Imperial Majesty. The commander says that they have information about a witch who lives here and clouds people's minds. Even the monsters have succumbed to her influence and voluntarily thrown themselves into her vortex of evil. How can such a threat be ignored? The boy asks what the commander is going to do next with his army. The commander replies that he will cleanse the place with his sacred sword. The boy materializes a map in his hand, showing it to the commander, and declares that he knows them all. He has met them on different floors and knows about the sentences of their emperors. Passing through the 16th, 18th, 19th, 13th, and 14th floors of the Tower of Babel, he saved all these people. But General Ohio can't just believe him and asks him again who he is and how he can resist his army. The guy answers that he is a warrior, and although people do not know about his justice and selflessness, he has always remained true to his principles, even in a frozen world. The commander declares that he has come by imperial order to fulfill the emperor's will. Our hero points out that he knows perfectly well what the emperor's situation is now, and asks why the commander continues to obey him. Ohio decides to say that the boy does not understand what he is talking about, and assumes that he was sent by a witch who lives here. But the boy replies that he is not presumptuous, because he is going to return the chosen heir and put the third prince on the throne. Our hero knew this information because of the injuries he received from Ohio in his past life. He approaches General Ohio and tells him that he cannot live like this, because His Majesty has not shown him an ounce of mercy. His entire life and destiny were devoted to weaving intrigue, but because of an explosion in his youth, he became a commander, and all thanks to the emperor. The general was angry when he remembered that this guy was in the palace when he was standing on the wall, and now he was here to change public opinion. But the boy called him a fool, because the general took him for a mere henchman of the fallen kingdom. Perhaps because he has seen almost nothing but intrigue in his life, he doesn't even realize what he is seeing in front of him. The commander asks again who sent him, but the guy confidently looks him in the eye and says, "Do you still have the right to ask who I am?" Pulling out his sword, he blinds everyone who looks at him and says, "Look for yourself, see for yourself." Before them stands the predecessor sent by the great emperor, and people could not believe this miracle. The guy knows about the emperor's crimes and the mess that the heir made. He knows how he took the throne, and out of pure devotion to the empire, he now checks to see if it is true that he has gone mad with power and changed his nature. This angered him. They now recognized his loyalty, but the general's character was not inferior to his stupidity, and this was a huge sin. If the general has no grudges, our hero asks why he is still on horseback. Jumping off the horse, Ohio asks him to forgive him. The boy tells the general, "Protect the rising sun, protect all living things from sea to shining sea, and may the empire be eternal." He is only sorry that a nobody who calls himself a great emperor ordered them to do this. The soldiers proudly began to bow and greet the new harbinger of the righteous great emperor. The rear spirit, who was watching from the side, was amazed. He had always known that the boy could talk nonsense, but now he realized that he was not just a master but a real specialist. He decides to teach the boy a lesson. When he swings his sword, It's not just skill that matters. It's not just confidence that matters. You need to believe in yourself. And when he starts talking nonsense, it also matters. To deceive your opponent, you must first deceive yourself. And let him remember forever that self-confident nonsense is belief in oneself. But some people among the emperor's advisors began to wonder where this omen came from. But, as our hero already understands, beautiful nonsense is effective only on the army of the empire. The general decides to ask the question on behalf of the entire army, addressing the boy. Today we have come to overthrow the witch. So what is the omen doing here? He asked. The boy closes his eyes and then confidently opens them and says that he has also come to punish the witch. He points at her with his finger, and everyone suddenly takes notice. She is the witch of the West, he says. I've seen her before, and it's definitely her. As people started shouting, "Kill her on the spot, destroy her," the guy asked the girl to kneel down in front of him. Approaching him, the girl falls to her knees. She bows not only to him, but also to the colonel. The guy orders her to tilt her head and rest her forehead on the ground. The girl is shaking with fear, not understanding what will happen next. The guy holds his sword over her as she bows to everyone. Closing his eyes, the guy continues to command her and asks her to rest both feet on the ground, taking 9 steps forward. The girl obeys him and takes a funny step forward. Soon the guy asks her to stand on his hands. She is surprised, but he insists, and she complies. He then orders her to run sideways 20 times, and then squat 10 times. When she is done, she has to do 10 push-ups and hold the bar for 20 seconds. At this point, she is already very tired. Falling to the ground, she says that she can't do it anymore. Her body doesn't listen. The guy announces to everyone that she is now defeated. He points his finger at her and says that now they cannot disobey his order. She can no longer harm the continent, and they can sleep in peace. Ohio opened his mouth and was shocked by this. One of his warriors remarked that they had come here to kill a witch. But Ohio assured him that everything was fine, since the soothsayer claimed that the witch was defeated. But does he really believe it? The warriors began to doubt that he was a real soothsayer, because he had nothing but a sword. But is the warrior really questioning the authority of the empire if he doubts the authority of the sword, which testifies to the patronage of the goddess? There is nothing more sacred than the high priest, and he cannot put the order of the high priest above the great emperor. The boy recalls a moment in his memory when the holy sword was fighting with other leaders. There were doubts within the army, but no one could doubt Colonel Ohio and his correctness. The boy now understood why the evil spirit had shown hostility to the hunters. Soon the warriors were arguing with each other for a long time and decided to fight to find out who was right. But then a priest came out of the crowd and ordered them to disperse. For him, the problem was very simple. If the young man was really the harbinger of the great emperor and the girl was really a witch, it was enough to check it out. However, it is not enough to verify. It is also necessary to confirm. The priest pulls out an orb that glows an incredibly blue color. It is a gem of the soul, given by a wise underwater ruler. If you drip blood on it, you can find out if a person's soul is pure. If the girl is indeed a witch of the outskirts, and the young man is the harbinger of the emperor, the priest asks for their blood to test. When the ball touches the blood of a person with a good soul, it will shine with white light. If the person has an evil soul, the hex will turn black. If this girl is really a witch, and this boy is the forerunner of the great emperor, let them accept the test of this gem. The ball will reveal the true nature of the person. All actions, good or bad, will be visible. It is a combination of the intuition of the holy sword and the lie detector of the vice captain of the vigilantes in one. The spirit of the rear notices that the creature is good at cooking fish soup, but our hero goes ahead. He doesn't care. Let them check as much as they want. The creature warns that it is useless to bluff in front of this ball. First, he checks the woman's soul. Holding her hand, he points the glowing orb at her. With his sharp fingernails, he inflicts a wound on the girl so that a drop of blood flows out. After collecting the drop of blood, he drips it on the glowing ball. At this point, the ball turns a very dark color. How many atrocities has the girl committed? She is so cursed that she must be a witch, and perhaps even a demon king, says the priest. The priest moves away from the girl, takes the orb from her and cleans it to test the boy. Since he is the self-proclaimed forerunner of the great emperor, is he ready to see his true face? The boy holds out his hand to him, and the priest pierces the skin with his claw to draw a drop of blood. At the moment when the drop of blood almost touched the ball, there was no hope for its purity. But as soon as it touched the dark ball, light began to illuminate it. The priest holding the ball began to fill with light. Like a huge bomb, it lit up everything around. Even more, all the trees, forests, and the whole area were flooded with the light of the goddess. The warriors closed their eyes and did not understand what was happening. No one had ever seen a drop of blood make the hem glow with such a color. The priest confirmed with an open mouth that this soul was really that pure and how many lives it had saved. This man is a light, a clear sun that has given so many lives to people. The priest, amazed at this miracle, holding the orb, repeats the word light and cannot believe how pure this man is. The knight, who had studied the shining soul, could not believe it and asked why the captain of the holy knights could not see it and what the word light meant. The priest turned to the warrior and said that it was useless to talk to stupid people like him. And you could see that even tears began to roll down his face. A person with such a pure soul cannot lie or do something just for the sake of himself. This man is truly a forerunner of the great emperor, and perhaps even an apostle of the goddess. Folding his arms, the young man said confidently, "Yes, I am the apostle of the goddess." The warriors were amazed and discussed among themselves that they called him the Light because his sword shone and glowed. This sword is the emperor's, or something like that, and they recognize his noble origin. But the knight, holding his sword, says, "You are not sure, but let this guy be the forerunner of the great emperor and the Light." But there was one but. Why is he preventing them from fulfilling their mission of destroying the witch? This city needs to be burned and all its inhabitants exterminated. His Holiness is not only worried about the witch, the heretics who follow her cannot escape heavenly punishment. And at this moment, the evil spirit holds the boy by his jacket and stands behind him. The warrior asks that if he is really the apostle of the goddess, he should lead the mission of heavenly punishment. The rear spirit realizes that the situation is not so bad. He advises him to create a cunning plan that will consist of 90% truth and 10% lies. Looking at the one who doubted him, the boy said that he would decide how the heavenly punishment would be carried out. He had purified all evil, and the heavenly punishment had already been fulfilled. With a snap of his fingers, the skeletons rose from the darkness and filled the space with their cold heads. When the knights saw these demonic creatures, skeletons standing on their feet, they called them demons, and were afraid of them. And the doubtful knight no longer looked so confident. He was amazed that such creatures existed at all, and that was his whole mission. The guy was holding this girl's head. If the knights decided that only the witch is evil in this world, then all these skeletons, demons, and monsters are also evil, following her. The goddess ordered him to destroy the evil that fills the earth instead, to send all the demons to hell. This is his mission, and the warriors are now seeing his personal hell. The priest was simply amazed at the boy's strength, because they knew nothing, and their empire did not suspect that the boy was fighting all this alone. The boy said that all this was true. No one recognized Mr. Apostle, and this is really hell. They cannot pass by one man alone. The boy proved his purity and karma, and the skeletons behind him confirmed his strength and power. The priest begins to cry. He is hurt because this bright warrior has done so much. He doesn't need to punish the thieves separately. He will be in his shadow forever. This is his hell. He protected them all the time while they knew nothing. The rear guard, hearing this truth, realizes that it is time for him to resign. He has nothing to teach the boy, because his student is as pure as a baby, and they simply cannot stand such a son. But our hero asks him not to be modest, because he still has something to learn to reach the level of his kingdom. The boy wipes the skeletons off the face of the earth and tells everyone that now they have understood the will of the goddess and her heavenly punishment. The knight asks if they are going to go against her will. Apostle, these cruel demons, are they really safe? He is only a miserable human being, and only wants to see if you, young man, can restrain these demons if they break free. In other words, he just wants to check if the guy is really not covering for these people. With a snap of his fingers, a skeleton appears in front of our hero. At first, the knight does not understand why he was drafted, but this should dispel his doubts. Soon the guy orders the skeleton to restore his memory. The skeleton fills with flesh, takes on its own body, and exclaims, "What the hell am I doing here?" He immediately sees our hero and attacks him, shouting insults. He accuses the boy of turning him into this, and even putting him in iron would not be enough punishment. The skeleton threatens to destroy him, calling him a stinking litter, and promises to put him through all the circles of hell at any cost. It was the summer spirit that the boy had dealt with earlier. Our hero takes him by the collar and takes him aside to show people that he is one of the thieves who joined the witch. The guy calls him a ruthless and vile thief, worse than the witch herself, because the witch was born a monster, and this guy is just horrible in his actions. The elderly spirit continues to call everyone present names. Then our hero snaps his fingers and orders the rascal to dance. He doesn't know how, but he can't control himself and starts dancing hopak in front of people. He begins to spin and perform various dances, horrified to realize that he cannot stop. And at this moment, the knight, watching all this, realizes that it is incredible, and that these demons really cannot disobey his orders. The people around them could not believe it, but the knight was already on his knees. He apologized to him and asked the apostle only to know his name. Everyone in that army trembled in their armor, knelt down, and said that they obeyed Lord Kim. But at that moment, the summer spirit did not stop dancing the hopak. Soon, the Tower of Babel system greeted him, because the stage was cleared, and the quest of the frozen world was completed with him. The tower system informs him that the King of Death is one person, and he receives a reward for clearing this level. The reward will be issued within 24 hours once he enters the 21st floor. The rear spirit laughs, calling our hero Kim a cretin, and says that no one in the world has ever completed a level like this. But the guy doesn't care what they call him. He cleared everything up to level 20, just like he wanted to. Not a single hunter, imperial, or inhabitant of the continent died during the clearance, and keeping his hand on the wicked witch, he also defeated her. Perhaps even if he had watched the level 20 purge from the sidelines, he would have passed it anyway, at a time when the destruction of the village and its wiping off the face of the earth could have been the ending. Speaking of the ultimate ending, the tower does not distinguish between good and bad endings. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to get to level 20. If it didn't, the tower wouldn't have chosen this world that the guy chose. Because of this, such an ending cannot be strictly defined. Today, the sky is clear. It hasn't rained. The earth hasn't burned. This is the end chosen by our hero, and it is his merit. The rear spirit asks him if this part is really the ending he has chosen as well. After all, the rear spirit has noticed that the elderly former hero is dancing hopak and does not stop because the guy ordered him to. Why doesn't he stop this madness? To which our hero replies that it is just incredibly beautiful. An announcement appears for everyone that the 20th level was cleared today. It was cool, but the guy wanted to go on social media to check the reactions, but the internet was down here. The rear spirit asked if he hadn't stopped being interested in people's reactions. Kim never said that, and said that he wanted to gain people's recognition. The system said that the tower would open in 24 hours. It didn't matter to the guy, but he thought it was better to seek the recognition of all people. Is he that insatiable? He is a real pig. At that moment, the head of the dragon saw the boy and shouted, "King of Death!" She hugged him and jumped on him. She was overjoyed and could not believe it. He is so young, not even 30, and he has already achieved such success. A holy sword comes out of the shadows and looks at the boy with interest. The girl tells him that he cleared level 20 in 5 days. It's just unreal. He's a real nutcase. She can't even imagine what a mess the tower is now. At this point, the girl shows her phone. She briefly went down to the first level and screen-capped the breaking news. A race to solve a riddle, a new star named the King of Death, the lead role in the Holy Sword, the Witch of the King of Death. There were so many articles that the girl couldn't scan everything. But he needs to realize that this excitement has risen not only in the tower, but also in the outside world. The headlines look like this. Everyone is talking about him, who he is, how he lives, and how he got to the top so quickly. The head of the dragon has screened all this and is now showing him the articles. She specially went down to the first level and carefully reviewed each article and scanned them. Looking him directly in the eye, at the distance of his nose, she said that if you go into the details, it is actually true that the second-ranked huntress is the best real authority in the tower. Just in case, she told him not to read the comments. Envious people were tearing him down for nothing. How strange that no one died in the battle. Don't pay attention to all the rabble. The guy looked at her like an angel. The rear spirit decided to bring him down to earth, saying, "Lord, if you talk to anyone for a little while, you take anyone for an angel." And in his opinion, if it's not an angel, it's probably a goddess. The spirit realizes that they are really crazy. The girl also brought a newspaper with her and told the guy to look at it. It was the headline of yesterday's newspaper, where the top hunters were updated. It was the daily rundown, and he was in 3rd place. This is the first time this has happened in the tower since it opened. To be ranked first right away. The girl congratulated the King of Death, saying that now he also represents all the hunters. Now he needs to think a little more about his further actions and plans. Now he is one of the 5 big guilds, but in reality, he is an independent hunter who ranks 3rd. Being an ordinary member in one of the guilds does not suit him at all. He was thinking about becoming a guild leader, but the girl asked him if he wanted to be a loner, like an old man, but she would not insist. A holy sword comes out of the wall and asks if they are talking about him now. Looking around, he asks who they are, these knights gathered from all over the continent. Looking at the evil spirit, he realizes that this is a long explanation. As soon as he eliminated the Demon King, the second level event began, the invasion of the stage of the XX level of this floor. And because he had skills and items, he tricked them into thinking he was a great emperor. And now, they are just retreating. The holy sword and the girl notice that he had a talent for lying. But who cares, because he cleared the stage without bloodshed. No one was going to reproach him. On the contrary, it was all true, and everything worked out well. Thanks to him, they can now trade with the entire continent. There is no need to serve the old men from the outside world, because they are scoundrels who manipulate the scene for food. Now they will see if they can really do it. The main trade between the tower and the outside world is unfair. Capital, resources, technology are all in abundance outside, which is not the case in the tower. Food is an eternal problem, and it needs to be solved. The guy looks at the head of the black dragon and feels that when he first saw her, she called him the Iron Lady. During this time, they became very close, and the guy asks her if she wants to trade with this continent. She answers that she does. The guy promises to put in a good word for her in this world, because he is the forerunner of the great emperor and the apostle of the goddess. If he introduces her as an apostle of the goddess, it will help her establish contact. Of course, this is a lucrative offer, but she knows that he is not the type to do favors for free. What will it cost her? The moment he says this, the evil spirit of the former demoness is shocked. The guy wants the entire 20th level. He wants to occupy all the land, or to be more precise, he would like all the land on the 20th level to become his property. In return, he would not charge any fee for clearing levels 11 through 19 and would share the profits from the turnover with other hunters. It was an amazing offer, and she couldn't accept it on her own without consulting other guild leaders. He definitely wants this city. At first glance, it has no value. The city is small, and the soil is not very suitable for farming. However, in his experience, sharing the reward for clearing 9 levels can bring much more. But the guy likes everything, and he is not doing it for money or land. The girl replied that she would gather all the heads of the guilds on the first level. He would come to the meeting, and they would discuss everything. Soon, he decided to ask another question that bothered the sword and witch. What's going on with that guy who's been dancing hopak and crying endlessly? To which our hero replies, "Pretend you didn't see that." Soon they move to a town on the first level, and someone advises them to make a coffee shop for meetings. For some it was 5 days, but for him it was hundreds of years. As he walks, he smiles as he realizes the scene of purification. The girl, passing forward, opens the door and says that he will realize even faster if he is filled. The people in the tower are now talking only about him, and she recommends that he prepare himself mentally. As he leaves the tower, hundreds of reporters with cameras shown on him, taking pictures and videos. Everyone wanted to interview him, and now his name, the King of Death, is known all over the world. When they came out, people did not stop rejoicing at their appearance. The newly arrived hero was accompanied by the Holy Sword and the Witch. Everyone realized that the guy who came out was the King of Death, who was already a legend of the land. Various questions were asked. Whether he had cleared the 20th floor alone. Whether it was true about his relationship with the witch. What was going on between them. The girl recommended that he just say nothing. He has no experience with the press, and now he is a popular star. She emphasizes that he has 2 ways of dealing with the press. Choose mysticism or be a popular star. And once you choose a path, it's quite difficult to change it, so it's up to you. A popular star is like a movie star. You need to create social media accounts and have special secretaries. The Black Dragon will take care of business affairs and expenses. Personally, the Holy Sword prefers solitude. But then what is needed for a mystical image? Nothing special. You just need to stick to one thing. Keep a poker face, be unapproachable, and not say much. Social networks are absolutely forbidden for this purpose. Live broadcasts and filming for journalists are also prohibited, as well as personal broadcasts. Interviews are allowed a maximum of twice a year, and only to those reporters he approves. And that's it. But despite this, the girl says that it will be very difficult, because attention is a drug that is highly addictive. A person becomes happier when at least 10 people show interest in them. And when hundreds of people respond to your words, it becomes even more addictive. People who can resist this drug can be counted on one hand. According to the Holy Sword, it's all in vain, but it's a pleasant vain. and it's up to the guy to decide what to do. Our hero wants recognition, but he doesn't really understand it, but he thinks it's a little different from attention. He recalls the scoundrel who quenched his thirst for attention by attracting others. It makes no difference. In any case, his decision will be respected, because he is a good person. But he doesn't know what to do, asking the girl what's better. To make a poker face? She decides to share a trade secret so that he thinks about something unpleasant. Personally, she recalls the death of her father during the Civil War in the outside world. She and he were running away, but the military caught up with them. Her father stayed behind and shouted not to turn around. At that moment, the girl ran away without turning back, even at the sound of gunfire. She didn't see anything wrong with running away, because at that moment she was just a child. But why didn't she turn around? It was so simple. At the moment she remembers this incident, she always makes a stony face, scrolling through her memories until she stops because of the heartbeat she can feel in her ears. Our hero also had several similar memories. The girl looked at him and noticed that he was a quick study and adapted instantly. With a serious and impenetrable face, he walks forward, ignoring the laughter. Upon entering one of the hunter's centers, they are greeted by an inquisitor. He did not think that it would actually be possible to clear the tower in 5 days. This is the best achievement since the tower was created, and everyone sincerely pays homage to Kim. But now, he is the king of death. To be honest, everyone thought that their trio would fail in the sweep and die. What's more, he cleared the 20th floor by himself. What was his secret? Kim looked at everyone and said that it was enough to live simply according to your conscience. Everyone was surprised because it was incredibly practical advice. But in any case, Kim was happy to see them all, and was happy that everything was fine. For them it was not so long ago, because only 5 days had passed. He stayed in the audience room as promised, and everyone came to his aid as well. What was strange was that after a while, the NPCs in the Empire suddenly started moving. It was at the moment when they were on the 12th floor fighting the Demon King back. And when the NPCs decided that they were traitors, the invading Imperial Palace knights and guards came to arrest them, and even their souls fled to their heels. The poisonous serpent stroked the Inquisitor's head and said what he had after they were arrested. They escaped from the dungeon, and it was more interesting than they expected. There was a detailed secret path, and they escaped as if they were children. Recently, there were rumors that he was captured by the Bulgarian mafia as a child, and it was all true. Dungeons and escapes were the best moments of his youth. The Countess, for example, was born in an Indian garbage village. The poisonous snake was the head of gangsters, and the Holy Knight suffered in Venezuela. In the outside world, they were all rejects, and it's not worth bringing up topics about such places. Come to think of it, now the King of Death is also considered their man, and it was all true. They had all seen how the King of Death had made a decisive contribution to the cleanup. Thanks to him, they did not lose a single person. Moreover, even with many hunters on the 11th floor, none of them were hurt. The witch wants to make the hero a representative of their tower. The Countess is very greedy for money. The heretic Inquisitor killed a lot of people, and they could not argue with that. The Holy Knight hates attention, and there is a poisonous snake in the room, and everyone understands perfectly well that he is a real rude man and swears a lot. At that moment, the Holy Sword, as you know, specializes in fencing, and he often has to conduct secret operations behind the scenes, which is why he is not suitable for publicity. Meanwhile, the King of Death doesn't have any negative reputation. It was hard not to recognize this, because they were all old characters. It was a fact that new hunters were constantly appearing in magazines, but their circulation had dropped significantly. The Inquisitor measured our hero's height, checked his photogenicity, asked him who he was dating and who he would be dating to avoid rumors of a relationship. If no one, then great. The King of Death felt uncomfortable in such circumstances, and everyone thought his smile was suspicious. Because of this, they decided to turn to mysticism and took responsibility for his reputation. The guy tried his best to withstand this chatter, and everyone discussed how to improve his reputation in front of the media. But first, they would hire a photographer and a stylist, and he would need to leak at least one photo to the press, the witch said. But the boy could still see that things were not going according to the concept, and maybe they could do without all these stylists. The witch asks to make an exception today, and people from all over the world want to know about it. Take one photo and show them all. Soon the guy was being prepared, combed, dyed, and the next moment he was being photographed with weapons in his hands in the style of a wolf waiting for his prey. The photographer complimented him, saying that he looked very good in the costume, and the Inquisitor and the witch discussed his concept of adventurism. At this point, the rear spirit was gritting his teeth as he watched the guy being photographed. It was so funny to him that he just cried with laughter. It was very funny, and the guy even felt the tension. After a few photos, he said that he was not going to do it. He explained that as a hunter he works hard to climb the towers, so he doesn't need this press and photography. They are worried about such things, and because of this, they were unable to go to the 10th floor, stuck there for many years. After these words, the heads of the hunters just held their breath, but they didn't even pay serious attention to it, as the phrase was not bad. And the slogan of this issue will be, "The hunter must rise." They also had a similar diligence in their 20s. But our hero continued to be a rabble-rouser, telling everyone that he came here to talk about the 20th floor. He said that they had no business climbing on his 20th floor, as they should give it to him. But the concept of greed is also good, and the chapters thought of making his image the front page of the newspaper, with the headline, "The King of Death hands over control of the 11th to 19th floors of the tower to the public. They will reveal the satisfaction of simply clearing the tower." On the second page, they will write that the King of Death has become famous, makes donations to an orphanage, and as a sign of respect, they hand over control of the 20th floor to him. The guy was just shocked by their rhetoric and couldn't work with it. The Holy Sword just told him that the moment he rose to the top of the rankings, the same thing happened. He wanted to show these kids the outside world, but they came here leaving everything behind, and it was so frustrating. The Holy Sword decides to leave here, as you can spend a whole day on these meaningless dialogues. Our hero and the Holy Sword run out of the building, running away from these jerks. They run away, and the witch shouts that there is a press conference tomorrow and he needs to come back in the morning. She advises him to wear something on top so no one can see him, and to be careful. Together with the Holy Sword, they climbed up one of the tall buildings. The moment they reached the top, the guard guarding this floor asked them to stay for 5 minutes. But soon this guard saw the King of Death and decided to take a picture of him. The guy looked at this simple guard and said that it was really him. Then the guard pulled out a notebook from his purse. It was the first time he had ever seen such a cool guy, and now he has absolutely nothing with him. He asks for an autograph. At this point, the Holy Sword signs and makes an autograph. The guard asks the King of Death to sign an autograph, if it's not too much trouble. The guy was upset, as he had never made or given autographs. This was his lifelong wish. At this historic moment, he signs the diary to the guard and gives his first autograph to a human being. He had been practicing signing autographs all his life, waiting for this moment when he would become famous. The knight happily walks away from them, ensuring that he has their backs. Standing on the roof of a building, they decide to talk about life. Our hero wants the Holy Sword to listen to him. Even though you don't look like a killer of many people, it's not really like that. In the mirror, I see a brutal killer who has killed even more people. But because I love myself, I don't punish myself. I have a certain attitude, to punish those who have done a lot of harm, and I live according to this attitude, punishing those who do harm. At this point, he realizes that he and the Holy Sword are on almost the same path, and the Holy Sword asks him not to try to convince him. I'm different from other hunters. Everyone at the top is exploring the outside world, children. When I was born, I lived in prosperity, but I wondered if my success really came entirely from my skills. It wasn't just that he was a golden-caged bird, raised on the best food. The Holy Sword hides its weapons. Even though he was born into a prosperous environment, he was confident that he had made it on his own. He wanted to prove that his self-confidence was justified, and so he came to the tower. But he never suspected that he was safe enough. The Holy Sword unlocks a skill that all along allowed him to see and learn the number of kills of his opponent. In his mind, it was stupid to trust only his eyes and hands and rely only on the skill. He looks the guy in the eye and asks him one last time if he has ever ended the life of an innocent person. The boy replies that he has never. Looking at the Holy Sword, he realizes that this is why the Holy Sword said, "Don't try to convince me, because conviction comes from the head. All that needs to be expressed is not from the head, but from the heart," the boy says. "That's never happened before, Mr. Holy Sword." He gives him a guarantee that it will never happen. The Holy Sword closes his eyes. Picking up his sword, he says that he will trust his eyes, and he cuts the skill to pieces. The boy looks at this sight in awe and realizes that the Holy Sword has changed. He also says that he has worked hard over the past 5 days, and he is grateful that he gave in to the old man's stubbornness. Even though he is now talking about breaking through the 12th, 19th floors, it was a pleasure to work with him, and he shared his experience. The Holy Sword told him to get a good rest today, because tomorrow the press conference will end, and the 21st floor of the King of Death will open. At this point, he leaves the young hero. The young man realizes that the holy sword has just recognized him, and it is true. Our hero falls to his knees, thanking God that everything is finally over, and the 20th floor is now his, and the guild leaders will sort it out themselves. But the rear spirit says that nothing is over yet, because many floors still need to be cleared. The Tower of Babel reports that the goddess of protection admires his achievements and recognizes all his results. The goddess of protection believes that he has enough rights to become an apostle, and the boy looked up and did not understand why it happened so suddenly. But when he looked back, he noticed that it was simply incredible. The goddess of protection recognizes him, and he can call on her. She tells him to look down, and the boy looks down, but he didn't see anything interesting. Then the goddess says to look a little more to the left. A light shines on our hero's face. The goddess of protection gives him his last powers. And at that moment, as the guy looks, he assumes, is the goddess of protection really his constant friend on the battlefield? And all this time, she has been his sword with which he has been administering justice. The goddess of protection agrees. Reporters on all channels are showing an incredible video obtained from insiders. It is like a fire spreading through a dry field, quickly spreading among viewers. One of the shots shows a black witch holding hands with a hunter. Everyone assumes that this is the hunter. This footage cannot be faked. The King of Death killed the boss of the 11th floor scene with a single blade. No one had ever killed a boss with a single stroke before. All this time, our hero was listening to the TV while sitting on the couch. He felt a wave of information crashing over him with every word. Eventually, he couldn't stand the news flow and turned off the TV. The rear spirit, with curiosity in his voice, asked him why he did that. The guy hit the table and said, "Breathe! It's so annoying! If you can't stand it, then die. You won't die completely, but you don't want to. Then switch to another channel." But there was nowhere to switch to, because all the channels were talking only about him. All the time he was walking around with his sword, which was a goddess. She noted his exceptional achievements and advised him to get used to the fact that the price of fame would be something like a tax that the hero would have to pay. Yesterday, our hero was very tired, so he could not talk about it properly. He turns to the goddess. "Aren't you overestimating me?" And she replies, "You are light." The goddess of protection clearly remembers how they were climbing in the tower. Our hero, feeling shame burning him like fire, began to close his eyes and ears. The goddess informs him that the empire is now in his hands. In this case, his self-confidence is extremely appropriate. The boy notices that the sword is fascinated by him, just as he was fascinated by the summer spirit. The boy lifted the sword up to look at it. The sword shone in the light like a star in the night sky. Our hero took out a snot-stained cloth and decided to wipe the sword with it. At this point, the goddess informs him that she feels threatened by his body. She asks him to stop at the sight of this dirty rag. But Kim did not stop and wipe the sword properly. He moved like a stubborn artist completing his masterpiece. Afterwards, he looked at the sword with joy and noticed that it was much quieter. Twisting the sword in his hands, he realizes that it is a constellation. But why, being a constellation, is it a sword? Was it reincarnated? After all, a constellation is something like a steward in every scene, and he has seen cases of constellation establishment that started with monsters. The goddess of protection nods her head, and he begins to realize that the constellation is something that provides this world, like a guardian standing at the gates of paradise. The goddess of protection says that she was originally a holy spirit who ascended to God. However, the founder of the empire, a him, divided her into 5 swords and sealed her. Among these swords, it is the first, the sacred sword idol. The boy looks at this sacred sword and realizes that it even has a name. The story of the swords continues. The first sword is called the idol. The second is the sword of compassion. The third is the sword of prayer. The fourth is the sword of sacrifice. And the fifth is the sword of salvation. The goddess boasts that if you collect all 5 sister swords, you can regain the power that would correspond to the very heyday of the empire. The boy looked at this sword. In short, it is now just a fragment of a real sacred sword. To get the true power, you need to find 4 more. But where are these remaining swords? The goddess doesn't answer, even though the boy asks her intently. Does she not know? Maybe she has the right to remain silent? The boy decides that she does not know, but she denies it, saying that she can feel their presence when she is nearby. In any case, right now he has 1/5 of that power. But what can she do? It can get the absolute support of the Empire. Anthem replies that he knows this very well. But suddenly the sword explodes with light energy and blinds the guy. The goddess boasts of her skill and confidently releases the light. The boy has seen this ad nauseum and realizes that he knows it perfectly well. The rear spirit laughs quietly with the boy, but he asks her again, can't she do anything but support and shine? To this, the sword replies that she is confident in fighting monsters and adds that she can cut people too. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It's the Black Witch, who has come to see how they are doing. The press conference will start in 5 minutes. At about the same time, the end of the conference will open the 21st floor. After answering the questions, he will be able to go straight up to the floor. The guy agrees. The girl said that this was great and asked him not to stay and to leave. The guy was not going to delay. He gets ready and leaves. However, he needs to take stock of the sword. What can it do besides shine and be completely useless? The goddess protests, considering it unfair. The guy replies that from now on she will be called Shiny, and it's a pity to waste the names Sacred Sword or Goddess of Protection because she failed to defend her country. She is making too much noise in his head, where there is already enough of a sword lord. In a rage, he orders her to turn to him only in extreme cases. If she acts out, he will immediately return her to the Agam Empire, to which the goddess, or rather the brilliant one, replies that she agrees with him. Time is running out, and all the warriors are already at the conference, where they are being watched by TV lenses. The head of the Black Dragon did not pay attention to the paparazzi who were following her relentlessly. She announced that everyone knew they had cleared the 11th to the 20th floor. It was a brilliant achievement, covered by many media outlets. They thought long and hard about how to tell about these joyful events, because everyone is already informed, sincerely thankful for the vivid coverage. This time, however, there is another factor that they are most proud of. At the 10th floor clearance, which everyone has been waiting for so closely for the past 10 years, no one could have even predicted that the 20th floor would be cleared so quickly. The most important achievement was that there were no casualties. Not a single person was killed, and they are very happy about that. The girl held up her palm and said to look down. Everyone looked down at Babylon Square, with the names of the victims carved on every stone who had sacrificed their lives for the joy of clearing the tower. They became famous during the clearing of the 2nd and 3rd floors, and it was from that moment that their growth continued. She was very pleased to announce that no new names would be carved in the square. All the media started taking pictures in a hurry to capture the moment. She gave every reporter the opportunity to raise his hand and ask a question. Our hero had already thought that he was not really needed here. He could not believe that he could actually say something, and did not believe that there would be a line. After answering the questions, the press conference was coming to an end, and everyone headed to the 21st floor. But one of the reporters interrupted, introducing himself as John Evans from the Daily News. He had a question for the King of Death. How did you end up in the top 3? The guy realized he had to answer. The reporter continued. There are numerous rumors about your rapid rise to the top, especially regarding the influence of a newcomer to the secret guild. If that's true, then it appears that the Death King was created by the big guilds. Is it true that you took advantage of the 20th floor monopoly? And is there a danger that most guilds are manipulating floors 11 through 20? The witch warned him that this was a provocation, and that he shouldn't answer, as everything would calm down by itself. But Kim realized that such people would still appear, and at least once he had to express his position. Taking the microphone in his hand, he brought it to his face and said, "It's okay, I'm ready to answer."